By the way, Justin, just to let you
Yes,
know,
sir. Yeah.
All Source is very prepared to host this, to co-host. He's
great.
done a lot of preparation for last week. So
Okay, good. I'll be here for the first hour to help you, All Source, but whatever you need. I can stay longer too. Just all the CPAC parties are going on right now, so I've got to mosey in sometime and see what.
hey, you said you saw Sebastian as well, no?
Oh yeah, they're all here. I got to see what Sebastian is like with a couple drinks in him.
Yeah, he's going to be joining us. He should be joining us shortly.
Okay, good.
I've just sent out all the invites. I see Slyman requesting. And for anyone trying to request to come up, do DM me if you have any issues, and the team will respond.
And you just cue us, Mario. I've got the clips lined up too.
Nice. It's going to be. This is one of my favorite. Let me send the co-host invites. It's going to be one of my favorite spaces. It's a topic I'm very passionate about. I've been tweeting a lot about. I've just sent you through, guys, co-host invite.
All
right. You there, guys? Can someone make sure?
Yeah,
give me a mic check to make sure it's working.
Check. It's working here. All Source, can we hear you?
Cool.
Yeah, I got you. You guys got me?
We do. So just heads up for anyone listening that we're going to give this a few minutes just so everyone else join. I'm still inviting speakers. We've just got an incredible panel today. I'm just sending out still the invites. All right, last one. I think I'm done. All the invites are out.
Great. I wish Elon would add a simpler way to promote the spaces in a single click. Right now, you kind of have to click on it, copy the link, go craft your own tweet, and everything else there. And I always get nervous when I lower the spaces panel on my phone, like I'm going to lose it. I wish there were just a quick little send out,
Yeah, let's just get Twitter Spaces fixed so they don't keep crashing. But otherwise, it's. Do you remember the days when I think because we had so many people, we did it so long. What happens is it crashes after a period of time. Remember those days, Justin? So after like a few hours, it just crashes.
Yeah, those are always rough. That doesn't seem to be happening as frequently, right?
No, it doesn't happen anymore. I haven't had the space crash with it while it's running for a while. But then again, we haven't done a marathon for a while where we do like a 15-hour space. We're kind of keeping them within 6-hour range. Today, we'll try to keep it not too long, but we've got 2 segments, 2 to 3 segments with panelists coming in and out. So it should be an exciting discussion. It's a very important discussion. I think it's just not being given enough importance. Like I did a tweet. It hasn't gone out yet. I've scheduled it for tomorrow, the next day, and it says like gender pronouns, I think, and religion. Gender pronouns are kind of dominating the discourse right now. Yet the world faces, we're closer to a nuclear war, to a world war since the Cold War. So it's just not. People talk about it, talk a lot about Russia, but I just don't think China's being given enough attention. Not sure if anyone disagrees. Like maybe some of you think that it's being overdone, and there isn't a real risk. So I'd love people to disagree with me on this. But just looking at the basics, when you ask Biden, "Hey, will you support Taiwan militarily if it comes to it?" and he says yes, more than once, and then Xi Jinping, in a speech, he says like, we don't want to use force, but we will use force if it comes to it. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, and what's going to be the outcome? So it's going to be interesting to see.
At one point, so here at CPAC, which is the Conservative Action Pact, this is kind of like the mecca of conservative politics once a year, and it's back in DC. And at one point, they have this big radio row where all the radio show hosts gather in. I think I sent you a shot of Seb Gorgon there with Don Jr. and what's his name? My brain just left me. But at one point, the chant started up, "End the CCP, end the CCP," and there's a lot of discussion there. I stopped by the booth with our good friends at the Epic Times, and of course, that's a very anti-CCP group there that's been going for 20 years, and there's a lot of discussion around China here.
I think that the China conversation does get, and it's probably one of the few things where you can see bipartisan support. This tough line on China, and you're starting to see almost a swing in a lot of, especially in the West. Probably led by the U.S., but you're starting to see a lot more in the West, our Asian partners, starting to kind of fall in line of taking a tougher stance. So I think it'd be an interesting conversation, with all the experts you got, Mario, and I'm looking extremely forward to it. I appreciate you have high faith in me for my preparation, but let's roll.
Yeah, so just for the audience, welcome to the space. I'm sure you've joined my spaces in the past. We read the comments religiously, so make sure you share your questions, your thoughts. Am I overdoing it with my tweets and my concerns with China, or do you share those concerns? I was actually looking at, and while we're waiting for everyone else to join, and before introducing our panelists, go on YouTube and write "nuclear threat prank." I'm not sure if any of you have seen it. It was trending for a while. Apparently, I saw it by accident as I was researching, the topic, and people just have that nuclear threat recording play on TV, making it seem real. And it was back since North Korea days. So back then, it was like a recording saying that North Korea it launched ballistic missiles on the US, and now it's Russia. I haven't seen any Chinese ones. And then seeing people's reaction is fascinating. It's crazy. Seeing people's reaction when they see the recording, they believe it. Like this, the first one I saw is like an old dad. He believes the recording that ballistic missiles were launched by Russia. That's the first one I know. And they were headed to 3 cities. One of them is his city. He's like, oh shit. While listening to it, he's still putting the dishes in the dishwasher. And then he goes, afterwards, he goes, I'm going to go have my cereal. Almost all the videos, people just didn't react as you'd expect. Like they just didn't give a shit. They just couldn't take it seriously. It's just fascinating to see. Obviously, these were pranks, but I'm like, if we do face such a threat, like when Hawaii had that false alarm, you remember that message that went out to residents in Hawaii about a nuclear threat? Nobody was prepared. No one had any clue what to do. And you hear stories of people just sitting on the beach waiting to die. So it's just fascinating. It's concerning, and I don't want to be the person that's kind of trying to spread fear without having reasons to do so. So we'll have this debate and see if it's even worth being this concerned. But I'll kick it off. Samuel, welcome to the stage. We've got Victoria on stage as well. I've got Nicholas. We have Angelo, and we have Vivian. We'll let them all introduce themselves. We have more panelists coming in. Anyone in the audience trying to request to speak that you're meant to be on the panel, please do DM me. And for the audience, make sure you put comments bottom right corner and retweet the space. But let's kick it off with All Source. All Source, love a quick introduction, man. Very brief, 30-second introduction. And maybe the first question to answer as we kick off the space is, are you concerned about a potential conflict between the US and China? Because I know that's the topic you're pretty you're passionate about. Are you concerned, and why, if so?
Yeah. So again, thanks, Mario, for letting me co-host. So just for everybody here, my name is All Source News. I'm a Twitter account that focuses specifically on cartel violence in Mexico, Latin American affairs, and drug trade, organized crime. I'm also in contact with a lot of open source intelligence accounts that focus globally on a lot of issues across the world, to include China and Taiwan. Although my focus Twitter-wise is cartels, I do try to focus as much as possible in international affairs as well. And so, Mario, to your comment of concern of China and Taiwan, and China, the U.S., right? Are we kind of in this concern of World War III? I wouldn't go that far. I think you are seeing the lines kind of getting harder and harder, and I think the Chinese spy balloon incident probably did not help. I think there's an acknowledgement on both sides, both the Chinese and the U.S., that this era of peaceful cooperation at least is over, and there is this notion of competition between both. But I don't think you can automatically translate that into World War III or even a Cold War. You do see the U.S. and China in many ways still have significant diplomatic negotiations, diplomatic relations, try to coordinate a lot of international affairs, so be it climate change, the Middle East, etc. So I think we're in an era of, in the U.S., I think the Trump administration started it with strategic competition, and the Biden administration kind of continues the same lines, in which both sides, the U.S. and China, are aware of the geopolitical threat that each country presents. But at the same time, they're also very economically very integrated, right? And there is a lot of diplomatic relations between both countries. I'm not concerned yet, but obviously the biggest flashpoint and the biggest unknown is Taiwan, right? A Chinese invasion of Taiwan would all but guarantee a U.S. intervention, and that could lead to a war. That will lead to a war. Both sides have openly stated their intentions in Taiwan. China has said that they are determined to reunify with Taiwan by any means necessary. And the Biden administration, and Biden specifically, President Biden, has made it abundantly clear that if China invades Taiwan, he would respond militarily. So that is where I think we would have to be concerned. But to end that point on this, a Chinese invasion of Taiwan would not be a surprise attack, right? We would have a long time knowing something is going on, the military buildup the Chinese would do. And in that time, hopefully, diplomacy can rule over. But I think Russia, Ukraine kind of undermines the notion that any diplomacy can always.
Drop down. Samuel, I want to go to you. Would love a quick introduction. Real pleasure to have you on stage. Also, by the way, you dropped out. I know you're back now. I would love to have an introduction. And then you're kind of following up on Allsource's point. He made the point that globalization, that was an argument made for years. Globalization and how interconnected we are makes it very very unlikely for wars to break out with, what was the saying? Like any country that has a McDonald's has never been to war. They've never, no country that has McDonald's has been into war with another country with McDonald's. Kind of making the same point that Allsource made. Globalization prevents wars. But we're seeing the narrative. We're seeing the importance of Taiwan with microchip manufacturing. We're going to talk about the importance of microchips for the, this is like the new oil for the world, and there's like a kind of a Cold War happening in that industry, with the U.S. arguably winning that war, but we'll make that discussion or that battle. But would love a quick overview, Samuel, on your thoughts. Are my concerns valid, and do you share them? If so, why? If not, why?
All right. Yeah, thank you. It's great to be here. Just to introduce myself, I'm actually a specialist who works on great power competition with a focus on Russia. I just have written a couple of books about Russian foreign policy. The first one that just came out last month called Russia in Africa, and the second one that's coming out on the 13th of April called Putin's War in Ukraine for Hearst and Oxford University Press. I got my doctorate in international relations at the University of Oxford in 2021, and now I'm working at the Royal United Services Institute, so RUSI, in London, as well as working as a consultant for various government agencies in the public and private sector. So that's just an overview of who I am. With respect to the question at hand, I think this is an extremely important question, absolutely, with all the focus right now, obviously, on Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The looming threat of a U.S.-China confrontation has been largely overlooked by the mainstream media and also by a lot of policymakers. But I think it's too soon to say that we're moving on the path towards World War III. I think that, as you said earlier, globalization is an effective protector against this. Obviously, there's so much more in terms of integration between the U.S. and Chinese economies, for everything in terms of trade and debt and other factors that would prevent, the kind of ability to isolate China that we've seen try to attempt to take place with Russia. But even if Russia can only be isolated from the collective West and not necessarily from the collective non-West, it would be pretty impossible to do that in the case of China. So that's just a general argument. And I think that, the risk of China becoming increasingly aggressive in Taiwan would probably come if it feels that its peaceful development model is somehow under threat. Obviously, we should be paying close attention to the fact that the Chinese GDP has declined to 3% annual growth. We're seeing now the demographic decline really start to kick in after the COVID pandemic. 40 million people already have shrunk from the workforce since 2020. That's an interesting statistic. And we're seeing the Belt and Road Initiative, with the exception of the MENA region, largely stall, has ongoing uncertainties also about the ability of countries, particularly in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, to pay back debts and to return those. So China's means of projecting soft power, economic power, and the appeal of its governance model somehow deteriorates, the economy inside gets weaker, then the Chinese Communist Party might appear more vulnerable, and that could lead Xi Jinping and the Chinese Communist Party to ratchet up tensions in the Indo-Pacific region and escalate and test the foundations of a confrontation. So I think the biggest risk of a U.S.-China confrontation right now is not necessarily anything that the U.S. and China is doing right now, but the fundamental indicators of China's geopolitical power, both the economic, military, and also soft power. We should not ignore the role of soft power in all of this. I think that the fact that the U.S. and China are still holding dialogue on a number of issues is encouraging, and that does mitigate the Cold War idea, like what the previous speaker just said. But it's also important to keep in mind that we're finding it increasingly hard to compartmentalize the regional crises, like the Taiwan issue, from other issues like climate change. You saw, for example, with Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, there was a cessation of dialogue announced by China on a whole variety of issues that are entirely unrelated to Indo-Pacific security, including the environment, including some of those. So we need to make sure, at least from the American side, whatever we can do to make sure that compartmentalization remains in place, because when it's not there, that's very dangerous in terms of an escalatory spiral. So that's just that one point I want to make. And finally, the other thing we should watch for is that, yes, I do agree that there's a bipartisan consensus now about confronting China, and the semiconductor war is definitely a concern. We should also be looking at the actions of European countries and European partners with regards to this. There's always been a feeling, at least, maybe the French have been taking a bit more of a more hawkish view in recent years, but the Germans in particular have always been more accommodationist towards China, much like the way they were towards Russia with Nord Stream. Even Britain at times, right? Under David Cameron, they were talking about a new golden age in Anglo-Chinese relations. There's generally a division between Europe and the United States on Chinese policy that was enduring, and that sharpened with some of Trump's unilateral policies. Now that gap does seem to be potentially easing over the fact that there's concerns of a China army or Russia in Ukraine. Obviously, if that were to happen, it would ease much more. But even regardless, we're seeing some compliance from Western allies and partners on 5G, on semiconductors. Look what the Netherlands has been doing recently, for example. There's a greater convergence between the Americans and the Europeans that does move us towards more of a Cold War intra-bloc conflict, not necessarily a hot war, World War III, but more of an intra-bloc conflict. That's something to watch going forward. On the flip side, this might be all a red herring. If China doesn't arm Russia in Ukraine, and that issue kind of fades from the headlines, it's possible that we could be seeing an influx of European leaders visiting China between now and the middle of the year. That was also being reported by the Chinese media and now some Western media outlets as well. So it's unclear whether this U.S.-European convergence is real or whether it's going to ultimately atrophy a little bit. But that's another thing to watch.
Can I ask you one quick question before we go to Nicholas? I've just got one quick question for you.
Yeah.
Then what will happen? It's a very basic question. What will the outcome? What could the outcome be with Taiwan? Because both countries are just very adamant with their position. China will support Taiwan. Will use military force to reunite Taiwan. The U.S. will support Taiwan militarily. Is it all about microchips? Is it more because of the Taiwan Straits? What's the reason? But what's more importantly, what other solutions could there be?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, obviously, I think, one of the obvious solutions would probably be, I think the prevention of this kind of complete inter-bloc divisions that we're seeing between the U.S. and Europe versus China, like those kind of bloc confrontations of that scale and that consistency, combined with the needless militarization of the Indo-Pacific region. It's one thing offering allies and partners security guarantees and recognizing the legitimate concerns and doing normal business transactions in terms of arms, but not provoking the situation too much. And also, not compartmentalizing other issues of dialogue from the issue of Taiwan. That was the other point that I made. And also with military assistance, we have to see what kind of military assistance is going to be. If it's a military assistance where the Americans are guaranteeing themselves to put boots on the ground, that's one thing. or if it's more like what we're seeing right now. You know, the F-16 modernizations that we're seeing in the Taiwanese Air Force over the past few decades, kicking off the U.S. breathing munitions for those planes, that kind of thing. If it's a Ukraine plus style Western intervention on behalf of Taiwan, so starting from a higher baseline and going more escalatory, but not a direct boots on the ground confrontation, then we might be able to avoid a nuclear war, World War III. But if the American security defense guarantee means, like, you know, intervening like we did in South Korea back in the 1950s,
Right.
then we're looking at something different. That's just an
Right, well-
important clarification I think we need to get from the American side about what a military response will likely be,
Okay.
and that needs to be discussed more in the current context, particularly now that we've seen such an expansive intervention in Ukraine.
Yeah, so going to Nicholas real quick. I mean, look, I think Samuel's implying this same sort of rapport that we had during the Cold War. I think there's several scholars like Robert Art, John Delury, who use this same metaphor we used in the Cold War of the dance between the U.S. and China now, where a lot of the tension is posturing, maybe implying something colder, not necessarily this hotter thing. But I don't know, tensions seem to be pretty high. Nicholas, give us your take here. What is happening?
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm Nick Schell. I'm the former chief software officer for the Air Force and Space Force, and I was in the Pentagon for the last 4 years. Before that, I founded 12 companies. So I'm an entrepreneur and a tech guy, but also a cyber guy. And so I before my time at DoD, I spent 2 years at DHS as the a special advisor for cyber, and I can tell you I've seen firsthand what's going on when it comes to the cybersecurity posture of the critical infrastructure in the U.S., particularly when it comes to the grid and water supply. And I can tell you it's a despicable state. And I wouldn't be surprised if the grid right now in the U.S. is at least 40% owned by China in terms of the ability to push a button and shut it off. So
Wait, when you say
look,
own, Nicholas, what do you mean by own?
I mean,
we're talking
cyber.
it's at risk,
cyber
like floppy
owned.
disk at risk, or owned.
No, I mean, not financially owned. I mean, obviously they have had access to it through cyber means, and they are dormant inside of the stack to be able to, should they decide to invade Taiwan, which shut down, as high as 40% of the U.S. grid, which obviously would force us to redirect our attention to to the United States and have our military, go make sure that we get power back in the country. And I can tell you, every war room exercise we've done at the Pentagon, within 24 hours of China, attacking Taiwan, the U.S. loses all communications, which obviously is exactly what happened, with Russia and in Ukraine. And as you know, not being able to communicate is already the beginning of the end. And of course, when you start adding cyber means, and of course, China has been at war with the United States, whether we realize it or not, for 20, 25, 30 years. They were able to, of course, invade U.S. schools and steal IP across U.S. companies for many years. What you see in terms of activity, and finally, with declassifying a lot of that information, we used not to be able to talk about it, but you see the FBI director and many of the U.S. agencies finally admitting what's been going on for many years, which is really China stealing IP and, of course, hacking U.S. companies. You've seen what they've been able to do, stealing all the F-35 capabilities and building their equivalent, jet. But you've seen that across pretty much the entire industry. And so, China has been leading in hypersonic, quantum compute, machine learning, of course. And as you know, the nation that's going to be leading in machine learning will be controlling the world.
And this is where the battle for microchips comes in, that we're seeing behind the scenes. I'd go, if you don't mind also, so I do want to jump just to give the new speakers. We do have Victoria, Miles, and Vivian. Of course, we have Jim, Slayman, our regulars. But Miles, I'd love to go to you. We'd love a quick introduction, and maybe you can give us an overview for the audience. And we're trying to kind of frame everything for the audience before we start digging deep, and trying to see, what what various outcomes we could have, peaceful outcomes and non-peaceful outcomes, and if war breaks out, what could happen, and also kind of geeks out over war games and kind of discussing what could happen if China and the US are get into a war. So Miles, I would love a quick introduction and then anything you'd like to add to the discussion, but more importantly, the question about microchips. Not sure if this is something you could, something you know a lot about, but I know it just plays a key part in the tensions we're seeing between the US and China.
Well, I think it was interesting what Nicholas just said on emerging tech, because a lot of what we know about the history of warfare is about to be changed. We are entering, however you want to characterize it when you think of the history of warfare, but we're entering a new era where we're going to have to write new rules, and it's not going to be about material power and arms. It's going to be about a different type of armament. And when Nick was talking about, preparations in the homeland, I would have to associate myself with his comments. So, by way of quick introduction, have spent a number of years working in the national security community and the executive branch on Capitol Hill, ended the Trump administration as chief of staff at DHS. And I would agree with Nicholas that the United States homeland is woefully unprepared for a conflict with China. So however you're trying to factor in the likelihood of war with China, one of those factors has got to be, is it beneficial to us to enter that full frontal conflict? And from a homeland security perspective, right now, I would say it's very much not beneficial to enter that. Now, that there's a different value judgment about whether you should exert military force to rein in an autocratic regime whose ultimate goal is likely to see the world in its own image and to spread its influence. It's a different value judgment, but the temporal one I'm making is, right now, is the United States, from a homeland perspective, prepared for that? We are not. And I think the silver lining, if you're looking for one, is that there has been a recognition in the past few years of that reality and what seems like the near inevitability of confrontation, not necessarily of war, the near inevitability of serious confrontation and the need to do that domestic preparation. It's starting to happen. As Nicholas knows, it's happening painfully slow. And it's something, though, that I think we're just starting to see the inklings of bipartisan cooperation on. I think that was one of the real big frustrations for the past 15 or 20 years on China, is that at any given time, it was a partisan flashpoint, but you're seeing at least more and more centrist Republicans and Democrats recognizing the state of conflict that we're in, which is not dissimilar to what happened during the Cold War. At the very beginning, I think there was ideological differences about even the nature of the situation we were entering that led to, in Washington, something approaching a consensus, maybe not tactically, but strategically. I think we're starting to see that in the United States, which is going to be essential if America does enter that type of conflict. So anyway, just some broad thoughts there. But on the chips piece, that's central. Look, I mean, what people don't realize is, right now policymakers in Washington are incredibly technically inept. And, they see ChatGPT as a novelty, almost like a toy. And they only are seeing the very tip of the iceberg when it comes to machine learning and robotics. We're a few years away from a quantum future where quantum machines are going to supercharge artificial intelligence. And you still have people in Washington that are focused on the fact that encryption is going to be broken. Guess what? Newsflash, encryption will be broken. Assume that's the case. There's some policy preparation happening there, very little, but there's no policy preparation happening for the next big leap, which is you go talk to the best quantum scientists in the world. Yeah.
Miles, what encryption will be broken? Can you elaborate on this point? Like, so my WhatsApp messages are encrypted. Is that the type of encryption you're talking about? I know there's military messages, communication, accessing intelligence, etc. But can you elaborate on this point? Like, how can encryption be broken?
People should prepare for the fact that likely by the end of this decade, standard RSA encryption that protects your financial records, that protects your signal conversations, that protects U.S. government secrets transiting networks, will likely be, from a mathematical perspective, able to be broken by whoever achieves a fault-tolerant quantum computer. And most scientists predict that'll happen by the end of the decade. The real big question is, will we know about it or will we not know about it? And that probably depends on who reaches that milestone first. If it happens in the West, if a company like Microsoft or IBM or Google and their quantum machine achieves that capability, it's probably something that will be disclosed. But I think there's a really likely chance that it's the Chinese, perhaps less likely the Russians, at which point it won't be disclosed. And there may be a period of time, weeks, months, or even years, where an adversary has the ability to hoover up our communications, decrypt them, use them for nefarious purposes. This would be in a lot of ways as significant as, perhaps more so in some ways, than the Manhattan Project for that to happen. Now, that is, it's a mathematical inevitability. Someone will reach that point. Again, the best projections are about the end of this decade. What's more significant than that is if you talk to quantum scientists about what comes next. If quantum machines really do supercharge intelligence, what will we see that has strategic implications? And the dumbest way to distill it is you've got quantum scientists that say you will have machines that have genuine human emotions, happiness, sadness, anger, because you'll be able to replicate them in organic terms, because quantum computing mirrors nature. If we're only a decade, maybe a little bit more away from machines that can genuinely mimic human emotion, what are we doing from a policy standpoint to prepare for that? And to the question today, how does that affect the nature of warfare? We've not even scratched the surface. And
these are
I think that's one of the big concerns.
Yeah, great stuff, Miles. And I want to bring in Victoria. Victoria, I know you were, I'll let you introduce yourself. I think you were Deputy National Security Advisor to Donald Trump in this same capacity. I remember reading, I think this was your 2016 book, David Sling, and there's a chapter there that you have on China, if I remember, and it's about the cultural influences and projections that China's put out there as influence into the world. I know you probably have some great insights onto the current conflict and superpower, but give us a quick intro and tell us about your thoughts on what is happening here.
Well, thank you so much for that. And I would just say that David Sling is actually a book about the history of democracy and 10 works of art, because you have to start all of this with the PhD in Italian Renaissance art history. So actually, there is no China in that book because they haven't quite graduated to that club yet. But I do appreciate the book plug. Along those lines, I just say I'd like to sort of wagon on what both Samuel and Nick started. I think Mario is 100% right. We have to be deeply concerned about the possibility of kinetic operations against China as soon as 2025. This is what we should be working every day to prevent. And, we can start in the security realm, where we have Axios reporting that Worldview, which is a company started by now Senator Mark Kelly, had an investment from Tencent that very closely related to the PRC investment firm. I mean, this is an awful sort of incursion into our security realm, and this is what led to the spy balloon. We can go on to information, where we have Semaphore, which it was started by Ben Smith, but has two members of the CCP, of the Communist Party, on their board. That's in our information space. And that's so deeply dangerous, because then you have these people starting to control how information is going to the American people. And then from my personal background, both from the NSC and from the Department of Energy, I mean, I am most concerned about the way China is trying to corner the market on the renewable and electric vehicle battery spaces to try to control our energy, and that we are unilaterally, under the current administration, trying to abdicate that enormous advantage to us that we know they fear. And so you have things like Microvast, which is the world's largest EV company, technically headquartered in Texas, but doing 80% of its business in communist China. So we are actually giving $200 million through the Department of Energy to Microvast to manufacture these EV batteries. What are we doing? Are we actually paying China to become our source for what is going to be our dominant energy source?
But Victoria, doesn't that interconnectedness between both economies, isn't it a good thing? Like, also, so you were talking earlier about globalization, and I know you wanted to comment on this. With what Victoria just said, also, like, when it just seems that the same topic of both economies being interconnected is a positive and a negative. A positive in that, it's efficient economies, and negative is that they both suffer greatly if there's any disputes, like the disputes relating to Taiwan or the dispute we're seeing with Russia, and other disputes, smaller disputes we've seen over the years. So I'm just a bit confused that the same topic also is being used to make both arguments. It's not good that both economies are interconnected, and then we see decisions taken. I think the US banned the export of microchip technology. Correct me if I'm wrong. Netherlands joined them. I think Japan joined them. So it's kind of the economies are being disconnected. Your source?
Yeah, Mario. So So I think it's a double-edged sword. I mean, that's the issue, right? The dependence lowers tension, but also maximizes risk, right? And I think that's something that both nations kind of acknowledge. I would like to make a comment though, Mario. I think a lot of times people put too much emphasis on economics, interdependence, and that might reduce war. I mean, we've seen studies about World War I, how those economies were very interconnected, the countries in Europe in World War I, and how war happened. And I would note, because the McDonald theory you said was true until 2008 when Russia invaded Georgia. And then again when Russia invaded Ukraine. So I think that just highlights that globalization in and of itself does not guarantee peace. And I think that, just like I said, it's a double-edged sword, and people have to highlight it. And I think Victoria brings up excellent points on the risk that we're assuming, and how China, though, and how they view their economy compared to the U.S. You can't equate the two. How the U.S. views economic trade and economic growth compared to China, what China utilizes completely to increase their geopolitical strength vis-a-vis America, right? I think they do view this more as a competition. I think the U.S. is starting to catch to understand that, hey, if China views us as a threat, we cannot treat them as an equal economic partner as we would, let's say, the European Union. I do have a question, and I would like to ask Miles and Nicholas, because I think both of them, from their background in cyber. And I'll go first to Miles and then Nicholas. Just a quick question. In your experience, when you were both in the role of the U.S. in past U.S. administrations, who was the biggest cyber threat to the U.S.? Would you believe it was China, or back then was it Russia? Just Miles and then Nicholas.
Yeah, far and away, China. I mean, I think Victoria just laid out some really, really compelling reasons why. And I actually think I saw it more even after I left government. Went to Google as their head of advanced technology and security policy. And looking at the sector, I felt, to Victoria's point, like it was completely infiltrated. And I don't say that hyperbolically. I don't say that conspiratorially. It was just very evident that the CCP had completely infiltrated the U.S. tech sector, and that there was a deep animus towards working with the United States among U.S. companies. I'm not necessarily saying that of Google, but broadly in the sector, there was a real aversion to working with the USG, which you don't see that in China. There's not the opportunity for that level of dissent among corporate actors, but they have very firm control over that innovative sector. So there was a huge disadvantage, I think, for the United States in that. Now, I think a lot of that's changed pretty dramatically. But yes, in short, China, by an order of magnitude, was a greater cyber threat than the Russians. Think of the Russians as vandals with spray paint cans, spray painting on your building, and think of the Chinese as extremely sophisticated plumbers that you never see enter. I mean, sometimes people use a robber metaphor instead. The Russians will break into your house, smash the glass, they'll piss on the carpet, they'll kick the dog. You will see their fingerprints everywhere. The Chinese, you'll come home and the door is still locked, and you'll go in and you'll go to bed safe and sound, and the alarm system will be turned on, but they'll have come in anyway, and they'll still be hiding in the house. That would be the cyber analogy that I would use.
Well, let me play devil's advocate for just a second here. Mark Stein, his 2006 book, America Alone. I'm a big proponent of this, or at least this notion of our demographic winter upon us. When you look at China, who just encountered their first ever, or at least in the recent memory, significant population decline, right? One-child policy, selective abortions, 100 million 30-year-olds not having a bride or even a chance at a bride, 100 million Chinese males. Mark Stein makes the case that China is going to become a lot older before it becomes more powerful, and that the age issue is going to be significant, and that dramatically lessens their threat to us. Anyone want to comment on that?
I mean, I agree with that. With China, because they had the one-child policy, you're seeing a significant issue with their population. They have an aging population, not as many youngsters to counteract that issue. In addition to that, they've realized that this is a problem, and then they've tried to move away from the one-child policy. But then again, maybe just because of hubris or arrogance or unwilling to change fast enough, they're not willing, or they haven't yet moved away from that policy. So for sure, China is in a significant issue when it comes to their population and the fact that they're not able to maintain that population in the current situation.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like door number 1, 2, or 3. The press would have you believe that Russia is our main threat. The military-industrial complex would have you believe that China is the real threat. A lot of people along, the likes of Mark Stein, who are 9/11 focused folks, they believe that the Middle East is still a threat. And when you look at demographics, it's obviously door 3. The median age of the Gaza Strip is 15 years old. There's no place like that in the world. And the median age in China and in the U.S. and in Russia is getting very old compared to where they were. I mean, in Russia, for example, during World War II, average age was 22. Now it's 42, right? So the idea being there is this really the tension is obvious, but is the war really at our throats because of this demographic, or does that issue are these the flailing flails of someone in the last throes of life, and they really will start lashing out? Let's see if we can bring up someone new here. Mario,
I think I brought up Combate. Combate, I want to ask you that question. I do want to introduce Vivian and Matt Couch afterwards. But the question I have on top of what Justin just asked is, playing devil's advocate again. There was an argument made that the US played a role in the war we have in Ukraine. Again, Russia should take most of the responsibility. They invaded Ukraine. But it's a lot more complicated than this. And NATO's expansion is one argument being made. But now we're seeing the US partnering with the Philippines, and there's a military base there. And I think NATO's visiting Japan and other countries in Asia. So we're seeing that the same thing that led to the conflict in Ukraine is now being repeated in Asia. It just doesn't, like, we're seeing an escalation with Taiwan. But then instead of kind of taking a step back and discussing a solution for Taiwan, we're seeing NATO expand into Asia.
Yeah, no, 100%. My name is Kumbate. I cover geopolitics. I try to emphasize the global South perspective. And I think, looking back at recent US-China relations and what has happened to diplomatic settlements that the United States and China achieved over years of negotiating the Taiwan question, I think it's fair to say that the Chinese view the Taiwan issue as their red line, the same way the Russians see the Ukraine issue as their red line. And Xi Jinping has been explicit about this, the same way Putin was explicit about the Ukraine issue. And I think we shouldn't doubt their word. They will take this to a war if we threaten the territorial and the integrity of China. And so I think the people of the United States really need to start asking, what benefit is there in belligerence in the South China Sea? How does it benefit the people of the United States to maintain U.S. dominance to such an extent that the United States can set terms in the South China Sea, rather than care for the borders at home and for the problems that are actually affecting the United States.
But why is the U.S. sorry, but why is the U.S. doing this? Like, why is the U.S. taking such a massive gamble, especially with them being spread thin with Ukraine, for Taiwan? Is it just microchips, or is it just fear of Chinese dominance and a change in the world order?
Well, listen, I think there's two things going on that at least I can see from far away. And one thing is there's definitely economic interests that see China's economic performance and the performance of Chinese companies as an inherent threat. And they want to instrumentalize the U.S. government against those Chinese companies like they did to Huawei to slow them down, because they can no longer compete at that level. The competitive edge is fading as China develops more and more and invests more and more in technology. So there's definitely economic interest there, but I think more fundamentally, perhaps, there's a neoconservative ideology that is just pervasive throughout the United States foreign policy establishment that focuses on containing other countries to basically stay up on top of the world. And I think that mentality belongs to the past century. The Chinese have explicitly disavowed that mentality. And in every speech, every statement, they talk about win-win cooperation and mutual development. And that's the line that has won basically the ear of countries across the entire world that want to develop, want win-win mutual cooperation. And essentially, I think we need to start realizing that peace is something you build through cooperation, through development. You can't just force China to accept your terms or your vision of the world right at their backyard, the same way we cannot force Russia to adopt our vision of the world at their own backyard.
Slayman? You're muted, Slayman.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, so
I was reading your text. So basically, I mean, I agree with a lot of what Combat said, and I think if you look at it from another perspective, if you from a world perspective, as rather than looking at it from a United States perspective, or firstly, even the United States perspective. First of all, as you said, they've spread thin. They've spent significant amounts of money meddling in wars abroad to the extent that basically working class Americans are struggling. And then when you look at China's policy, it's completely the reverse. They're looking after their people. They're making sure that their people are doing well. They're not meddling in wars in other countries. If you speak to most of their partners, they speak about China in glowing lights. They've made significant investment in Africa. They've made significant investment in Asia. And from their perspective, these are all partnerships where they're investing and they're giving these countries what they require to build up their infrastructure. And so when you look at it from a global stage, where we had a scenario where everyone looked up to the United States as the world leader, they now see United States as a warmonger, and they see China as a useful ally from a financial and infrastructure perspective.
How's the US? But how's the US a warmonger? Are you referring back to Afghanistan and Iraq or recent events?
Well, you've got like you said, Iraq. You had Afghanistan, and then United States only came out of Afghanistan, and then immediately after that have funded through the military-industrial complex the war in Russia and Ukraine. And the skeptic in one may think that, or the conspiracy theorist.
But then again, yeah, go ahead. Sorry, finish your point.
Conspiracy theorists may think that the treat from Afghanistan was in preparation for a possible engagement in another country.
But that's causation correlation. There's no evidence to state
for sure. That's why I said
that. Like, I don't think. Yeah. But it could be. It could be. Maybe there were early indicators that Russia could invade Ukraine. But my next point is, Russia, despite NATO's expansion, despite everything, NATO did not invade. And Ukraine should have the choice to join. Did NATO, was Russia against it? Maybe. But NATO decided to convince Ukraine to do so. Ukraine accepted. Russia's the one that invaded the border. China's the one that is threatening to invade Taiwan's border. How is, in this case, ignoring Afghanistan and Iraq and Vietnam, etc., because that's a different argument, in the particular state of the world, the state of affairs, how is US the warmonger?
Well, basically because they're meddling in affairs that are not have nothing to do with them. If America wasn't involved,
But you can't say. Sorry, I'm interrupting a bit today, but you can't say it has nothing to do with them. Ukraine is borders NATO, and Taiwan. Maybe it doesn't have, it has it's the biggest manufacturer, microchip manufacturer. So strategically,
So with Taiwan, there's been a policy. I agreed that there's a one China policy. Obviously, it's a contradictory policy because they said it's a one China policy, but at the same time, they still gave their back into Taiwan and gave them weapons and so on and so forth. In terms of Ukraine, I mean, it is an issue because there was agreements or an understanding that Ukraine would not join NATO. There was an agreement and understanding that they would not weaponize Ukraine. It's on the border of Russia. Like if that was happening in the United States, and for example, the United States had enemy, Mexico was the enemy, or Venezuela, or any of the South American countries, you wouldn't have a scenario where it would have been acceptable, or Russia wouldn't have been allowed to put weaponry on the borders of America. You saw when they tried to do it in Cuba. So yeah. That is a significant issue. You can't just ignore that. It's actually, he was just put in a corner and he had no choice. And similar with Taiwan,
he had other choice.
What was the other choice? Like you let basically the person on your border become part of NATO or become weaponized.
Do we lose you, Mario? Hang on.
Yeah, give them incentive not to join NATO. Convince them not to join NATO, not force them not to join NATO. The US didn't force Ukraine to join NATO. The US convinced
by putting a puppet government by basically causing a revolution and then putting a puppet. Yes,
that's okay. So that's a possibility. We don't know for sure, but it's a plausible possibility. There's arguments on both sides of this, and it's hard to know for sure. Then have Russia do the same thing. Russia has a puppet government in Georgia, or invaded Georgia, and I think they installed a puppet government. They've done the same, I think, to Belarus. They've supported arguably a puppet government, which is okay. That's a strategy. But I think crossing a border, again, I'm not saying that the US is the right thing. I'm not saying maybe Putin didn't have any other choice, but it just seems like Matt. I want to go to Matt before we go. I see a few hands up. Matt, I want to go to you. Like, do you agree with Sliman's argument? Is the US just kind of poking its nose in other countries' affairs, and that could get us in trouble and potentially serious trouble?
I mean, I think it's an interesting take that he's got, Mario. But honestly, you look at the situation, in both countries, whether it's China and Taiwan or, Russia and the Ukraine, the U.S. is not doing anything to quelch either one of these. We need to be at the diplomacy table right now, not funding this proxy war. And I think it's interesting the take that he has that, that we're causing, world spread and worldwide issues. I think that the world's opinion of the U.S. has probably changed dramatically in the last 25 months with the debacle of the U.S. trying to exit Afghanistan, and now, of course, the military-industrial complex funding what's going on in the Ukraine at the backs of the American taxpayer. But I think there's a situation here to where, I look at it from a different angle, which is if something does pop off, who's going to fight in this war? When you look at the military numbers, and you've got some great panelists on here, but we're talking about having to have when we talk about the U.S. and China possibly going to war, how are we going to do that with a draft? Because we don't have the manpower, we don't have the ammunition, we don't have the ability to do it right now. And if we're at war with China and Russia, the Chinese are definitely not going to fund us with materials to build our war machine. There's a whole other avenue here. But I think, to get back to what Soleimani said, I just think that, there's got to be we don't have negotiators in the White House in that administration at all right now. And it speaks dividends. We don't have anyone that's talking any sense. Most of you guys already know there was a peace deal before this thing even popped off. Boris Johnson, as most of you know, told them not to take the peace deal, told Zelensky not to take it. And here we are a year later down the road. But to say that this thing started because it was unprovoked, guys, I mean, this has been going on since 2014 in the Donbas regions. It's not like this started a year ago, like the legacy media is telling everyone, and so many people are uneducated on the entire situation. This is a 9-year war. And now the Chinese are involved because we're pushing up very hard against one of their allies, and we're making threats in Taiwan. Just as you're going, I'll yield back, but it's this. I wish I had a better answer, but it's such a complex situation, and I don't feel like we're the world power that we think we are anymore, unfortunately.
And Justin, I
you're
can't
pretty
find the
close
hand
there.
raise function, so I'm just going to put my verbal hand up. But you can go to others first.
No, that's fine. Let me play a clip. This is probably the extremist view, or this is the alarmist view. Joe Rogan, Speaker of the People here. Let me just give you his take real quick the other day on what's happening here. I want to stick with the China subject.
Get caught up in these ideological battles, and all the while they're inching us closer to nuclear war. They're pushing dangerous pharmaceutical drugs into our lives. They're instituting a centralized digital currency and a credit score system and controlling people and locking people down and establishing narratives that are not based on fact at all. But if you don't follow lockstep with that narrative, you're fucked and you're out of a job. And so everybody doesn't know what to do. Next thing you know, we have something that's very similar to what's going on in China. And that can happen. We're not that far away from something like that happening here. All it would take is a large disaster, some sort of an attack, some sort of a terrible scenario where a bunch of people died and they had to change the rules in order to protect us. And next thing you know, you're fucked.
Okay, speech language there. Go ahead. Who was that? Sorry.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm
No,
Vivian.
good, Vivian.
Vivian, go ahead. Yeah.
Yes, I'm glad to be invited, and I'm the new to the panel.
Can you give us a quick intro there?
Yes, actually, as the only Chinese woman here, I'm glad that I can chip in with some different narrative and methodology. So very quick.
We do also have Mr. Biao as well, Tang Biao, on stage, who's a Chinese gentleman. So we would love to ask him a few questions. But go ahead, Vivian.
Yeah, so very quick introduction to myself is like originally I'm from China, but spent long enough years working for different international media. The latest stay was in Hong Kong. I was a BBC head up there, and I was in charge of BBC Chinese there. Before that, I had long enough time to just consult some NGOs and a lot of international organizations, including the embassies in China in different regions. So my line of reporting and my line of watch basically is on China in general, but also always try to just give in-depth, insightful coverage on China, since the advantage is the Chinese is my native. So somehow I'm lucky to get some access to the Chinese society in a close-up way that I think more and more this world needs when we try to look at the situation like this. Recently I moved back to America, so it's good to see how the narratives are changing and how the tensions are building up. So very quickly, that's my introduction. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, so try to answer your first question, because I see the conversation has already goes to quite far, but I have several points to make. Allow me to just give several.
Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So your major question is, are we worried about or no, and why, right? So of course, because since I'm from the media background, I'm probably the only journalist here. No, I have other colleagues here. Yeah. So, but journalists, usually we try to stay unbiased and based on the facts, but also we have a habit to look at the narratives, especially trying to tap into the unknown narratives and some of the tensions that, especially if you're able to see on both sides. So my point will be, I'm worried personally, but honestly, I'm more curious about what's going on both sides. One is about the U.S. I think the recent fear and heated discussions about this U.S.-China possible war are actually the result of a rising attention of the media coverage. Because I'm now I'm not with any professional institutional media, so actually I can have more freedom to talk about this. And I think the recent attention, especially we see from the American public perspective, is really created by this recent coverage on balloons. And so basically even the American public, people, ordinary people, start to feel like China could send their balloons and the military presence to the homeland. So this is very relevant and very close up feelings. If ordinary Americans, they know about China, if only about the products made in China or the losing jobs. These are the economic factors. But recent coverage on China goes to very quickly this military relation and the military tension. So I want to make this point. It's like from media perspective, I have to say a lot of journalists who work for different medias in America, actually they express this frustration. They say why China all of a sudden becomes such a prominent topic, only because of the balloons. But a lot of people think this balloon are quite strange and bizarre story. And of course, we still see a lot of information unknown to the public and to the media. But I want to emphasize this recent confrontation. It's unreasonably abrupt and a little bit exaggerated. And my second point is.
But sorry, Vivian, before you go to the second point, and that first point being of exaggerated, I know we have a few hands up, but like I don't like to make to kind of over exaggerate things to get attention. But in this case, if you have Biden saying that he'll support Taiwan militarily, and Taiwan and China saying, I've said this a few times, I don't understand how it's being over exaggerated. You've just got a lot. We've had the leak from the general saying that by 2025 he has a gut feeling that the countries will be at war.
Yeah, thank you, Mario. Actually, before joining this panel, I read all of your tweets. Wonderful. That's a wonderful, countdown on this media coverage and the narratives. I think the most alarming and the most affirmative signs that the U.S. will take military actions are both from Biden. He was talking to CBS reporter. He said, he was asked, are you going to get into this war? Not a war. The word is like he will defend Taiwan on the condition if Taiwan was invaded, right? And the most, another one he was made in Japan when he was visiting, and he was, I think that's a prepared remarks he was trying to make. He said, if in any chance that China is going to invade Taiwan, U.S. won't U.S. will take actions. I'm not quoting, but that's a narrative. So I think, in that sense, we're not exaggerating. So I'm not saying we're spreading fears or we're talking something make no sense. Totally, I appreciate that we talk about this, especially in this English American setting. But my point is somehow this immediate and this sudden fears among American people was somehow directly related to the recent escalation and the appearance of media coverage. So I'm not saying this is nonsense. This is not important. It's extremely important. But I want to explain why all of a sudden all the Twitter users start to worry about war. So allow me to make second point. You mentioned that.
So Vivian, before you make your second point, I just want to clarify. Like I agree with what you're saying. So what Vivian's trying to say is, not that everything's exaggerated. Obviously, Biden has made them comments, but she's trying to say things like the balloon and these type of things are overly exaggerated to make people focus negatively.
What do you mean? This is the first. This is that what you said, Vivian? This is the
yes.
This is the first time. Yeah. But Vivian Slayman, this is the first time the Air Force NORAD is involved in shooting anything down. That's a spy. It's potentially a spy balloon over U.S. territory, U.S. airspace.
It's obviously a spy balloon.
Can I make my can I?
Go ahead, Vivian. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
So, the reasons also we have enough reasons to worry that war it will be started. But my question is, I think I want to just cool everybody's down a little bit. Like think first is U.S. really prepared for a war. Secondly, this is a real war that's, this like, just now before I joined this panel, actually, I was reading a piece. It's by VOA. We know this VOA is very aggressively reporting a lot of topics. This one is really relevant. It says the U.S. Army Secretary, what's her name? It's Christine Wormuth. She made the point that absolutely the Biden administration has been preparing the U.S. as homeland, as a military force to be more prepared for a war. But her point is, obviously we have to prepare. We have to prepare to fight and to win that war. And she makes the second point is like our goal is to avoid fighting a land war in Asia. And I think the best way to avoid, I'm quoting her, she said, I think the best way to avoid fighting that war is by showing China and countries in that region that we can actually win that war. I think that's a point. It's like extremely important for USA to be prepared militarily, psychologically, socially, politically, economically for a war. But we all know that if we are against the war as a, peacemakers in whatever, a universal value,
Sure.
the war is something that you should do your best to avoid.
Okay.
But the good way is to get yourself prepared. So at this moment, I believe the U.S. government needs to have more strategic talk like this, a lot of very candid, very open up, very honest, and even very down to ground.
Well, let me play this short clip, and then we're going to go to Austin and Dustin. This is Nicholas Burns, U.S. ambassador to China. Again, this is more sober take, but also sort of the Biden administration positioning itself, as it says, in a strong position. Let's listen. Just a 1-minute clip.
Our American position is stronger than it was 5 or 10 years ago. It's the strength of our alliances. It's the strength of our private sector. It's our innovative capacity and our R&D capacity, which comes from our research institutions and our big tech companies. And I do think that the Chinese now understand that the United States is staying in this region. We're the leader in this region in many ways, and that we want a future of peace with China. We don't want, as the President Biden makes clear every time he talks about this, we don't want conflict. But we're going to hold our own out here. And I feel optimistic. I'm just concluding my first year as ambassador about the American position in this country and in this region.
So I think that's interesting. Obviously, a little sober positioning. Some would say some waffling, maybe as someone put it, a little bit of arrogance there too. But there are some interesting viewpoints there. Let me go. I know Dustin, we were having trouble
Justin,
getting back up.
just to expand on that quickly. Sorry, and I know you will push it to Austin, but 2 points. One, I believe it was also the CIA director and a senior Pentagon official. There was a USNI article about this, but both of them basically are stating that they believe that China recognizes the risk more so, with Western Ukraine and how the U.S. is posturing in the region. Because again, one of the things U.S. military does really well is deterrence. And they believe because of that China's temptation, let's say, or desire to launch an invasion against Taiwan forcefully by 2027 is lowering. And I think we're seeing that with Japan increasing their defense spending as well. So to Vivian's point, I think deterrence is helping and hopefully will reduce threat of military conflict. But I know Austin will probably want to jump in on that.
I please allow me to make second point.
Before you make your second, I know you've got a lot of points. I do want to just, if you don't mind, just briefly go to Austin. By the way, Miles, to put your hand up, you just press on the love bottom right corner, the love button with the plus, and then on the right you have that hand up. If you want to put your hand up, Miles, or feel free to just jump in when there you go, it worked. I knew you wanted to speak. But yeah, so Vivian, I will go back to you because I know you had more points to make, I promise. But yeah, Austin, I know you wanted to comment on that question by all source. Good to have you back, man. And then we'll go, so what we'll do is go Austin, then we'll go to Mr. Tang Biao and Miles, and then go back to Vivian.
Let's get Dustin in there too at some point too. Dustin, to Austin. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Oh, Dustin, there's Dustin. Yeah, of course, I wasn't showing up. Go ahead, Austin.
Absolutely. Thanks again for letting me up here. Yeah, I think it's the first point I want to kind of comment on here is the idea that the United States is sort of stretched thin right now. I think there's a very clear reason when we talk about the potential for conflict between China and Taiwan. We are talking 2025. We're talking 2027. And the very apparent reason for that is the fact that the Chinese have not built up their navy, and specifically their maritime transportation capacity to where they would want it to be in order to execute such an operation. They don't have the let's say tomorrow Xi decides to try and take Taipei. He does not have the amount of ships necessary to transport the invasion force that would be required for those sort of amphibious operations. They would have to rely heavily upon civilian ferries that are known as RoRos, which stands for roll on, roll off, meaning you can roll anything from a car to a tank onto them and then roll them off once they get into sort of shallow waters. Now, the issue with these RoRo ferries is that they, number one, they do not handle well in bad weather, which the Straits of Taiwan are notorious for having typically rough seas. And on top of that, the Taiwanese and the Americans both maintain a very coherent and efficient submarine capacity. So any sort of landing sort of run by the Chinese would face severe sort of obstacles, not just with the fact that most of the beaches of Taiwan aren't sort of capable for supporting such an operation, but that the vast majority of these civilian ferries would likely be sunk in an operation like that. Why this is important is because a lot of the times when folks are talking about the idea that the United States strategically is stretched thin is because of the support the United States is currently giving towards Ukraine. The reality of that situation is that there are no American military units currently dedicated towards the Russo-Ukrainian conflict. The only shortages that we're seeing in the near term are mostly munitions based upon supplies. And as you know, as it's going to take the Chinese, should their objective be the forceful reunification or unification, I should say, with Taiwan, as long as it's going to take them to build the Navy required to do so, the United States actively is learning what it means to produce, once again, munitions at scale from the Russo-Ukrainian war. So I don't really see the argument that the United States is strategically stretched thin as holding much water, because there's plenty of time to sort of learn from, production at scale and what the strategic landscape is going to look like by the time we reach the initial dates of some of these predictions.
How about wasn't there a weapon, an advanced weapon that the US was working on? I can't remember the name, that China beat the US and surprised everyone in their capabilities. And I think they stole US technology to be able to achieve that. Do you know which example I'm referring to, Austin? I see Matt Couch putting the 100% emoji. So I think he knows what I'm referring to. Do you know what I'm referring to there, Austin?
It's common practice. It has been common practice for the past 20 years, specifically in military development, for the Chinese to engage in intellectual property theft and attempt to, and in some cases, nearly perfectly copy some U.S. military.
No, so I'm referring China surprise. There's 17th of October 2021. Yes. China surprises U.S. with hypersonic missile test.
Yeah,
there we go.
Okay, so hypersonic missile development. Okay, cool. Yes, there's
So I'll read out a quote. Hold on. Let me read out the quote here. The test showed, and the reason I'm referring to this because obviously the stronger the U.S. is, the stronger the Chinese military is, the more confident they are in being able to wage a war or try to invade Taiwan. I'll read out the quote. The test showed that China had made astounding progress on hypersonic weapons and was, quote, far more advanced than U.S. official realized. And I thought I read somewhere that they even beat the U.S. in achieving a certain milestone. I'm sure I read it somewhere. Doesn't that concern you in any way, Austin?
It does a little bit. However, I think there's an inherent fascination amongst number one, mass media, and number two, the general public with individual weapon systems themselves, as opposed to how they can be sort of applied, right? And I think we're seeing this actively with the Russo-Ukrainian war. I think there's a lot of focus on systems, and I think that's a bit of a fallacy, and it kind of drives back to the doctrine and strategy of weapons development that we saw from the Germans during the Second World War, with the concept of a Wunderwaffen, or sort of a wonder weapon that's going to sort of change the entire conflict and win the war. As we've seen from recent tests from the United States is capable of developing hypersonic missiles. I think what should be a larger focus here is what does sort of force composition look like if we're going to talk about a war between the two countries. But I think what's equally important to mention here, and this is going to be my final point, is as much talk as of right now, and the reason that all of these projections, and I'll kind of hark back on this, the reason that all of these projections are talking about 2025, 2027, 2029 is that the Chinese do not currently possess the military capacity to invade Taiwan, unless every single sort of factor goes in their favor, which is
no, they don't have. They have the military capacity if the US doesn't get involved, obviously. But if the US gets involved militarily, then
I think it's a reasonable assumption to say the U.S. would be involved militarily. I don't think the United States would.
For Taiwan, but for just Taiwan, they would risk war with the second strongest or the third strongest military, potentially a nuclear war, potentially a world war. And I'm not just saying this myself. A lot of policymakers, ex-generals, etc., have mentioned the taboo word of world war. They would risk all this for Taiwan, which technically and arguably the U.S. kind of years and years ago, they knew that it's inevitable China will eventually reunite with Taiwan, and they made a kind of very vague they passed a vague bill to kind of solve the issue but delay the problem. So it's like something they're expecting to happen, yet they would risk a war for this with China, risk their economy, risk everything.
I would certainly say so, because the United States economy
why? For microchips?
I mean, not just for microchips, but also for strategic posturing. I think even though the 1979 Taiwan Relations Act was specifically ambiguous in nature, I think the One China policy has actually been very important, because the reason the One China policy exists is it allows, Beijing to go back to, it allows who is ever leading Beijing to go home and say, there is one China, and equally it sort of dissuades the United States from recognizing, Taiwan as an independent country, even though in practice it very much is. So no, I don't really have any doubts. I do believe the United States would become militarily involved if Taiwan was invaded, and I don't really foresee there would be any pushback from either the Japanese, the South Koreans, the Australians, or the Filipinos, or any other sort of U.S. strategic partner in the region.
Philippines, in Northern Australia, we're seeing NATO visit Asian countries close to China. I see a lot of hands up, so I want to go quickly to Mr. Tang Biao. I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name. Welcome to the stage. I think it's the first time on the show, on the roundtable, and would love your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you very much for your invitation. My name is Tang Biao. I'm a human rights lawyer and scholar from China. I left China 2 years after Xi Jinping came to power. And because of my human rights work in China, I was banned from teaching, disbarred, detained, kidnapped, and tortured. So my field is criminal justice, human rights law, and politics in China. I'm currently teaching at University of Chicago. So very brief point. The first, it would have been highly likely for Xi Jinping to invade Taiwan before 2027 or even 2025. But Putin's war may have changed Xi Jinping's decision. Xi Jinping and the CCP have seen Putin has been defeated. At least Putin did not win the war very soon as predicted. And they have seen the United States and its allies firmly support Ukraine. So and now the likelihood for invading Taiwan is much less than in 2022. And second point is the most important consideration for the Communist Party, the invasion of Taiwan is not military, not economy, not ideology, but politics. So I always, discuss with my students that the number one priority of the CCP is to maintain its monopoly on power, and it's like a one-party dictatorship. So and if invading Taiwan is helpful for this aim, and then the CCP will do. If invading Taiwan is is harmful to this aim, and then it will not. And no matter the probability of winning the war, so there's possibility like losing a war in Taiwan can be good for this Communist Party, and then Xi Jinping can invade Taiwan. So that and I've written a piece about that. These considerations, and then the final point is I in China I had been sacrificed my freedom, my career to promote human rights and democracy in China, and so I'm not calling for a war against China. I'm always call for regime change, but unfortunately the United States and all democratic countries have given up the policy of regime change. They don't want to democratize China, and that's wrong. I think that's a mistake. And democratizing Taiwan is democratizing China is not only required by like a value, the universal value, but also required by economic and political interests of the United States. And so Roger Gassett, the author of the China Coup, so he has an interesting piece like the regime change in the context of China is a necessity for the United States. And that's it.
I have a question for you, Tenga, before we go to other panelists. And Angela, welcome to the panel. I have a quick question for you. In terms of regime change, is that, there was an argument being made many years ago that if the Chinese economy crumbles, and it's a matter of time considering the debt, etc., and that argument is like 10, 12 years old, the Communist Party will not survive because they're hanging on a thread. They rely on their controls hanging on a thread. But it doesn't seem to be the case. And what we saw with COVID, the protests with the lockdown, they were not as severe as many people made them out to be, as the media made it out to be. What could lead to a coup, and how would? Can you hear me, Tengyao?
Yes, sorry. So, almost all the experts predict that China's economy can't keep its rapid growth rate, and it is facing economic crisis, and that will bring out like social and political crisis in China. And last November, December, we have seen the white paper revolution, the A4 movement, and so under this brutal suppression and totalitarian surveillance, people still took to the street and called for the end of a zero COVID policy, and also calling for freedom and democracy. So and it is Chinese people's duty to overthrow the Communist Party. And many Chinese people have sacrificed their freedom and even their lives to achieve to fight for democracy. But the United States, the democracies should have a reasonable policy, and I always criticize the engagement policy. It seems like appeasement for the past two decades or more. Yeah, so it's time to end the appeasement policy in the name of engagement.
I want to go to Dustin briefly. I know, Dustin, you've had your hand up for a while. So I'll let you comment on what was said so far, and I've got a couple of questions for you as well before we go to Miles and Matt.
Hey, it's great being here. My name is Dustin Carmack. I'm a research fellow at the Heritage Foundation.
Your mic is, Dustin, not sure if you could get your mic a bit closer to your mouth. It's a bit far.
Yeah, can you hear me?
It's a bit worse now.
Okay, one second.
No problem at all. So while waiting for, are you with us, Dustin?
Yeah. Is this better?
Much better. Yeah. Much better. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm a research fellow at the Heritage Foundation, where I focus on cyber and intelligence policy. But my previous career, I was over at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, where I served as Chief of Staff to Director John Ratcliffe, and then prior to that, I was with him as his Chief of Staff in Congress on the Hill when he served on the Intel and Homeland Security committees, and then before that, I was with then Congressman DeSantis as his Chief of Staff. And so I've worked a lot in these issues space, and have a keen interest in on China here for a while. And it's been a great discussion. I just bring up a few things regarding kind of what I see as, this question of the 2025, back to kind of your original question on this kind of deterrence box that we're kind of in is I think, China's seeing there's twofold questions here. I think Xi is seeing what he wants to see in his timeline, because he essentially says this. I mean, he wants to see the possible, it's a contrast within the CCP where there's people that want to play the long game and essentially see what happened with Hong Kong, where you essentially see a peaceful transition back fully into the Chinese scope and the national security law on one end, and those that see that is fleeting as the United States pays more attention to this, that gets them, removes themselves from some things, say like in Afghanistan or other areas, but it's also promoting and building defense structures throughout the Asian Pacific theater. And so, that's why you're seeing man-made islands be built in the South Pacific Sea South China Sea, is because you're seeing this force projection picture extend out much further, not only towards Guam, but I mean, this gives them a window to really push back on any kind of U.S. deterrence posture. And so, as you were mentioning earlier about the Taiwan Straits being the choppy waters and a tough incursion exercise, we haven't really spent a lot of time talking about what China is capable from a cyber standpoint. I mean, the Bureau and others have talked about the fact that China's cyber forces are larger than any other nation state in the world combined, between people that moonlight in criminal apparatuses, but also those that can target critical infrastructure. And as Nicholas brought up earlier, I mean, the ODNI has relayed this in unclassified spaces that they contain capabilities to affect critical infrastructure, at least for periods of time. And if you remember, the Colonial Pipeline hack was by just a non-nation state and had massive impacts and ramifications just by causing consumer panic and fear in the United States populace. So China looks for these opportunities, if it's on the hypersonics end of looking at ways to look at a deterrence posture, if it's looking at the intel posture of understanding command and control systems. That Chinese spy balloon, by the way, flew over our radar system in Fort Greely, that in our ICBM interceptors that look over the pole, that see how we engage and how we pick up threats that come over the Arctic, and including from China, from Russia, from North Korea. It included areas, of course, in Montana where it was initially spotted, but also my home state of Missouri. Whiteman Air Force Base is home of the B-2 strategic bomber. So, to say that, okay, we just
so that's
yeah, go ahead.
Mario, you're muted.
Sure, it happens a lot. Yeah, so you just said the balloon was used for just to see U.S. response, military response. So my question to you is why? Is that just pure basic data collection? Because they've intruded intentionally. I'm assuming that's what you're implying. They intentionally intruded U.S. airspace just to see U.S. response. That just shows they're very ballsy. Goes against what Austin. Your point is.
That's not exactly what I'm saying. I don't know that to be the case. I mean, there's been speculation that it was something that may have been intended for Guam or Hawaii, where these things have been picked up beforehand and probably wouldn't have noticed, the kind of posture that, happens when you fly over Bozeman to Montana. But it could have been picked up by a random jet stream. But then once, it was over, it was kind of like, hey, let's see how far this rodeo can go. And why not try to use that? I mean, as a possibility. And then, like I said, the United States response, they saw it coming into NORAD space over the Aleutian Islands. There was plenty of opportunities to engage that aircraft at the time. And so, yeah, you can make arguments they want to get it for counterintelligence purposes, but to let it go over the entire United States, I still find it to be a kind of an outrageous proposition. But no, like I said, I mean, you're going to use that as an opportunity, same as their satellite structures are used to try to pick up, a ton of intelligence and data all the time in the United States.
Miles, I'm going to go to you and Matt with a question. We all agree there is a possibility of a conflict between both countries. We kind of disagree on how likely that is. But the next question I have is, what's the possible outcome? I know all sorts, you're probably going to geek out on this one, but how could it play out? I was watching a few documentaries and they have all these nice images and stuff of how the US will respond. And both of them mentioned China having an initial strike on US, a preemptive strike on US military basis around Taiwan, knowing that the US will get involved. Could China really have the guts to do this? Are they in a position to do this? That's number one. And number two, even if it doesn't go that far, if China starts to plan or starts to indicate that they will invade Taiwan, similar to what we saw with Russia, what could the impact be on the global economy and the world as a whole if a conflict does break out? And I know when you say conflict does break out, there's different ways a conflict could break out. So I'd love you to touch on the different scenarios. Maybe Miles, you want to go first, and we'll go to Matt, and then we'll go to Austin.
Mario, you ask so many questions. It's like flying with the Riddler. I don't even know.
my bad.
No, I'm just teasing you. Look, how does it end? Oh, it doesn't end well. It's not pretty, but I say that for a reason, because that in and of itself may be instructive for both nations. I mean, we know from the history of warfare that sometimes you need to get into war to have a different outcome. In other words, if a war with China is very bad, it teaches both countries that they really want to avoid it again, and it probably pushes them to stay in their spaces. And I go back to just before Dustin, the speaker before him, I think made some very lucid points about how at the end of the day, this is ideological. And that's why we have to put assumptions out the window. Like, would the United States really go to war over Taiwan? I think it was useful for you to ask that question earlier, Mario, because we all remember that the United States went to war because some Austrian diplomat was assassinated in 1914. Why the hell would we go to war over that? Because there are deep underlying ideological reasons. And I think for policymakers on both sides in the United States, it's that we see in China a regime slaughtering its own people, violating human rights, projecting power in an autocratic way, and generally representing a threat to the West. And the speaker before Dustin made a very good point, which was that a democratized China completely changes this equation. And so that's why I think we need to, 100 years ago, Teddy Roosevelt said, war as a general rule is to be avoided, but it's far better than certain kinds of peace. And that's how US policymakers are going to operate. There are some scenarios with China where a war is preferable to an expansionist China around the world. But I think we have to admit that, to the point Dustin was making, some of these asymmetric capabilities make it a lot less likely for us to anticipate whether that will break out or not. There is inherent uncertainty here. I think it's a very unstable situation and will remain so. So it's going to be difficult for us to predict whether we go to war with China. Analysts who want to say they know the probability is low, they don't actually know, because a lot of the things that could influence the trajectory of the lead up to war or war itself have never been tried in warfare. So we are in a period of great uncertainty, but we can't forget that the underlying nature of this is ideological at its core.
Miles, what's the process for, and I kind of took a few steps ahead, but what's the process for the US to launch nuclear missiles, nuclear warheads? What's the process for Russia, and what's the process for China? Very briefly. I'm not sure if you know the answer for that. I know it's a complex question.
Mario, that's the perfect question to ask me or Dustin to get us put in jail. So, look, the technical answer is not one that I could get into, but from a policymaking standpoint, I think no matter what country you're talking about, there's a great degree of uncertainty. I mean, anyone who's sat in the White House Situation Room knows that, frankly, like any conversation, it's not a foregone conclusion the direction something's going to go. Sometimes there's groupthink, sometimes there's strong opinions. I think that's why you want to avoid ever getting into the position where two countries are discussing when and how to put their fingers on the red button. Because when you get to that point, you're leaving it to a far greater probability of execution than if you'd never flipped the cover off the red button in the first place. I think that's what you want to avoid. And I do think that's where the rational actor model that purports to describe how countries interact in a state of warfare or in international relations in general is actually useful, because both Beijing and Washington deeply want to avoid that scenario. So you can imagine there being conflict that escalates to warfare, but doesn't necessarily escalate to nuclear warfare. Perhaps
so is it
threats,
how likely is it for? I got two questions before we go to Matt. The first question is, I'm kind of pressing on that initial question. With Russia, I just looked it up earlier before the space. With Russia, Putin could give the order, but there are. How likely is it to hit the nuclear stage?
Yeah, well, I would say this. I get what you were driving at with the earlier question, and that would be, depending on a nation's regime type and their military, is that going to affect the likelihood of them deploying a nuclear weapon? What autonomy do they give their commanders? But I genuinely think, regardless of what safeguards are in place, when you enter a nuclear war scenario, any sense of what's going to happen in terms of command and control is academic at best. That there's a very good chance you see, whether it's a democracy or an autocracy, people making decisions and self-deploying because they know that the existence of not just their country, but perhaps humanity is at stake. And so I'm not sure I would put a whole lot of faith in what command and control looks like in any type of country in a nuclear war scenario, nor do I think anyone can really predict with great accuracy what that would look like. But to your question, I do think there's, game theory tells us a lot about what's likely to happen in those scenarios. And what is likely is what we have already seen in the past, which is two countries rapidly getting to a situation of mutually assured destruction. In other words, both of them readying themselves to make the threat and looking at that threat and deciding they don't want to end up in that scenario. And I think that's what's very plausible. I think the likelihood of nuclear war between the US and China that piece is exceptionally low. I think the likelihood of ending up in a mutually assured destruction scenario where the threats get to that point is actually probably quite high if we're looking at this century as a time horizon.
Matt?
Yeah, I think Miles kind of, he took a lot of what I was going to say. Very great talking points there, Miles. I also think.
Yeah, take that, Matt. I got you. I left you with nothing, dude.
I got to follow that, man.
Go for it.
But no, at the same time, I think we're also not looking, you brought up the financial ramifications if China and the U.S. were to go to war, and this is not even nuclear. Let's just say, they invade Taiwan, we try to counter. Who knows what that may be? I threw an article up in the nest there. China's got a plan where they're putting Cold War fighter jets. They've got over 500 of these J6. I think it's J6 is their old one. J7 is the new one. Don't hold me to it. I'm not a MiG expert, but they're turning them into actual bombs. Basically, over 400 of them that are going to be drones, so that they can take out missile batteries and infrastructure and things like that in Taiwan. So they do have what looks to be some sort of a plan in place. But to me, the financial ramifications for Americans, because we are so reliant on China for everything, medicines, our goods, our clothing, our food. I don't think people realize that if a war does pop off, the effects and the fallout on the American people, not just militarily and not just with the loss of American lives, but you're talking about empty shelves and a dire situation in the United States like we've never seen before, because those shelves are going to dry up. Things are going to empty. You're not going to be able to get goods. You're not going to be able to get medications. China, you're going to have a massive war over there where all of the goods come and flow through. That's going to be a nightmare scenario that I don't know if we thought that far ahead. That's a chess game, Mario. But I think, just to answer the financial part, since Miles answered so many of the other military ones, I think that's something that needs to be thought out well by our government as well.
I would love to go to Austin to continue that point. And Austin, not sure if you could kind of elaborate on the initial question I had. And the reason I'm asking this is it just fascinates me that you could have, and it kind of depresses me, you could have just two people that could destroy the planet. Genuinely, Xi Jinping, Putin, and the US president could kill billions of people. So my question is: there different layers? Like, how much power does Xi Jinping have in being able to deploy nuclear warheads? And of course, you can touch on the ramifications of a direct conflict between the U.S. and China. And what would Russia do?
So in the case, there's a lot to cover here. So I'm gonna take it piece by piece here. Number one, the big.
Mario just asked way too many questions. I'm having a hard time as co-host to keep up.
I just get excited, guys. I just get excited. Like
I've been trying to ask a question for 20 minutes and I just can't keep up.
And the thing is,
sorry to chip in again. Since we talked about the Chinese thinking, can I just contribute some of the?
Yeah, please.
discussion?
Yeah, go ahead, Vivian. I'll let you contribute, and then we'll go to Austin on these questions.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, first I saw some comments there. It sounds like I'm a propaganda, but Teng Biao, he knows that I'm not. So I'm trying to say, it's like, remember, we talk about the nuclear weapons. I echo one of the speakers, I think it's Mato or Miles. To any countries want to go that point? No, but if Xi Jinping now, if we compare him like Putin, both of them, they have some common features that scares the whole world, and the world has enough reason to be wary and to be nervous about it. But nobody wants to see the world goes to that point to have two insane people to just press the red button. So how can American and his allies to contain China strategically, militarily, and make a very clear message to Xi and his military hawkish directors that don't even imagine to win the war? So that's a message. It's like, just imagine like how much Ukraine's people on the ground have to suffer. Nobody wants to see a war, but it doesn't mean that U.S. has to show a softened line with China. So that's the point. I want to further elaborate that. And secondly, I think Teng Biao has made a very good point, and I want to enhance. And one of the speakers, I forgot, but I appreciate that the distinction between China, Chinese people, and the CCP. I do see, the previous administration, Trump administration, several very smart people like Matt Pottinger, like even Pompeo, they have made very good points that, first, the fundamental difference between China and the US is on ideology. What do you mean by ideology? It's like, look at China's recent statement. They make a lot of statements on what a Chinese socialism, communism country Xi Jinping wants to build. That is very troubling, and it's just a lot of attention should be put on this part. It's like, if we look at China as a socialism, communism regime, it's written in their it's written in their statement. They want to diminish. They want to eliminate capitalism, and they also want to delete all the they call Western concepts, Western values, Western model of living from this planet. That's worrisome too. So if we go back to the radical difference between two regimes, that's the fundamental difference, and that's an actual legitimate reason for us to talk about CCP.
So there's a Protocol. You'd be great to respond to Vivian's point, but before you do, so I know Protocol, you've got a lot to say there to balance out the discussion. Thanks for sharing those points, Vivian, and Protocol. I want to kind of get your thoughts on what Vivian just said. So please do keep those points in mind. Austin, I want to go back to you on the questions I asked earlier. If you remember, I asked you a few of them, just on the how military conflict would look like and the possibility of nuclear arms getting involved.
Of course. Okay, so there's three things I want to cover here. So I'm going to lay it out. What I want to cover is the possibility of nuclear usage. I want to cover U.S.-Chinese trade, and I want to talk about Jesus, my third point. I'm having a Rick Perry over here. We'll get to my third point when I get around to it. All right. First and foremost, the potential for nuclear conflict. Okay, no, sorry. My third point was the chances of the U.S. getting involved in a war between China and Taiwan, and why sort of urgency is key there. All right, number one, nuclear conflict. even in the case of a conventional war between the United States and China over Taiwan, I do not foresee the usage of nuclear weapons happening, because no matter if a country is an autocracy or a democracy, at the end of the day, the structures of power recognize that a full-scale strategic nuclear exchange means the end of their systems of power, it means the end of their opposition's systems of power, and it means likely the end of their country and the country that they're opposing, right?
But what if Xi Jinping's fears for his life? There was an argument made that the only time, I can't remember who it was, some analyst, the only time Putin could use nuclear weapons if he fears for his life.
So if an autocratic leader feels that it is a sunk cost at that point, if we legitimately believe that Xi Jinping will either be deposed from power by an opposition force like the United States or internally, then I think there's a severe risk incurred by that individual, instead of spending his time organizing logistics to escape and preserve his own life, to give out a nuclear order would likely exacerbate the opposition forces within his country's ability to remove them from power, and you would likely see mass defections amongst the nuclear forces doing so. If you look at how dictatorships have fallen in the past, if a dictator like Chusco in Romania, let's say hypothetically Romania had nuclear weapons, had ordered a nuclear strike against protesters, likely the people in charge of actually authorizing that or launching that would read the writing on the wall and say, sacrificing the entire country because this guy doesn't want to leave power isn't worth it. That being said, I think it would be important for either side in a conflict like this, as it would be important if the United States were engaged in a conventional war against Russia, to consider that. And that's where, dialogue comes into play there. And I think you would see, even in the case of a full-scale conventional war, I think you would have backdoor conversations going on about the application of nuclear forces towards something like that. What I'll finish that first point on is that as of right now, I'm not terribly worried about nuclear weapons being launched between China and the US, between Russia and the US. And I think a great example for that is North Korea, of all countries, right? Because North Korea, as autocratic and dictatorial as it is, even Kim Jong-un recognizes that self-preservation is sort of paramount there. And as many missile tests as he's doing, there's a reason he hasn't launched against South Korea, Japan, and the United States. So that's number one. Number two, why U.S.-Chinese trade? So a really good resource to look at trade between countries is on the OEC's website. So you can find that at oec.world, and you can sort of see imports and exports between countries based upon sector, and in some cases by individual goods. So a really good point was sort of brought up by Miles and Matt earlier, talking about the U.S. reliance on China for trade in certain sectors, and how we've already sort of seen serious economic shocks coming out of the war between Russia and Ukraine, specifically in areas like energy and agriculture. So if you look at, I think it's well known what the United States imports from China. I think it's less known what the United States exports to China and how that's grown over the past couple of years. So I'm going to be operating from 2020 numbers for this right now, because I'm not going to pay the OEC for a premium subscription at this moment. But if you look at the changes from 2019 to 2020, there are a couple of major sectors that seriously increased in regards to U.S. exports to China, and mainly they are energy and agriculturally focused. China is a net importer of energy, and as of lately has been a net importer of agricultural goods. On top of all of this, so should China decide to go to the war with the United States, they're going to be facing severe economic shocks on top of what they're already dealing with, two sectors that are fairly crucial towards making war. Number one, feeding your people, and number two, powering your machines. On top of all of that, the majority of Chinese trade is conducted by sea. And if you look at a map of, China's coastline, there are four key sort of corridors that the United States Navy has been preparing to lock down in the case to try and cut off sort of Chinese trade. Those four corridors are, number one, from the Yellow Sea to the Sea of Japan, between South Korea and Japan, both U.S. allies. The second is through the East China Sea between Taiwan and Japan, one of which a U.S. ally, the other a pseudo-U.S. ally. The third is through the Philippine Sea between Taiwan and the Philippines, both U.S.-friendly states, where Malacca, which exists between Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia, which is a very thin sort of sea corridor. That
did you say that? I know that the U.S. military has a base in Philippines. But did you say they have a base in Taiwan?
No, the United States doesn't have a base in Taiwan, but the United States Navy is postured to defend the seas around Taiwan quite easily and quite quickly. So, so the United States naval strategy in this case, we're looking at full-scale conventional war, right? Is going to be to cut off Chinese sea trade, and by locking down those 4 corridors, you're eliminating a majority of Chinese external trade, and that's a huge reason why they've been dedicating so much investment towards. Not just Belt and Road initiatives in foreign countries, but towards land-based trade corridors out of the western portion of China. So I think it's a fair conclusion to arrive at that a conventional war between the United States and China would be economically devastating, not just to both partners, but to the entire world based upon supply shocks alone. The last thing I'll say here is the reason for urgency and why I believe the United States would get involved quite quickly in a conflict like this is because the entire sort of the strategies that have been laid out for the defense of Taiwan rely heavily upon timing. As I kind of talked about earlier, what's necessary for the Chinese to secure early in this sort of hypothetical conflict is sea lanes to get towards Taiwan. And the major sort of force standing between them and the beaches of Taiwan isn't necessarily air power, it's mostly sea power. And by that, I mean submarine power. The United States Navy has, positioned and postured its submarine force to be capable to engage in the Straits of Taiwan to sink some of those roll-on, roll-off ferries I discussed earlier. And if the United States decides to dilly-dally in that case, then that sort of edge will be sort of easily lost there. In the case that U.S. bases in Guam, Okinawa, and Japan are struck first before something like this happens, I think it's a guarantee the United States will be involved because U.S. military bases were struck. And in the case that those aren't struck, but we do see large-scale posturing and an invasion force heading for Taiwan, I think the timing and of the necessity for those submarine forces will push the United States to act.
What if Russia gets involved, takes advantage of the opportunity, and attacks the U.S.?
In what capacity would Russia be able to attack the U.S.?
What do you mean, in what capacity?
So
I know the military is not as. I know the military is well behind China, but would the U.S. be in a position to be able to? I know then you've got NATO, etc. Then you're talking about World War if Russia gets involved and NATO gets involved, or potentially World War.
Yeah, Mario,
and is that plausible?
There's always nuclear missiles and submarines and flying across the skies that even if they did use a nuclear attack or EMPs, they always have to worry about a responsive strike. Like this is very speculative, everything we're talking about right now.
So I would agree actually with one of the few times I actually agree with Prodigal there is that the triad remains there. In regards to Russian involvement in this case, I mean, if Russia decided to attack a NATO ally, I don't really see Russia having the capacity to fight the European portion of NATO alone right now, let alone the United States on top of that. And if Russia decided to get involved in a war over Taiwan in the Pacific, Russia doesn't really have the boats or the logistical capacity to transport a force necessary to go toe to toe with the South Koreans, let alone the United States.
A question that I have for Prodigal, I know you've got a lot to add. Maybe I'll ask you that question, Prodigal. Do you think Biden and Xi Jinping are bluffing when they say Xi Jinping says he's ready to use military force to reunite Taiwan, and Biden saying that the U.S. will get involved militarily if China invades Taiwan?
I mean, I don't think they're bluffing that they could do it, but I don't think it's in anybody's plans. I mean, the issue is that more people may die from supply chain disruptions than from actual nuclear weapons, right? You would cement forever the Sino-Russian alliance, which at this point, I wasn't for Ukraine, and my focus has been on China for years, but at this point, we've achieved the reverse detente. We've managed to achieve the exact opposite of what Kissinger and Nixon did, and we have managed to unite two of our biggest geopolitical rivals. You look at China and what's going on. They have a stranglehold on rare earth elements and precious metals, earth minerals, etc. In some cases, up to 90%. They've secured Indonesia's nickel. They've secured Myanmar's rare earth elements, which in some instances they control 100% of the market that U.S. and European Western systems are relying on. You look at, if that occurs and we do the same type of retaliatory sanctions against China in the financial system, a lot of countries are going to have to debate whether they want to start moving away from the dollar, et cetera. I mean, this could be, we aren't doing anything we need to if we're serious about China, right? If this occurs, China's been stocking up on supplies of commodities for well over a year and a half now, in excess of its historical record, in some cases 6 to 8 months out. It seems that they've been preparing for any contingency. And when you look at the situation and what they're doing, and at a time where global shipping containers are hitting record lows, that they are building out their own fleet to ship their EVs now as they're starting to cement their hold on the auto market, they seem to be doing a lot of things that we are not. We haven't moved our pharmaceutical manufacturing, a lot of our other technical manufacturing. We haven't unleashed American energy. I mean, the other issue that'll come up if this turns into a truly world war, what happens with Turkey and Syria? What happens in Libya? What happens in Yugoslavia? Well, the former Yugoslavia. Once the world order is completely over as we know it, it's a land grab. Anybody who's telling you different is lying to your face. And you have to ask yourself at this point, what weapons does the U.S. have? Yes, we have a much more modern military, but our production capabilities are shit. We have 5 prime contractors that, in the last couple of decades, our policy was just enough, just in time. Well, that doesn't work. At this point, you need to stockpile munitions and other equipment that you're going to need in these protracted wars, especially because they burn up so fast, especially, the kill ratio on the field. So this is stuff where you look at Biden, you look at the rhetoric as he's ramping up with China, which, was something that, the administration for a long time didn't care about. I mean, they let out Huawei's CEO, let her go back to China. This is an administration that removed the Buy American provisions for the national EV charger. This is an administration that, doesn't have any complaints about the Chinese global leader in EV batteries setting up shop in Michigan, which is basically, it's a CCP front. They're going to import their labor. It's about to be basically a Belt and Road initiative in the U.S. They're not even giving us any of the IP, even though they still, we're not serious. To hear people talk about potentially opening up a second front in Asia when we are having trouble supplying Ukraine as is, even if they get their F-16s at least 18 months out based on training, and if they use used ones, if they want new ones, it's up to 6 years. We are not in a position to do these things they're threatening. And if you think we know it stateside, China and them know it as well. What happens if South Africa collapses and Europe can't get South African coal next year? Right? There's a lot of band-aids across the world. The stranglehold Belarus, Russia, and China have on fertilizer. Yeah, Canada's there, and India's trying to step up, but we are not in a position to be doing this. And I look at these people like they're not serious. It's the same reason why America, I'll end with this. If we're serious, then you need to unleash American energy, because Europe is going to be completely reliant on us. If other areas like Algeria, Morocco, and et cetera, a free-for-all breaks out in the Middle East because Iran gets nuclear weapons. We're not a serious regime. Americans are not serious people. And, if they don't wake up, you don't question, if you're a young kid or if you have children, why they end up in a battlefield in Eastern Europe or over in the Asia Pacific, because we're going about this completely wrong.
Also, I know you've got a lot to say on this one. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. So Particle brings up a lot of points, and that are valid. I would push back, and I know Ocean Defenders also has his hand up, and I'd love his input on this as well. But I think one of the things that you've seen the U.S. military done, specifically post 2017, just as a general, right, and then even lately since 2020, 2021, is there has been this shift into great power competition. And the one specifically, right, if you look at one branch of the military that has specifically solely now been focused on China, is the U.S. Marine Corps. The U.S. Marine Corps has completely changed tactically, operational, strategically, their command structure.
I don't doubt we can pivot. The issue is we waited until the threat was there. There's a lot of people who've been sounding the alarm.
Right, but Particle, I think the issue you're right. So I think this is twofold, right? That this is a twofold issue. The twofold issues that I think what the benefit of the Russia-Ukraine war from the U.S. side and the European side is it's shown a growing issue of mass production of U.S. weaponry, and we're seeing the U.S. Army do that. But one of the things that people completely forget is that the reason why the U.S. was able to ship so much equipment to Ukraine, and we haven't shipped everything, and we're not shipping everything at once, But the reason why the U.S. is because we have a lot of stockpiles, right? That anybody who served in the U.S. military can tell you exactly where all the equipment, the old equipment that we have that can be transitioned for wartime footing. And then what we're seeing is that the U.S. Army specifically, and I think this was Vivian, I think, mentioned it with the Secretary of the Army. Right? She made a comment of like, the intent now is because of the Russia-Ukraine, we're mass producing specifically a lot of equipment related to artillery. But the problem when you're analyzing
I'm not just looking at the equipment. I'm looking at the recruitment. How are the recruitment levels doing for the armed forces?
Prodigal, wait, please. Thank you. So I did not mute. So the other issue is that it's twofold, right? If China is going to launch an invasion on Taiwan, it is not a quick issue. That is what Austin, and I'm going to push it to Austin Defender as well to see to get his.
No, they'll probably do a blockade before an invasion. It makes
hold on. But go ahead.
So, but that's the problem. That is what Russia-Ukraine has shown. That is a problem that has been shown. You cannot just do a blockade. Because the moment you do a blockade, you show your hand and you allow the West to respond and you allow the U.S. to respond. China's only chance is to go, in my personal opinion, is to go all or nothing in a scenario of Taiwan. And if they do that, it requires a significant amount of combat power buildup that makes what we saw in Russia, Ukraine, the months of warnings that we got, the months of build that we saw, was seen as child's play. Because this is not just crossing a border, a land border. You would have to do an amphibious invasion. And Austin hit the nail on the head. Amphibious invasions are the most complex military operations that can exist. The command and control that would be required, the ability to maintain and supply, because once you get the forces into Taiwan, if you get into Taiwan, you have to sustain them via sea lift. It is not easy. And that time it would take, and there's only certain windows when amphibious assault invasions are reasonable within China and Taiwan because of weather. So you have a short window of time, you have to do a buildup, you have to do everything. If China does a blockade first, the problem they're going to run into is that the U.S. gets to respond to that. They lose the strategy of surprise, and now the U.S. has a reasoning to respond preemptively into that scenario. But Mario, let me push this to Austin Defender because I know he's hands up, and I would love his input as well because he focuses on.
So you think the U.S. would use live fire if they blockaded?
I think the U.S. would challenge it, and then the question is if China decides to respond. I mean, it would be up to the U.S. how we respond to it. If China does
how do you think they will respond also?
If China does a blockade, I think
likely
the
run
U.S.
the blockade.
Yeah, I think it's a blockade is a declaration of war. And if the U.S. says that they're doing anything to alter the status quo, because why would China do a blockade? Is to do a forceful unification. I think the U.S. administration can say this is a declaration of war. This is China trying to invade Taiwan. We will respond. Again, what Russia, Ukraine has shown is that you need rapid success. And rapid success, and I'm not going to go into the military aspect yet in this space. When we do the whole war game, I can go into it. It is very difficult to do it when you have centralized militaries. But I think we should get Austin Defender into this conversation.
Jump in, Austin. You got to unmute, man.
Yep. So I wanted to go over two specific things. But the first one, I know Mario would ask this multiple times, but was about nuclear launch procedures for the U.S., China, and Russia.
Yes,
they're all
please.
Of course. They're all very different. We know particularly most about the U.S.'s launch or authorization procedures. So, of course, the authorization procedures start with the president, who has something called the nuclear briefcase or the nuclear football. And it's a briefcase where if there is any sort of nuclear threat or any nuclear decision needs to be made, it can be opened up with the military attaché that the president currently has, and from this briefcase, he can communicate with the Pentagon.
So hold on, when you say military, do you say? You say military attaché. Can you elaborate? Is that someone next to him that needs to unlock it, or is like a special key?
Correct. So there's a special position that is. I think there's 5 different people that work under the president. They can be from whatever branch, but they're usually from the Air Force. And it is somebody that works directly alongside the president and carries this briefcase. Usually, you'll see them. Sometimes they have it handcuffed to their hand. They're usually in a dress military uniform. I've heard that it can be enlisted or officers, but it's usually an officer. But it's just somebody that's within the military that is always with the president.
Would we still have the element of surprise if General Meyer?
Hold on. Protocol. Let's just. I want to continue the nuclear launch procedures for China, US, and Russia, and we'll continue the discussion. So yeah. So you've got So you got the briefcase. You've got the attaché. What's next?
Okay, so this briefcase allows the president to communicate directly with the Secretary of Defense, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Pentagon, and also some other defense officials, and I'm sure congressional officials as well. From this briefcase, they can kind of make decisions that will alert the Joint Chiefs of Staff. So the Joint Chiefs of Staff will be the people that will give this direct order to these to the launch procedures to the Pentagon, and it gets a little bit complicated. But with this briefcase, the president can decide whether there's a lot of stuff in the briefcase. It's really hard to go over. I don't fully know. I don't think anybody fully knows what's in it, but there's definitely a lot of numbers, a lot of sheets that has information on our nuclear capabilities at the time. So that is land, sea, and air base. So the entire triad, which is our nuclear submarines, our nuclear bombers, and our nuclear silos across the country. And this would tell the president what he's able to do regarding either a preemptive strike and then to prepare a secondary strike if need be, or a response strike. And this could be decided to be individual strikes. So if they needed to just launch a couple of missiles at something, like let's say a fleet. Let's say China's already launched missiles at one of our fleets, and we need to blow up one of their fleets with some nuclear torpedo or something. Or let's say we need to strike a Russian or a Chinese site after they've already hit one of ours, but it's not a full exchange. Or of course, this can be made from a full exchange. And once this order is given by the president, it would then go to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. As I said, the Joint Chiefs of Staff would then send this throughout the National Military Command Center and NORAD. And from there, it would go through E4Bs, which are these flying operational command centers that will fly sometimes with the president and will also go airborne at any time that there's any sort of training drill. And they are able to communicate with all of our strategic assets around the world. So that is our nuclear silos.
So there's a few layers to the missiles being launched. Now, if you go to Russia, I know it goes through a couple of generals that could refuse the orders. I'm trying to oversimplify it. So you can correct me if I'm wrong there, and I would love you to go through China's procedure, because that's the only one I don't know anything about.
To that point, we're screwed anyway. Let's not.
Okay. I'm just really curious. I'll tell you why protocol is like, when the more layers there is, the more at peace I am.
Yeah,
because
Mario, you'll see the flash before we figure this one out. Let's hope we never get to that.
That's assuming there's not many layers. So if Ocean Defender tells me, no, in China there's no layers, Xi Jinping could press the button and that directly transmits the message to the missiles that get launched, because Xi Jinping really consolidated powers, I will start looking for a bunker. But if it tells me there's different layers, etc., and they could decide to refuse obeying orders like there is in Russia, that possibility, then I'd be more at peace. So Ocean Defender, briefly, what's the procedure for China and Russia? We'll keep it brief, and then we'll continue the discussion.
Of course, it's going to be brief either way. We really don't know too much about either of them. China specifically, all nuclear orders come with a briefcase kind of situation from the chairman of the Central Military Commission, which is Xi Jinping. It is the president of China. And this goes directly to the Central Military Commission, which is who he is the chairman over. From there, it's said that they would decide whether a nuclear strike is needed or in any way respectable for this situation, and they would make that decision. So there's some people that do say that Xi Jinping could make the decision himself, but it would most likely have to go through the entire Central Military Commission.
Austin, I have another question for you, and Dustin is here with us now. He just dropped out. I'll try to bring him up, but he probably won't have the authority to answer it. But just curious, and call the question naive, but do you think, when China said that the lines of communication after the balloon were halted, Do you think the presidents could just pick up the phone and speak to each other without, just confidentially, and they do it on a regular basis? Or that's just completely naive? It's just not that simple. Like, how is the line of communication between the Chinese president, the US president, and the Russian president? Again, not public discussions or meetings or phone calls.
So a lot of
I'll tell you what.
You go ahead, Mario. Sorry about
that. My mic is muting by itself. Go ahead, Austin Defender. I'll let you answer the question.
Okay, so a lot of that is, of course, top secret. It's known that there is a lot of deconfliction lines between Russia and China. When it's talking about military communication lines that have been cut recently, these are not these deconfliction lines or these red phones that were talked about during the Cold War. These are more direct lines. So any sort of issues, like let's say drills or exercises that do go on, other countries will know that we aren't doing this to target them specifically. These are what these sort of lines are for. These aren't deconfliction lines. I'm sure that the president has some way to communicate with the Chinese president and Putin if he ever does need to, if things do get to that level. But again, those are probably direct lines between the presidential offices that we would not know about personally, and probably wouldn't be on any sort of record.
Can I ask you one more question? What's the U.S. ability to, let's say, China or Russia launches a few nuclear warheads because Putin is desperate, whatever. Like, I'm not saying it's a possibility. I know it's extremely unlikely, but then again, I thought it was extremely unlikely for Russia to invade Taiwan. So, what's the if Russia does launch nuclear warheads, does the U.S. have the capability to intercept? And again, U.S. capabilities, same as the capabilities of most countries, is usually confidential, top secret. But is it plausible? Is it possible that the U.S. has the capability to intercept some, most, or all nuclear warheads a country could launch? Now, obviously, Russia has too many, but not all of them are. A small number of them are active.
Are you talking about a nuclear attack on the United States?
Yeah, do they have the ability to intercept such an attack?
So actually, yes. The big portion of our destroyer and cruiser fleet have become these ballistic missile defense nets. So with there's a new system that is actually going into a lot of destroyers and naval ships right now called the SPY-6 system. And the entire point of this system is to be able to communicate with other defense systems and ships in the area to be able to target and designate these ballistic missiles to take down. The biggest problem is that a lot of these systems are not able to intercept until after these missiles have reached their peak and have already started to come down. And by that point, a lot of these missiles nowadays will explode in midair and spread out a number of warheads and also a number of duds. So it's kind of trying to shoot fish in a barrel. You may hit a couple of them, you may hit a couple of duds, but you never really know which ones are the actual ones and which ones are going to hit. The biggest thing that the U.S. has been trying to do for the last 30 years specifically, and we did this a little bit during the Cold War, is land-based interceptors. We have our THAAD batteries that are able to limitedly hit ballistic missile targets, but the biggest thing is actual full-scale interceptors that are able to launch kind of its own kind of group of missiles that are able to hit this warhead before it gets to this peak, or after it does reach the peak, it's able to intercept a lot more. These tests so far publicly have not gone very well. Out of, I think there's been over 15 tests now, I think only 5 have succeeded in totally intercepting a lot of these warheads. So, I mean, we'd be able to intercept some of them. I'd say probably around 20 to 25%. But the rest of them would probably hit their targets.
Shit, 75% is enough to annihilate a big portion of the world. Austin, anything to add on what OSINT mentioned? I know it's very. I want to add a question to this that goes to you, Austin, OSINT, and other speakers. Is I think most of us are not yet concerned of such a scenario, at least not too concerned. When would you be concerned? When do you think it's like, oh shit, now I'm worried and let me plan what to do if this happens? Austin?
Mario, if I just just to add, there's another system called the ground-based interceptor as well. Those are more like silo launched. And if anybody really wants to understand like how the U.S. does interceptors, because Ocean Defender hit all of it, I just wanted to add that one specifically, the ground-based interceptors. But just Google Missile Defense Agency. That's. If you want any unclassified information,
but do you agree? Do you agree with what Austin said that the US only has the capability to intercept 25% of the missiles?
I'm not going to speculate. I'm not really in a position to really know. I know what I will say though is that when you really talk about U.S. air defense, especially at that level, so the Russian air defense is more, or like the Chinese air defense is more focused on aircraft. If you talk to any U.S. air defender, what they will tell you for the most part is that they focus on ballistic missiles. Because like air superiority from like aircraft to aircraft, that is the Air Force. The U.S. achieves air superiority utilizing our Air Force, and so a lot of our air defense system has been specifically designed to target ballistic missiles.
I mean,
that's kind of where I would say it.
This is a little insanity, right? Because all that needs to happen is a couple gets through. Major urban areas across the world are 9 miles away from ripping each other's heads off. Like, if just a couple gets through, the collapse you would see globally.
Protocol, like, but I'm just surprised it's only 25% because the amount that the U.S. military is spending dwarfs any other country. China doesn't even come close. And it's been consistent year after year for what, decades? How long has the U.S. been spending such a crazy amount?
Yeah, but all they got to do is find the one weak spot, right, to evade it. You look at China's focus on drones, turkeys, etc. We can build, a $1 billion jet fighter, but if they're able to cheaply, basically render it useless or destroy it for pennies on the dollar, like it's just different strategy, right? You're asking why not? They just have to find one weakness. We have to keep the entire shield up, right?
So there's actually there's a really clear reason why that capacity is actually quite low. Number one has to do with the ABM treaties during the Cold War. And the reason that the US and the Soviet Union signed the ABM treaty is both sides realized that if one side has the ability to intercept the other's missiles en masse to a degree of 70 to 90%, then that effectively eliminates the concept of nuclear deterrence, right? The entire concept of mutually assured destruction relies upon the fact that both sides will be destroyed. And once any one power gets to the point of eliminating MAD from their side, that incentivizes the other side to launch preemptively to prevent that. Because
but Austin, our side doesn't even believe in nuclear energy. They don't believe in birds. So like they're cheerleading.
I mean, I would actually completely agree with you, Prodigal, in that that we don't believe in nuclear energy, and I think we should. I think nuclear energy is the only real alternative to.
No, I mean people actually don't believe nuclear energy exists. They don't believe birds exist. Like this is the IQ of a large portion of the American populace. I don't even understand the dangers of this type of.
Okay. So first off, I think it's important to note that the birds aren't real narrative is mostly parody, but I think we're getting to a point where some people actually think that birds are government drones. That being said, no. But back to the point at hand here. The reason the United States doesn't have the ability to intercept, nuclear missiles at large is because that's a diplomatic and a strategic choice being made by the large-scale nuclear powers at the time to ensure that MAD exists. And MAD, to this day, in my opinion, is still the largest deterrent towards nuclear escalation. Defender brought up some very good points that a lot of our destroyers and guided missile cruisers are capable to some extent to intercept ballistic missiles, but that's to this day, that's a very imperfect science. Sorry, not scientist. Some would describe it like shooting a bullet out of the sky with another bullet.
Austin, I want to go back to the question of when are you worried? Like when should the audience? Because when should we be worried? Because go ahead.
Yeah. So when I look
inauguration day, January 2021.
Oh my God. When I look back on history, there's one point that I kind of continuously drive to as being like, if I was in that moment, I would be scared about nuclear escalation, and that would be the Cuban Missile Crisis. When you have before the red line was established, when you don't have leaders explicitly talking to each other the entire time, and you have a blockade being run from one nuclear power to another, with both sides having fleets present that have the capability unilaterally for nuclear escalation. I don't think we've come anywhere near that since then. Where I would be worried is if you have, threats of nuclear escalation going all around from both sides in a conflict, none of them are talking to each other, and there's a present existential risk to either in large scale, to the civilian populace of a nuclear power or to the power structures that be there. But I think the largest thing to look at is, is a conventional conflict already happening? Is there large scale losses on both sides? And have communications been completely cut off? That's where I would start getting worried. I think we've come nowhere near there.
Yeah, we're not there yet, Mario. We're not there yet.
But is it an unfair statement, Ian, Austin, Allsource, everyone? Is it an unfair statement if I say nuclear weapons and centralization of power make a nuclear conflict inevitable? It's just a matter of when.
No, I don't think it's inevitable. I think there's a higher.
I think there'll be a.
But you're saying in the next couple of 100 years, you're not going to have one crazy leader in the US, in Russia, in China, cross that line and not give a fuck. In the next 200 years, you're going to go through dozens of leaders.
For sure. At the end of the day, I think leaders, no matter how much power they have, no matter how autocratic they are, the one thing that sort of drives them at the end of the day is self-preservation. And as long as mutually assured destruction exists, I think at the end of the day, no matter how terrible someone is, no matter how autocratic they are, they face a future where they have a bed or they don't. And that has been, and I think that will continue to be sort of the
one point, and I know before you jump in, Ian. Okay, so Austin, just to kind of add on to that, I'm just going to use an example. Might sound silly, but hopefully you'll get my point. Hitler could have, surrendered, when he knew he's lost the war, but he didn't. How do you know we're not going to get Hitler couldn't destroy the world in the 1940s? Couldn't destroy.
Yeah, on that point, I mean, that's a great point. That's not a stupid point at all, Mario. That's a fantastic point. Our concern is not with America or Russia, because these are sane actors. They know what they're doing. Well, for the most part.
But if Putin dies, like in 20 years, and someone else takes over.
My issue is not with Russia at all. I think our concern is with someone like North Korea or Kim Jong-un, right? If he feels like he's being threatened, he might actually deploy nuclear weapons, and that is the issue. A belligerent actor, not like Iran or Syria or Russia or America or any of the nuclear powers currently, but someone who has access to nukes and the ability to use them and doesn't have these long-standing 100-year, maybe not 100 years, but 60 years at this point, nuclear powers. Right, someone who's new to the arena might actually be willing to use nuclear weapons. That's the worry, and that's why.
Ian, can I ask you something though? Because, like Austin said, a psychopath still has self-preservation. See, my concern, and I think Mario used a good word. He said crazy. What's your estimation of this occurring if you have a president who has early onset dementia and basically doesn't know where he is, eats ice cream 2-3 times a day?
Yeah, if you look statistically, we have every X number of decades, we have a crazy leader leading a powerful superpower.
I think there are checks and balances in the United States.
Prodigal, the chances of that happening are probably higher because the only country to use nuclear weapons is the United States. No other country has ever used it. So despite us speculating about crazy leaders of the past and USSR,
but that doesn't mean, that doesn't mean anything. It's not like there's only one instance where nuclear weapons have been used, whether that was by Russia, by China, by the US, or any other country. I don't think it means the US. It doesn't make US more likely to use one.
No, it doesn't make it. But what I'm saying is, like, USSR crumbled. They didn't use nuclear warfare, did they? So I mean, the possibilities there.
But they weren't being led by a crazy person. That we haven't had a Hitler lead a superpower in a really long time. But if you
Mario,
have Hitler,
one point about Hitler, right? So Hitler actually had a very extensive chemical and biological weapons program. Like Nazi Germany had extensive, chemical.
But he wanted to. Didn't he want to destroy Berlin?
But that's the point, right? So I mean, okay, taking away the Holocaust, but if you look at the war, there was this understanding of Nazi Germany had that at the moment they use it, the West was going to use it as well, right? And I think that is the point that Austin is getting at, right? That the fact that there's this mutually assured destruction, right, limits the ability.
But also, why would Hitler give a fuck? Because he at least ordered Berlin to be destroyed, but the guy didn't follow the orders, and then he killed himself.
But he didn't use it.
Maybe he didn't have the ability to use it. I don't remember history, but why would he not? So if he had the ability, so he wanted to destroy Berlin. If he could bring down Berlin while he destroyed Berlin by not surrendering, and he killed himself. If he had, you're saying that in that mental state, if he had the ability to also destroy the enemies while destroying Berlin, he wouldn't use it. Why? It's better than destroying Berlin without destroying the enemy.
I
mean, we're going to the psychology, right? There's
really
go ahead,
really
Austin.
Quickly here. Yeah, when we look at Nazi Germany itself, even if you look at Hitler's sort of order to destroy Berlin itself, right? I think it's also equally important to look at what all of the equally radical individuals under Hitler were doing at the time. When you look at Himmler, when you look at Manstein, when you look at like literally anyone within that chain of command, what were they doing at the time who weren't in the bunker? What were they doing? They were running to the Allies and surrendering. So I think it's equally important to say, even in a case when we're describing like the maximum amount of radicalism, even if the one guy on top says, my country should burn, every other country should burn, the people under him are thinking about their own self-preservation. They're thinking about their families. They're thinking about what happens tomorrow. They're not thinking about burning everything today.
I'm going through the comments and people are pretty split. I'm just going through them. Someone is saying like it's a matter of time. Others saying we're kind of fear mongering and it's impossible. Austin Defender, where do you stand on this? As I'm going through the comments.
I'm kind of in the middle. I personally believe that the U.S., Russia, and China have had nuclear weapons for so long that we have a good enough checks and balance system to where if we do have some sort of crazy radical leader, that there are enough military and civilian officials that are in the way of any sort of nuclear launch or directive. North Korea, I'm honestly not too worried about. I'm not really sure who said that. I think it was Ian. And I do agree that North Korea is worrying, but I am personally more worried about Iran and Israel, two nuclear powers in the Middle East. Iran may not be a worry right now for launching an attack directly on Israel, but my biggest worry is that Iran will provide nuclear weapons to Hezbollah or Hamas or countries like that will some way smuggle it in.
But they should be. Also, they don't have that many, so they should be easy to intercept. And I think all three countries, Russia, China, and the US, will work together on intercepting such an attack, because obviously everyone knows the repercussions of such an attack.
But also, Defender, if I may, I think people forget, like, there has been nuclear powers that have fought wars, and that India and Pakistan in 1999. Like, so if you look at India and Pakistan's history, right, the major wars that they fought, the moment they both became nuclear powers, the next one that kind of happened was 1999, the Kargil conflict. Right, in 1999, and that was the least combat-intensive war that both sides fought because they both had nuclear weapons, right? And they understood that, there gets a point where this kind of can escalate further. And I would argue that probably the India-Pakistan, in my opinion, because of the amount of quantity of nuclear weapons that they both have and how they view each other as geopolitical threats and existential threat in many arguments, could increase a likelihood of a nuclear war. And yet we see that when they do fight, or when there's moment of maximum tensions, when there's people concerned that nuclear war is can be involved, what you do see, and I think Ocean Defender and Mario, I actually know Mario Rodriguez, you see the international community quickly intervene to de-escalate because of the inherent risk that there is. So I'm not making the argument that nuclear weapons, because there's this theory, right, this international theory that nuclear weapons brings world peace. I don't think that's true. Right, but the nuclear weapons and weapons of mass destruction in general, it doesn't even have to be nuclear weapons. It could be any weapons of mass destruction in general, chemical or biological, increases the threat of war and increases the risk of war and what it could entail and at what level can you go. And I think if we can bring this back to Russia and China, we have to remember though, right? Not Russia and China, I'm sorry, a China-US war. The really only way we can really see a US-China war as severe as probably what we're seeing in Russia-Ukraine is because of Taiwan. But I think there would be kind of a consensus between both that yes, there might be attacks in the US and attacks against China. But in the end of the day, the center of the war would be around Taiwan. And that geographical limitation in and of itself serves as a barrier to further escalation, right? The US
I agree with you. I agree with you as well. I think if there was going to be nuclear war, I think India and Pakistan would have a greater chance, not only because of them being on the border of each other, but also when you look at the ground war that could occur, it only works if Pakistan make a preemptive strike. So the chances of that happening are much larger. And just to answer Mario's point from before, I don't think the Hitler example is a good example because that wasn't a nuclear example. He even said in his statement that he was willing to destroy the infrastructure with the understanding that they could rebuild it again once the enemy left. Whereas with nuclear, you can't have that.
Well, hold on. You're saying that if Hitler had nuclear capabilities back in World War II, he would, okay, maybe. But I've got a question. I asked earlier that is it possible that China or the US or even Russia are bluffing? Because if we believe everything is being said publicly, the US does not want a peace deal, is backing Ukraine. Ukraine wants Crimea. Russia will not accept defeat. Yet Ukraine will not accept to give out territory. So if this is all true and no one's bluffing there and they're not going to meet halfway, then I can't see what the outcome could be. And then the same applies to Taiwan. I'll let you go, Prodigal. The same applies to Taiwan. If the US says, and I've said this a few times, if the US says we're going to support Taiwan militarily, China said we're going to reunify Taiwan militarily, unless someone is bluffing or at least, trying to show strength with the intention of meeting halfway, but without showing their cards. That's the only outcome that could avoid war, because otherwise there's no other possibility unless they change their mind.
Yeah, but Mario, you could bluff your way into wars, right? You could lie your way into wars. We saw that with Iraq, WMDs. Just because it's a bluff doesn't mean that it might not escalate. I agree that once nuclear, biological, WMDs, etc., are involved in the mix, you have to be much more calculated in the decision making, because any action you take that escalates could be world-ending. There's a reason why India and China beat the hell out of each other with paddles on the border instead of firing guns, because they don't want to unleash a live fire war that could lead to nuclear engagement. But here, they are putting themselves in positions. You're having more armed deals go to Taiwan, which I don't have a problem with. You're having more senior U.S. leaders visit. And at the same time, with this CHIPS sanctions, which I agree is a good thing, but we should have done it a long time ago. China's going to build up its own domestic industry. China right now is weaning itself off of U.S. corn. It's buying more and more Brazilian corn. You look at China, and it seems to be, whether it's bluffing or not, it's taking it serious because of what was done to Russia. And this, now you have the FBI emerging, 2 years later to admit that they always thought it was a leak. It was probable and most likely. Like, there's a ratcheting up of geopolitical tensions that I'm seeing, Biden take, who I'm no fan of. That I don't understand why we ratchet up tensions right now, especially if he's intent on supporting Ukraine as much as he is. It's insane to see what's going on.
I'd like your answer as well to what I just asked. Is that unless someone is bluffing, I just don't see a positive outcome.
Regarding Ukraine, I don't think anybody is bluffing right now. Do I think that things will change in the future? Possibly Ukraine decides.
I've got a question. Could you, if Ukraine, the only possible solution that I'm seeing is Ukraine gives up some territory. I don't see any other outcome. I just don't see Putin accepting, because he'll lose his grip in Russia. I don't see him accepting pulling out of all Ukrainian territory. I just don't see that to be a possibility.
Mario, what do you mean by Ukrainian territory?
I'm referring to Crimea.
They take the Donbass, right? The Donbass.
Oh, you're referring to Crimea.
Crimea, Donbass, yeah.
You mean the separatist regions? Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, those regions, yeah. Russian territory, Ukrainian territory.
2014,
that's I don't care as long as my money doesn't go there.
Yeah, I entirely agree. I entirely agree with what you said, Mario. Crimea, a lot of people don't realize since 2014, a majority of Crimea has become Russian. Russians have moved there in droves. So I think from what I've heard, almost 56 to 60% of Crimea is now ethnically Russian. Donbass, the Donetsk and Luhansk regions are a little bit different. They are still ethnically Ukrainian, so that could kind of be changed up. But
then back to the is Zelensky bluffing, or is the administration, is it bluffing when it says we will not give up Crimea? Is it just a show of force? I did tweet something today that was an official that kind of indicated potentially changing their mind. It was a bit vague. I'll read out what exactly he said. I don't know if anyone saw the tweet or saw the news, but I'll read out what he said. Maybe that kind of indicates potentially Ukraine either changing their mind or kind of moving away from
the forces in Bakhmut right now, and they don't have the kind of support they were expecting from the West. Right, they were expecting a lot of munitions coming in from NATO.
They got tanks, man. They got tanks, and now there's a possibility of them getting jets.
Tanks are not a game changer. Tanks are not a game changer. I'm talking about artillery, right? Munitions.
And they didn't get tanks. They didn't get tanks from the United States. They're still waiting for like the main tanks from the United States. They got a few.
Yeah, but they're getting. But guys, every time there's something that we think is
talking about it, right? Look, if you look at the way that everyone's talking about it, whether it's Britain or Germany or France or the United States, all these countries that have pledged to support Ukraine with even more weapons. They're saying these weapons are not coming in for maybe a year, maybe 2 years, and they're talking about after the war, right?
Let me quickly read out what I was referring to. I just found it. So it just says the what's his name? So Oleksiy Danilov. So the strategy for the deoccupation of Crimea, he says it's time for a new edition. The sequence of means of deoccupation, political, diplomatic, military, economic, etc., requires a change in priorities. And his position is Secretary of the National Security Defense Council of Ukraine. So is Ukraine hinting at either changing their mind or kind of part of a planned bluff?
Zelensky
could we see
openly talked
Can we see something similar? I'll just finish my question and let you go. Can we see something similar with Taiwan? And then if so, I just don't know. Is it going to be US? Is it going to be China? How could it play out, Ian?
So first I'll say that Zelensky has been openly talking about endorsing China's proposal for peace, right? It wasn't like people mistake it and they thought, China's proposal is the plan. No, it's not the plan. It's just a proposal. But he has expressed an interest in supporting the proposal to come to peace with Russia. This is something that's unprecedented. For about a year now, they've been talking about war, and he still talks about that. He still goes on about war and fighting the Russians. He has to maintain his rhetoric because he has his own people he has to deal with, but he has openly supported, the possibility of supporting China's proposal. So this is being talked about, and right now, it looks like Russia is making a lot of inroads with China as well as with India, where you have, the G20 summit that's coming up. Very recently, just yesterday or a couple of days ago, you had Lavrov going over to India and talking to them and forming relationships, like trade relationships and all these things. And the topic of Russia and Ukraine was not even brought up anywhere in the G20 thing. Right? That's like a no-go zone. They're talking about the future now. So it seems like it. I'm not going to say it's wrapping up, and things can change drastically, but this is where it seems to be heading. As for the question of Taiwan, America obviously doesn't want to lose Taiwan to Chinese influence, but at the same time, the Taiwanese are an autonomous country and they can make their own decisions. It might be in their interest to come to a sort of agreement with China, where they agree to become a part of it, but they'll still maintain some kind of autonomy with the United States. So it allows them to trade openly with the United States, even though they are run ostensibly by the Chinese government.
Mario, if I may, I think because I do want to ask this question though too, because what I think Ian is maybe referring to is the what is it, one country, two systems, and I would like Vivian, because Vivian, you were a journalist in Hong Kong, and if you can kind of lay out from your experience there when China basically overruled Hong Kong's autonomy, if you can give a layout about that and how a lot of people from Hong Kong might have felt. Like, do they felt like their liberties were trampled? Is this something that they actually wanted to allow China to have direct rule over Hong Kong? If you could just kind of lay out kind of the protests we saw, and then how China just took over control of Hong Kong.
Okay, thanks. We make the topic a little bit shift back to the region, because honestly speaking, I do see a lot of American framework of discussing the things. One thing I have to say, because in the comparative political science study, somehow we can compare two societies if there are fundamental factors that to be comparable. But for most of the time, I think one complex of doing comparative political study cases is that actually many countries, especially two societies, are not comparable. So sorry to put this on the desk, because I see a lot of discussions basically involving just incomparable comparisons, so to put it this way. So I'm glad that you made the question. Let me, because before Hong Kong, actually, I spent quite many years in Beijing, and as I see, one of the frustration that a lot of correspondents that work in China or have worked in the region is that how they cover China in a framework that their homeland audience could understand. But somehow my point is why it's so difficult to understand China's mindset. And I just heard discussion that you say because don't have any access to decision-making process in the military, so it's even hard to understand how China's Xi Jinping makes the decision to press a button. But then we go back to talk about the possibility of using the nuclear weapons. So my point is somehow the decision-making system in China could be very straightforward. It's definitely up to the bottom, but sometimes a lot of factors are involved, and Xi Jinping can be very direct, make a very direct order to interfere into Hong Kong affairs. But many times, in a lot of occasions, when we see how the information was buried in this layers democracy, bureaucracy. One prominent comparison that I want to use is like there's a famous photo about how paranoid Putin is about his security. So he's continuously using extremely large size conference table. That's very hilarious.
Yeah, I've seen those. You see the pictures. He's sitting on one side, and the other one's like 20 tables away.
So I think that's a good comparable case for us to, analyze how Xi Jinping makes his decision on certain cities. But that's also the typical nature of a dictatorship, and the dictatorship regime, that how isolated a dictator could be in the information. So go back to your question about Hong Kong. I think all the Hong Kong's doom started from the time when it was handed over back to China in 1997. But at the time, Hong Kongers were actually, a lot of Hong Kong people, I wouldn't say Hong Kongers because there's identity issue. I think half of the Hong Kong people were hoping that they will have a so-called homeland, a great country to embrace. But very quickly, we see the deterioration of democracy, freedom of speech, independent judicial system, everything that makes Hong Kong unique as a free, democratic, international society, in addition to his important position as international finance hub, are fading off. Why? Because Xi Jinping, especially during the past 10 years, we see this downfall of Hong Kong democracy right after there's a very famous case about Causeway Bay bookstore. I don't know how much the audience here know about that, but that's a typical case saying, okay, there's a famous independent bookstore. Usually the publication in Hong Kong, in the past, publications in Hong Kong were definitely free. People can publish whatever books unless you register as a publishing house. Extremely free, extremely easy. But that Causeway Bay bookstore was raided, and all of the staff and the managers were taken back to the mainland China. For those people don't understand the geographic.
I want to go back. I do want to go back to the question. I want to go back to the question. If you don't mind, because I know Matt and Emergent also. Emergent hasn't had the chance to speak at all yet in the space. Just to continue from what Vivian said, maybe we'll go to Matt first, and Emergent and Evita. Matt, where the question?
Conclude. Can I conclude my
Yeah,
point?
please do. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, of course.
About Hong Kong, I would say for now, Hong Kong people are living in the fears and the frustration. That means that on the regime level, Hong Kong is part of China forever, politically, geographically, and they have nothing to do. As long as China is not democratic. Democratization doesn't happen in China. Hong Kong has no hope. But how to look at Taiwan? I think Taiwan people also looking at how Hong Kong fall into this completely controlled Chinese city. So Taiwan people want to watch Hong Kong, and they want to warn themselves and never let CCP come to Taiwan. So whatever it takes. And I think that's a message as a White House is taking seriously. I think that goes back to the question why hard to say, but why White House now making some points that they have to do something on Taiwan if China invades. I hope that could be a good case to study Hong Kong. It's like never really imagined that CCP would back off. It's really about direct confrontation, but it's also about how to do it strategically. I have to say the world doesn't do very smartly with Hong Kong. Not enough noise is made when Hong Kong was ruined by the CCP. Okay.
I wanna go. Thanks a lot, Vivian. And Matt, I've got a question for you. She just finished, bro. And I want to go to Matt and Emergent just on the question of continuing from what Vivian just said. So I think it's a good continuation. Where do you see Ukraine, and where do you see Taiwan in 10 years? Maybe Matt, you want to kick this off, and then we'll go to Emergent, Os, and then Evita.
Yeah, I mean, I think in 10 years with the Ukraine, I think you're going to possibly, you're going to see in the next, it's a prediction. Don't hold me to it, I guess. If you can't hold me to it, I don't care. But I think in the next 1 to 2 years, you're going to see the Donbas and Donetsk regions get autonomy like they want. Crimea is not going anywhere. I've never seen anyone make threats while they're surrounded by 3 sides with over 150,000 Russian troops. It's unbelievable that we're believing the propaganda from the legacy media in that war. And I don't see any way out for the Ukrainians here. They're running low on ammunition. They're not winning the war, despite what the legacy media continues to try to push propaganda. So I think that thing's going to hopefully, fizzle out here in the next, 18 to 24 months. We have a U.S. election in about 18 or 19 months, which that could really, depending on who wins that, could bring people to the negotiating table and end that as well. As far as Taiwan goes, I think I disagree with what some folks said. Now they probably got more experience than I do, but I don't think China's going to go across 100 miles of treacherous strait through sea to try to, do like a Normandy or a D-Day type situation. They've planned for this. They've got the PLA. They've got over close to, I think, between 30 and 50,000 paratroopers that, they can get anywhere within all of mainland China within 24 hours. They practice these drills. They've got these J6s that they've turned into over 400 MiGs into suicide drones. If they're coming for Taiwan, they're going to come in with 400 or 500 of those suicide jets, which are now drones, take out key, defense systems, military targets, probably come in with, I think it's their Y-18s or Y-20s. Don't hold me to that. I'm not a military expert, but they'll come in with, they'll drop in and try to take control of Taiwan with tens of thousands of paratroopers after making a massive strategic strike on infrastructure and military targets. And they'll probably take it quite easily. I don't see them even going across the strait. I don't think they have to. Now, if the U.S. somehow gets involved and wants to escalate that to a possible insane outbreak, I don't see the U.S. getting involved if Taiwan invades, because it's going to come and it'll come swift. It's not like they're going to announce it or make a phone call. Those are my takes. I think, unfortunately,
what about
Taiwan's
Japan,
under Chinese control.
Matt, what about Japan? Because they've sort of hinted that they would engage if China went after Taiwan. Do you think Japan would actually? I mean, they're remilitarizing as we speak. They just signed mutual pacts with the UK for soldiers in both of their countries, and with a Marine regiment they've extended it in Okinawa. What's your thoughts on Japan?
It's alarming to me with how history repeats itself that we've allowed Germany and Japan to build armies to begin with. To be honest with you, it's unbelievable. I mean, we had treaties in place. Maybe it's only been 70 years, since people were trying to take over the world, and we had an Axis alliance of evil here. So I don't know. I've got a different stance on that than a lot of folks do probably, but I don't think Japan can stand up to China. It's a numbers game. I don't think it's necessarily a talent game, so to speak. But they've just got such a massive military. They can just come in with waves. They don't, you've seen what they've done with the younger. They don't care about sacrificing people. They'll do what it takes to take Taiwan if they want to take it. But I think in 10 years, to answer Mario's question, Prodigal, I think in 10 years Taiwan is probably under Chinese control, and I think that Ukraine loses 30 to 40% of their land mass, and I hope that's all that happens over there, and things are back to normal to a degree.
I would just, Mario, if I could just say this, if I pray that if China decides to invade Taiwan and they do an airborne invasion, it would make the Russia invasion of Hostomel Airport look like a success. If anybody believes that China can seize Taiwan via an airborne assault or an airborne invasion only, it would be an unmitigated disaster, because you have to think about the sea that separates China and Taiwan. You're talking about first of all, when we talk about Taiwan, let's not forget it's a country. Well, I believe it's a country of 24 million with a vibrant democracy, right? So let's never forget the Taiwanese perspective on this, and in their own aspirations as people and what they want for their own country. But
how strong is their military without the US?
So that's a problem. I'm not going to undermine that. However, the same argument everybody made about Ukraine, I would easily make an argument that Taiwan's military was better prepared and better equipped than Ukraine's prior to the invasion, and that Ukraine suffered a much worse situation because of a land border. If you are going to invade Taiwan, if China's going to invade Taiwan, it would make D-Day pale in comparison. D-Day is nothing compared to what China would have to accomplish to invade Taiwan. An airborne invasion on the Taiwan mainland, we can talk, the outer islands are separate because Taiwan has outer islands, or some of them that are like at spitting distance from China. That is a separate conversation. But if you're talking about the mainland, to actually seize absolute control of Taiwan, a country with 24 million people, you cannot.
Yeah, I didn't say seize absolute control, but you've got to come in some capacity. You got to have a first strike. And I think that would be their first strike. They would take out a lot of military infrastructure with their drones, their missile attacks. I mean, my God, they've got over 79 submarines right now with crazy capabilities. They have abilities. We're acting like this is this isn't the Iranian Navy. This is they have the ability of. I think it's the same situation we deal with in the Ukraine. When people say, "Well, Russia's struggling," Putin doesn't want to turn Kiev and Lviv into a parking lot. He believes it belongs to Russia. He believes there's a lot of Russian sympathizers, which there are in the Ukraine. Same thing with Taiwan. I don't think there's a lot of CCP sympathizers, but I don't think China wants to come in and make it, rubble either. So I think you have to look at it when they come. If they come for those things, they're going to do it in a strategic way to not level the place. If China or Russia wanted to take Ukraine or Taiwan and did not care about casualties or landmass or infrastructure, any of those things, they could take it in a matter of days. And I think anyone who says otherwise is fooling themselves. They could absolutely level both of those countries.
No, so Russia cannot. Again, Russia absolutely failed. Period. They showed they're an incompetent military that does not have sufficient war planning. They do not know how to use combined arms. I'm sorry, this is something I would vehemently argue. They failed resoundingly to seize Kyiv, which was their primary strategic objective. And then now, if we're going to talk about drones and everything like that, I'm all about having that conversation, right? And strikes, because what you're getting at is targeting, right? The ability of targeting and collection, because it's both. You have to collect, utilizing intelligence, and you have to target effectively. What we've seen Russia struggle extensively in Ukraine is to have effective targets that make an impact on this military situation on the ground. I do not disagree with you that there would be a first strike. There would be a massive strike against Taiwan military, civilian, government, and military infrastructure. But what Ukraine has shown is that even after a strike like that, you can still fight a war, right? You can still fight. China to seize Taiwan, if you do because if you look at how Russia, when they initially thought how they were going to seize Ukraine, they literally, Matt, it's exactly everything you said. They thought they can go in, do some decapitation strikes, some critical strikes, send in their military, and that they would quickly collapse. Within the first 2 days, and they realized that was a failure, they started to transition their military strategy to then do massive land operations, to conduct a massive invasion, more organized, not perfect, but more organized, to launch an invasion against Kyiv, which ended in a resounding failure. What the Russia-Ukraine war has shown for China and Taiwan, if I'm China and I'm a Chinese general and I've been tasked to invade Taiwan, you cannot rely on the people on the ground to turn the situation for you. You have to do what the U.S. did in Iraq. You have to go in full strength, what the U.S. did in 91 and what the U.S. did in 2003. Full strength, full might, absolute dominance. Because if you allow the enemy the time to operate and to counterpunch and to react, you buy time. And any time Taiwan has, you're inviting U.S. and thank you, Prodigal. Thank you for saying Japan. You're inviting Japan because that was something I was going to bring up earlier. You're inviting Japan. Japan will definitely intervene in this. You open up the possibility of Australia. You open up the possibility of Europe. You're opening up invitations of other militaries to start disrupting your operation. And the problem that China is going to have in a Taiwan scenario, if they get into land, they still have to do more offensive invasion on a country that is extremely mountainous. Taiwan is extremely mountainous.
Also, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
If China was ever going to make a military move, which I don't think was its initial goal, it had vast success infiltrating Taiwan's political and military structures. The problem is, since things have gotten so bellicose now, if they were going to achieve a union through elections decades down the line, it seems that timeline's extended. But if China was going to make a move militarily, I think they'd let North Korea off the leash first. Do you? I mean, what's your thoughts? I think that North Korea would be let off the leash.
That is interesting. I just think the problem, if you're running into North Korea...
Do North Korea have any... Do they even have any capabilities?
So
Seoul is so close that they could just use regular artillery to bomb it out of existence.
Yeah, I think a country that suffers through food insecurity, just as North Korea, that has history that they can run into famines very quickly and malnourishment. I'm not going to put too much. They're a threat. Let me just put it that way. But I think the differences between this is that I don't think people can look at North Korea as quote unquote China's ally, right? North Korea is inherently independent in how they make decisions. They could give a rat's ass what China thinks. They could give a rat's ass what Russia thinks. They will do in the end of the day what Kim Jong-un believes is best. And they're very, 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 very nationalistic and internal in how they make decisions. If China were to tell North Korea, invade South Korea, I can literally see Kim Jong-un being like, no, thank you, but no, we're good. You do you, right? We're not going to get kind of involved in this. Maybe they'll give them weapons. Maybe they give them some token support. They'll go to the United Nations and say, yeah, this is China's internal. Besides that, I don't think there's more to it. But again, a Taiwan invasion, right? The first and this will be an invasion where the critical domain of this war will be naval. It will be decided by the naval component. And the reason why for that is because the only way China can sustain its invasion into Taiwan is through sea lift capability that Austin hit beautifully. They can leverage their civilian merchant ship once they've established a secure port, but they have to maintain that sea lift capability, which allows the United States, that has enormous deep strike capabilities, to disrupt that. And you do not require much disruption to break down. And then the second point that I think is very important to highlight as well is command and control, right? An amphibious invasion has a plan. Dwight D. Eisenhower said it best about D-Day. Plans are useless. Planning is essential. In other words, the initial plan that China is going to have when they invade Taiwan is going to be very scripted. China's military is a highly politicized force. And they have political officers. They make Russia's military look apolitical. They do not encourage decentralized command and individual initiatives to make decisions on the ground. That is going to be a problem. Everybody talks about, when we talk about cyber, everybody talks about, oh, China can disrupt and hack and destroy our infrastructure and our communications, et cetera. I'm not denying that. But so can the U.S., right? And so you're going to run into a situation where you might have China and the U.S. fighting a war with no communications, I am very confident in the U.S. ability, because all U.S. military officers train on this, to fight in an environment without communications. Literally had to do it as a platoon leader. No communications, no GPS, you're going to fight. I do not trust China's ability to do that. Go ahead, Mario.
No. I just want to ask Austin Defender, and I'll give you the mic back, Protocol, to ask. So I want to ask Emergent. Emergent, how are we even comparing China to the US or Russia to the US? In this case, China, sorry. How are we even comparing the Chinese military to the US? When the US has been spending so much for so long, how are they even comparable? How is it even impossible?
Well, first of all, I wanted to, and by the way, for those that don't know my background from previous spaces, I'm a Army Air Defense veteran. I worked for NORAD, also worked in the civilian nuclear industry. Here's a couple of thoughts. First of all, I think All Souls is absolutely on the money there with how China would have to conduct an invasion of Taiwan. I think General Flynn had a space the other day, and he had a couple of other senior U.S. Military leaders in there, and they were talking about how would a Chinese invasion of Taiwan even go. And basically, the scenario here is China can do two scenarios. There's two feasible scenarios. China could attempt a fast invasion, which will be chaotic, and most leaders on both sides agree that would fail. Or they would have to do, as All Souls was hinting at, an invasion with a very long buildup, which means they would have to position forces along the shore. They would have to relocate ships to ports. They would have to start putting assets in place. And those are things that geospatial intelligence is going to pick up. Those are things you're talking a 6 month or 4 to 6 month minimum buildup for that to happen. And during that time, the U.S. could easily position, assets from Guam, assets from Japan. They could deploy a couple of carrier strike groups and park them directly in between China and Taiwan. So in the fast scenario, China most likely fails, and it's a national embarrassment to them. In the slow buildup scenario, they give the U.S. and the allies in the region a very long time to respond with their own moves, which ultimately then it kind of puts China in this scenario. Well, then if the U.S. and allied buildup is greater than their own, then they risk again a national embarrassment by either launching a failed invasion or by backing down and blinking in the staring contest. So I think that's probably the most likely outcome there. I think China is probably posturing here. I think part of it is a point of national pride for them. I think when push comes to shove, they want Taiwan, but I don't think they're willing to self-destruct over it.
With their demographic crisis, why would they chew up all those young men? I mean, they're in the long game.
Sure. I think their response would be probably a little bit more along the lines of try and combine that with trade deals and economic sanctions and economic warfare, and hope that somehow, honestly, right now, I think China is kind of pivoting their attention. We don't know what they're going to do. They're kind of pivoting their attention to helping Russia and Ukraine in some way, maybe financially, maybe, we don't know if that's going to be boots on the ground, but that seems to be their current play.
Why?
I think because they see an opportunity to get the advantages they would want without risking a Taiwan invasion. I think that's part of the reason. A couple of other points I wanted to make. Somebody commented earlier. I don't know if it was also.
Imagine, keep the points in mind. Back to your other point. If they do a blockade on Taiwan, how would the U.S. respond? And then please continue with the other points.
I'd say most likely you'd see a buildup of various forces. Various forces in the region. They'd probably give assistance to Taiwan in various factors there. And then you'd probably see U.S. Carrier strike groups deployed to the region. You'd probably see forward place assets in probably Guam, Japan, etc. You might even see some assets pulled from the Atlantic Fleet to go support them, just depending on. It's probably going to be one of those. A group of generals and admirals will make a calculation of how much of the Chinese built up and how much do we need to build up to provide enough of a threat that they won't risk it. That would probably most likely be the goal.
I will say, though, and I think Emergent is important to highlight this. So, I mean, we in history, we have run into a blockade before, and it's the Berlin blockade. Right? Everybody goes to the Cuban Missile Crisis, but the Berlin blockade is a perfect example where the U.S. just flew over it, and we challenged the Russians, well, the Soviets, into it, and that could be now. There's a risk of obviously conflict, but I think once the first bullet flies, either it's war or diplomacy, but the blockade is over. But I think the U.S. would find ways to challenge it, just like we did in, what was it, 1961?
Sure,
I mean, I agree with the parallels that you guys have made with Russia's invasion with Ukraine, because obviously even Putin said that the reason why he basically kept his foot off the gas was because he saw them as his own people. And then you have the same problem with China and Taiwan, and that makes it a lot more different than when the US was invading the Middle East. So if China don't view it in the same manner and become brutal, then they have a chance. But yeah, if they hold off like the way Putin did and was a bit more off the gas, didn't destroy the infrastructure straight away, then yeah, they will have problems.
Yeah, and that was kind of so the other thing I wanted to touch on was somebody commented earlier. I'm not sure if it was All Souls or if it was OSN, but they commented on the regional systems like THAAD was mentioned very briefly. I just wanted to point out that there's actually over the last couple of decades been a lot of strategic deterrence assets placed in the Pacific region. They did THAAD tests in Japan. I want to say it was around the early 2010s, followed by permanent placements. Taiwan has had U.S. PAC-3 Patriot batteries for a very long time. In fact, I have somewhere on one of my old phones, I have a picture of one of those sitting inside a warehouse mid-upgrade with the Taiwan, banners hanging off. It's kind of cool. Anyway, the other thing there is actually in 2017. So this is a good example of something that shows how these scenarios play out. In 2017, the U.S. Sold and placed and did testing with THAAD in South Korea, and China was not happy about that and engaged in about a year-long economic standoff where they cut certain trade deals, and basically they were trying to make South Korea pay enough of a political cost for accepting those that they would get rid of them, and it ultimately did not work, and those THAAD batteries are still sitting in South Korea to this day. So there's a lot of regional assets the U.S. has in the region, and in the event of a long buildup China-Taiwan threat scenario, they would likely build up with more. In fact, I think it was 2018 or 2019, it was put on the table. They said, oh, well, what if we sold THAAD batteries to Taiwan? And one of the Chinese generals responded that if you put those in Taiwan, that will be the start of the war. So again, it's one of those things that if China poises themselves for an invasion, then they'll likely say, okay, well, we'll just go ahead and put all the stuff there that you don't want to be there. So
they can bluff each other into war.
I had one other.
Yeah, before keep that point in mind, Emergent. I do want to go to Olsen. He's had his hand up for a while. Also, I'd love you to jump in on what Emergent just said, and then we'll go back to Emergent to finish his point.
Go ahead, Emergent. You can finish your point, and then we'll push it over to Olsen Defender, and then yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I just wanted to, this is just general. So as someone mentioned earlier what about the communication breakdown between U.S. and China? So a couple things there. So there is a phone switch network that is used for those high-level command type decisions. It runs between the White House, the Pentagon, NORAD, at U.S. MAGCOMs, any major command. It's called the Defense Red Switch Network. There is, and it's basically you pick it up, and that's where the important folks make the important decisions. So there is a version of that. I don't have the name of it in front of me. I'm sure I could dig it up. There is a version of it that is essentially the international diplomatic version of that phone network. But there's also diplomatic back channels where, and sometimes world leaders that they need to pass a piece of information in a way that is sensitive to the politics of the situation. Sometimes it's done through third parties or intermediaries. And that's kind of what we saw with Milley. and his undermining of Trump. Essentially, Milley was using a back channel to make his communications with the Chinese general, saying, "Oh, don't worry about Trump. We've got that handled." So those types of factors come into play. Last thing is just a high level point about, are we Mario asked, what would really concern you? And here's why I'm not probably as concerned as most people here is the theory of war at a high level is it sounds kind of strange, but it's a negotiating strategy. So if China really goes toe to toe with the US, they're either out to end the world or they see some way to use war to negotiate an interest that they want, right? So I would see either side in this type of scenario would use much lesser methods or hit some form of outlying target before escalating to full-scale nuclear war. So I wouldn't really be concerned until we see safety starting to be removed, plugs being removed from ICBMs in Montana and North Dakota, bombers on station, that sort of thing, or we start to see actual shoot down forces in the region or actual shoot down events. So I think and people have speculated about could in Ukraine or in Taiwan, could there be a potential use for, say, a tactical nuke? Possibly, but it's really unprecedented in the history of warfare. So there's my thoughts.
I think
so. I want to particularly just want to ask one more question. Sorry, it took me a while to unmute. One more question before we go to Ocean Defender. By the way, Ocean Defender, are you there? Because I know you had your hand up and you couldn't unmute. Unmute if you're there, Ocean. But Emergent.
Mario, I'm going to head out, though. I'm going to head out.
Cool, man.
The only thing I wanted to say.
Go ahead.
I'm going to say one thing before I leave. What people are discounting is in Ukraine, the West is going to start more and more showing its capabilities when it's more modern tech and equipment it sends over, right? China is studying our tactics, our equipment, etc. And while somebody asks, well, how could we spend all this money and not do it? They're going to find whichever effective way Russia used and cheapest way to neutralize this machinery and equipment. And I guarantee you that their focus is going to change in their own military and weapons industry domestically, right? A lot of Russian drones there are not just the Iranian ones. DJI is instrumental in a lot of the Wagner Group's operations. So, I mean, I don't think China's in any rush. I mean, the longer this goes on, the more it benefits them. Europe made it through this winter. Let's see how next winter goes if South Africa collapses and Israel strikes Iran for reaching 90% uranium enrichment. There's a lot of things that can go wrong over the next year. And the Horn of Africa is going to experience its worst famine in over a decade. About 250,000 people at a minimum are about to die. This is not something that the longer it goes, it's going to hurt Russia and it's going to hurt the West, but China really will benefit just by allowing this war of attrition to play out. Look at
but they're risking aren't they risking their economy, and therefore the Communist Party is risking their grip.
Yeah, but if
this is their biggest fear.
If they get more regional influence, and they are while Europe and NATO, while the U.S. and the West is focused on Europe, China can go in and pick up the pieces in Iraq, which is now going to do trade denominated in the yuan, Saudi Arabia, which is now considering it, and grow BRICS and other alliances.
But still, they're number 8. The currency is number 8. They're far from it. I think the argument that China, it just overblown, and that kind of goes back to the question.
I don't disagree. They're far from it, but my point is a beachhead has been established. And it's not just China. A lot of countries, for how we dealt with Russia's central bank and their foreign currency reserves, etc., are very hesitant now to be tied to a Western system that can be politicized and weaponized against them. Look at how much trade India is doing with Russia. This is all they have to do is flip a switch, right? I'm not arguing it's going to be overnight. But if you don't think this type of erosion is going to occur while we're relying on a Volcker-style 80s interest rate increase, which is still unprecedented what we're trying to do now because we never had this type of debt level. So we don't know if it's going to work. In addition to the increase in the money supply, there's a lot. The next year, this war going longer is not going to be better for us than it is for China. That's what I'll say.
Thanks, Protocol. I want to go to a question.
Mario, I'd like to
Defender.
go ahead, ask you a question, Mario.
Would I be able to ask a question?
Yeah. Well, sorry, keep getting muted. In a bit, who just spoke?
So it was Austin. It was me. Oh, sorry.
No, there was a lady that spoke as well. Was that you, Lindsay, or who was that? Oh, weird. I thought I heard a lady on.
I think that was
It was
But
Evita.
yeah, Austin, go.
Evita was speaking.
I think I wanted to ask a
Oh.
question,
Vita.
but I don't want to jump. So,
And Vita, yeah. I'll give. Oh, yeah, of course, Vita. You've been waiting for a while. Yeah, I'll right after Austin. I promise. Yeah, Austin.
Okay.
What's you want to ask me a question? I don't know. What's wrong with you, man? What are you doing?
Yeah. So this is actually on financial markets and specifically talking about the RMB as opposed to the USD and sort of inroads being made. From my perspective here, I understand the argument being made towards China attempting to make inroads with the RMB as opposed to the USD or the euro and everything like that. But I think we're seeing that on a far more tactical basis, sort of targeting individual markets that don't have sort of a large scale impact over international trade. I would argue that, the foundation of the euro was a far larger threat to the US dollar as sort of the dominating currency around the world than what China's currently doing with like Saudi and other countries. I'm just curious as to your thoughts on that.
I'm not worried at all. I disagree with Ray Dalio, and I think they're far from it. So that's my 2 cents. But I'm not the expert here. I do want to ask you a question, Austin. Why is no one talking about microchips? Isn't this a battle for the new oil? Isn't this a battle for microchips? Taiwan playing a key role in the supply chain and being the biggest manufacturer. Is it all about microchips, even more important than strategic value of Taiwan? Because Taiwan is a neighbor to China. I think if it wasn't for microchips, would the US even care about Taiwan, considering the one China policy?
I would say okay. So I would say yes, the U.S. would care regardless, and I think that mostly goes back to strategy as well as ideology. I think the reason that Taiwan is particularly important, I think microchips is an add-on to that, not necessarily the sole sort of reason, right? Because if we look at the history of U.S. Taiwan relations, those existed before microchips even existed, right? I think it plays a particular matter of importance today. I do not believe that it's the sole reason.
And before we go to Evita, so Lindsay, you put your thumb down. Do you disagree with Austin? And then we'll go to Evita.
Yeah, I disagree with Austin, not completely, but some of the things he said were intelligent, but I'm disagreeing with like 90% of everyone just because it's laughable. So there's this thing in the world called trading companies. And if you do anything with China, I've been trading in China for 20 years. I live there. I speak Mandarin. It's part of the optics, like having someone between you and who you sell to, especially in China. And Taiwan and Hong Kong are part of that. And that was set up by design. Because the West, and I'm not trying to sound racist, but it's like the Anglican, the white, the American style person, the European style person, typically did not want to work directly with China. So this was by design. American companies, European companies would set up shop in Hong Kong, they would set up shop in Taiwan, and that created this optic that, hey, we're working with this foreign entity, and that made it easier, right? It also increased the cost. I'm going to pay $17 when I buy something from Taiwan instead of paying $7 from China. China is deeply, when I say rooted, I don't mean like, yeah, they have a couple things there. They're deeply rooted in Taiwan, deeply rooted. Every single governor in the Chinese government has 3 citizenships, Hong Kong, Chinese, and Taiwan. Why is that? Because they all are billionaires that have businesses in all 3 places. They have companies that hedge. They have companies that sell materials and assets to each one, and they make money on either side, and they do tiny IPOs all throughout China every time someone like me calls them and says, I need something made. So please understand that this is not in any way, shape, or form like to ever be like saddled or somehow compared to Russia and Ukraine, which is literally a completely different conflict with completely different civilizations. It is nothing similar to Pakistan and India. Like that's like putting tiki masala next to gunpowder. Okay, it's a completely different civilization. I'm not trying to be like rude or anything, but it's like it's asinine. Some of the comments are just like guys, like this isn't like playing Hot Wheels and war games and sitting in your bathtub with all your toys. It's not the Sunday spread of the Super Bowl and what's Japan got in on it. This is like world conflict, and it's scary because you, like sitting here and saying, oh, China's going to go and attack Taiwan. Think about the Arctic right now. That's what you need to be focused on, because whoever gets the Arctic, has complete control of everything on this planet, because that's the last place right now where there's no one kind of controlling what's actually happening. That's the place right now where there's tons of military happenings happening. China's been fighting for that area deeply since 2003 and has infiltrated every single country that's made any move towards it.
Lindsay, I've got a question for you. So if China says, and I'll keep using this as an example, because either someone is bluffing or the ambitions, the Chinese ambitions of, I'm just going to mute your mic, Lindsay. I can hear you breathe very loud, and I'll let you make sure I'm mute to speak. But the ambitions of China, similar to Putin's ambitions with Ukraine, outweigh the economic risk. Okay,
I don't think
China said. I'll read out the quote. Yeah, I'll read out the. I know it's not the same, but there are similarities, but it's not the same. And I think we all agree on that. But I do want to say one thing. China said, we will, Taiwan will reunify with China, and Xi Jinping said that he will not discount the use of military force to reunite with China. And then the US, Biden said clearly more than once, we will support Taiwan militarily. Either someone is bluffing, or this is a serious matter that could escalate to war.
I think that I would definitely check where that came from and who said that actually, like what.
Oh, this is I've got it on my thread. Xi Jinping said that himself. I've got the recording and I put it in my thread. The video of him saying that China will use military force. They prefer not to, but they will use military force to reunify Taiwan. And Biden is pretty well known as a video everywhere. And it's also in my thread where Biden said, he was asked, will the US send military personnel to support Taiwan in case of an invasion? I'm paraphrasing. And Biden just said yes. And I think it's happened on more than one occasion. And both those videos are in my thread. So it's not like a source or someone said or hearsay or anything like that.
I think that it'd be good to look at the context it's said in. I think it depends on how it was said, but just my personal opinion, then you can move on. But it's just, is that if it was said as a trigger moment. It was said as, Biden, we know.
So you think it's a possible bluff?
Like maybe a bluff, but more of a trigger. China's one thing that China's more important, is much more important to them is to have customers, right? So there's no interest in them bombing someone or changing something or costing them more money or anything like that. They're a business country, right? They were from a level of business, not like sticks and stones.
But they've had ambitions for decades to reunify with Taiwan, and Xi Jinping wants to do it in his lifetime. We've had people say, we've had various analysts saying that
his opinion of reunification is the same as ours, though. Like he's already done it. Like they already print their money and back the whole country. So like maybe he wants the optics of the pride of like people in Taiwan saying rah rah China.
Taiwan is a democracy that's allied with the US, so it doesn't seem like it just. I don't see it as reunified.
It's not though. People say that, but it's not. It's kind of like
which one? It's not a democracy, or it's not allied with the US.
It's not a democracy like the US is. Like we're very democratized. China is kind of like I feel like Taiwan is almost like it's like China's like democracy project or something. Like it's not like really a democracy like you and I have here. That's preposterous to even make it the same.
But it's very far from where China's at. So it's a democracy relative to China.
I would recommend everybody
like
here
to
the counterpoint, Lizzie, if I may. The counterpoint to that is literally anybody go on YouTube and look up Taiwanese parliament brawls. You want to see like how serious Taiwan takes their democratic rights? They will fight in parliament and have brawls for it. Like if people think about politicization in the US as a joke, Taiwan is a vibrant democracy. They fought for it in the mid 90s. They had a revolution to get a democratic system. This is from the nationalist government of China after the Chinese Civil War in 1949. There has been multiple Taiwan Strait crises. There's been multiple conflict zones in the Cold War between China and Taiwan. And Xi Jinping has made it in China's Communist Party has made it abundantly clear that they are willing to fight for Taiwan.
According to the index, hold on, Vivian.
Maria.
Hold on, Vivian, can you hold on? Vivian, before I ask you a question, I just want to say one thing on all sorts, and I do want to go to Evita, then we'll go to Vivian, because Evita's been waiting for I think an hour and a half, hasn't spoken once yet, and then we'll give you the mic, Vivian, if you don't mind. But on the point all sorts that you just said, I'm going to read out. I just Googled top democracies, didn't even put Taiwan. I just Googled, I'll tell you exactly what I Googled. I said most democratic countries. And I clicked on a link. According to the index, the most democratic countries in the world are respectively Norway, number 1, New Zealand, number 2, Finland, number 3, Sweden, number 4, Iceland, 5, Denmark, Ireland, Taiwan, then Australia and Switzerland. Taiwan was above Australia and Switzerland, and the US is not even on the list. And then Netherlands is number 10. So that's pretty surprising. That's just
Taiwan
one
is
list.
a very vibrant democracy. It's extremely vibrant. And yes, I think we need to go to Evita, but
And
it's a very vibrant democracy.
And I'm looking here on Wikipedia as well. In 2020, Taiwan was upgraded from flawed democracy to full democracy, and it's in the top 10. It's above Thailand, it's above East Timor, Vietnam, Israel, it's above Israel. So yeah, it's in the oh no, it's not in top 10. Hold on. Let me tell you exactly where it's at. Ranked 2022. So yeah, there it is. Number 10 is Taiwan, above Canada, above Germany, Australia, Japan. Where the hell's the US? Above the UK is number 18. What the fuck? France, Spain, South Korea. Not even comparable, up to the 20s. United States is number 30. This is, by the way, this is all surprise to me, so I'm just pretty surprised. If you go to Wikipedia, write democracy index, you could check it out. Belgium is at 36, flawed democracy. This is fascinating. Number 1 is Norway. New Zealand's number 2, unsurprisingly.
I want to know how exactly they're calculating how democratic a country is. I mean, if you're going to call New Zealand democratic, that's just kind of a joke.
Hold on, you're saying New Zealand's not a democracy?
Have you seen what they've been doing for the past 3 years?
So, Mario, can we just get to Evita? Because I think we're just
go ahead. Yeah, Evita. Yeah, of course. Evita,
thank you
jump
very
in.
much. Thank you. So
thanks for waiting with us, Evita.
Oh, no problem. So just a little digression from what I wanted to ask, but I do think that when if China goes to invade Taiwan, they're not going to do it because it's the same. They have same system, or they think it's one country. They do it for economic reasons. One of them is a chip factory. The other one is strategic. The other one is resources, because there's gas and oil. You know, they have been building those islands for a reason. So they will do it because it will enrich them, and they will do it when they're capable of succeeding, and they think they're capable of succeeding. Now, China is a total authoritarian dictatorship. Xi Jinping doesn't have to consult many people. He has been purging competition and opposition, same as Stalin did and Mao before. So he has absolute power. He has been doing it for a while. So now, that's my personal opinion on what's happening in China. And they hate our guts, and they want to defeat the West, and they have allies. So we have to figure out who is their ally. And one other question is, not a question, sorry. So even in a sense, they were giving some diplomatic hints before the Olympics. They signed this eternal friendship with Russia. So they are supporting Putin. And Putin he is evil, but he is not dumb. And he is fighting NATO and not giving it up. So he would never, ever, Russia never ever has any chance to fight NATO on its own. So someone else has to be standing behind them, and they know that they are.
Yeah, but
yeah.
Well, yes.
So,
what do you think at this point? That's actually interesting. You're saying, Evita, hold on. You're saying, I'll let you finish. Yeah, just want to ask you. Do you mind if I ask you a quick question on something you said, and I'll let you finish?
Okay.
Just one point you said.
Hopefully, I won't forget what I wanted to say.
Okay, I'll let you finish then. Go ahead.
Okay. So I do think that Putin knows that he has a Chinese support. Chinese, obviously, they are watching how is it all playing out, and they know that America and Europe is using their weapons, and our manufacturing is not yet up to snuff. So it is in their favor. It's definitely in their favor. Also, other things are showing up, that there are some countries within our allies that are reluctant to help out. And we need to really also realize who are the allies of Russia and China, because we don't really know that. You know, there's Iran, there is possibly India. How can we blockade China? India is going to help Russia and possibly China. They have conflicts, but maybe they are not as big. Now, are we able to blockade that? What about our manufacturing? Like, we really haven't thought it through. Germany and France, they also like the Chinese. And Germany likes the Russian gas. They have lots of people who are in their industry, who affect the politicians and the politics, who want to have close relations with Russia and China. What are we going to do? What about, for example, countries that I am from, Canada, Australia? We have a lot of Chinese communists that pay our, who are able to influence.
So what's your point? So you're saying that the interconnection of all these countries make it very unlikely that a war will break out?
No, I'm not saying it may break out. We are already in that war. It's already broken. Now it just we
I
don't
wouldn't
know.
say I wouldn't say that we're in that war at all. Like it just if a Cold War is very different to direct conflict, and it's something that has happened time and time again.
You're right.
So I wouldn't say we're all
are
out,
in a
and we
military
still
conflict.
and
We are in
we
a
still
military conflict.
yeah, but not
We
but it's
send
very different
weapons.
when yeah, we're sending weapons to Ukraine that's using them to fight Russia. It's very different than sending
Yeah,
out
but
planes
China is
into Russian
also
airspace.
sending
And
weapons to
that we don't
Russia.
have no we don't have evidence of that. It's possible,
Okay.
but the U.S. at least the official statement, and I'm not saying it's not true. We don't know what we don't know, but the U.S. would have I think would have been very vocal if that happened. They would have taken action, and they've kind of shown concern.
Well,
China
we
is
should at
definitely
least
supporting the Russian
consider it.
economy.
We should consider it. What are
It's
the
possible, yeah.
possible alliances and how we can prepare for it? We have to consider it.
I'd love your take on this quickly also, but then I want to go to Patrick, get his thoughts on all this. Also,
yeah, no, yeah, I'm here. I just believe
And
it
one
because
thing I wanted to say later, if I have a moment, but later.
Yes, yeah, of course, Evita. Yeah, go ahead, Alsos.
Yeah, so because she did come in broken for me, but I think the gist of it is, I think what I did get to, and one thing I would point out is, I think people put way too much focus on emphasis on economic benefits when we're talking about war, right? If you like, let's just use Russia, Ukraine as an example, right? Like Russia's invasion of Ukraine made no economic sense, yet they viewed it as their national security interest. Countries have demonstrated throughout history that they're willing to sacrifice economic security for national security interests, both any country in the world, right? A lot of countries will see, especially if they're great powers, will take economic sacrifice to achieve national security interests. And I think that is something that needs to be considered. Now, what the U.S. will, and I think what Evita is getting at, and I think it's important, is that if Taiwan does an invasion on Taiwan, right, there would have to be a kind of like what we saw related to Ukraine, where the U.S. would kind of take the lead to economically isolate China to make sure they suffer and they suffer consequences. But one of the things that China, I think, has very overestimated is their diplomatic soft power, and then this transition to the wolf warrior diplomacy, which has shown that has backfired completely. If you were to look, let's say, Japan and China has very extensive economic relationships, but Japan clearly sees China as an economic, as a national security threat, and is adjusting their military accordingly.
Also, go
ahead.
Let me. I want to jump in and I want to ask you a question. I want to go to speaker to answer the specific question. I think it would be a good way to wrap it up. But it's a very interesting question that could go on for a while as we go back and forth. Where do you see everything in 10 years? Because that's what really matters. No one knows what's going to happen in the next couple of years. I see it to be inevitable that China will just not accept not reunifying Taiwan. It's just a matter of when and how. But I do expect the Ukraine conflict to not last as long as many people make it out to be. That's my 2 cents. But what the hell do I know? Where do you think we'll be also in 10 years?
So I think recently we've seen, I'm going to just base this on some U.S. officials. So what we have seen is, I think a lot of officials have demonstrated, have started to publicly comment recently compared to what we saw 3, 4, 6 months ago, 2 years ago, is that it looks like deterrence is working, right? Again, I think we cannot, when the U.S. military operates, they will always prioritize deterrence. And I think what you're seeing with Japan, what you're seeing with the United States, what you're seeing actions even that the Philippines are doing, and a lot of our allies in Asia are doing, is that they're acknowledging that they want to maintain the status quo. Right? They want to make sure China and Taiwan stay as is. And I think there's been a lot of pressure both on China to make sure they do not do aggressive invasions. And I think there's a lot of internal problems that China has from its economy, from its political structure, et cetera, that might, and their military capability that might dampen their most aggressive policies against Taiwan. I am not in the camp of belief, I will say, but it's very hard to predict the future and things can change in a heartbeat. As things are right now, I do not think China is going to launch an invasion against Taiwan in the next 10 years. I don't think it is. I think the U.S. has recognized that China is a military threat. They're posturing to face that, and I think that level of deterrence would calm China down. Where I think China, you're starting to see the slow shift in China recently after the zero COVID, is that they're trying to be back into the international stage. And I think one way we might see an increase in China related to Taiwan is I think we'll go back to this when it was kind of the nationalist government, the KMT government in Taiwan, where they're trying to have just more cross-state relations. And I think China might try to leverage a lot of their soft power and diplomatic influence within certain sectors of Taiwan's politics to see if they can get at least tampering. What their biggest concern for Taiwan is they declare independence. And I think if Taiwan just maintains everything as is, I do not believe a war is happening. But again, things can change in a heartbeat. I'm not making this with any level sort of confidence because it's very hard to predict the future 10 years, let alone 1 year.
I want to go to the same question. Is Austin there? Austin, same question to you, and then we'll go to emergent.
Could you repeat the question?
A very simple one, man. Everything in 10 years' time. Also, gave a very complex, detailed answer. Mine was pretty simple. I just don't see China accept not reunifying Taiwan, and I don't see the Ukraine-Russia conflict lasting more than a few more months.
Okay, so.
But then again, I'm pretty. Think I'm going to be completely wrong because I never thought will the conflict between Russia and Ukraine will even last more than a few days or weeks. Sorry, not days, weeks, and never thought that Russia will cross the border. So obviously my predictions are not going to be right, probably.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, so Russia, Ukraine, I can see lasting another 12 months easily, at least. I don't think either side has really, shown any sort of apprehension or willingness to sort of let go of their strategic objectives right now. I think I'll have a far better grasp on an estimate for the length of the conflict 4 months from now. I think the spring is going to be very decisive in regards to what we see each side do there. But when we talk decades, what I'm looking at is what does the Chinese economy in particular look like? Are they able to sort of surmount a lot of the issues they've been having with real estate? And would love Lindsay's opinion on the Chinese domestic economy here. What does the Chinese economy look like? What does the United States economy look like? Do we see the EU have a bit of a resurgence in economic growth? 10 years is such a long time. It's in an era of uncertainty that we're in right now, where global supply chains are kind of being upended left and right. I guess what I'm looking at is what supply chain next comes under threat, and how does that affect mostly developing economies moving down the line. I think we'll see further issues potentially with either climate change or maybe another pandemic, as we see more zoonotic interactions between humans and animals that traditionally have not interacted as much. I don't know, Mario. 10 years is a long time. But do I foresee a war between the U.S. and China in 10 years? I'm going to give the slight edge to no. But that's going to have
slight edge to. Hold on. Did you say a slight edge to no?
Yes, slight edge to no. I
Shit. What would you say out of 10? How likely is it that China and US will be in a conflict? I'll give it a 3. So what would you rate it? I know I'm kind of simplifying it.
Honestly, maybe slight, maybe larger than slight. I would say 3 out of 10, something like that. I think the economies are too intertwined, and if we look at Chinese foreign policy over the last 30 years, it's been extremely focused on domestic development and economic inroads. And I have a very hard time seeing the Chinese, even under the CCP, sacrificing all of that over a conventional conflict with Taiwan. I
would change mine to 2. What's yours, Austin? Before we go to other speakers, I didn't ask you that particular question, and then we'll go to Ian.
Yeah, 3, 4, maybe.
3 for you, Austin. Sorry, sorry, and also, I meant to you also. What would you rate it? The likelihood of a Chinese-US conflict in the next 10 years?
2 to 3.
Yeah, all right. So we're aligned on this one. We'll go to Ian and Osint. Maybe we'll go to Ian first, and then we'll go to Osint.
That's a good question, right? Whether China's going to invade Taiwan. I'd rank it at around 3. I really don't see them doing it. I would be more concerned about what happens in the next.
No, so just Ian, the question is not whether China will invade Taiwan; it's whether the U.S. and China, because the U.S. could step away and let.
Right, yeah. Within the next decade, I would say honestly 2 or 3. They're just not ready. Neither side is ready for this war, right? If there's a war, it's not going to happen over Taiwan. I think that Taiwan will naturally just become a part of China. There's political upheaval in Taiwan. There's many people on like half of the country wants to reunify with China under certain circumstances, right? Like they want, guarantees that they will not lose their complete autonomy, right? There's many people in the country that are open to it. Many of them are obviously on the side of China, and they don't want to see a war. And obviously, they all have family on both sides. So we're not going to see a situation where it's like North Korea versus South Korea. I don't see that happening. I don't see a detente happening. However, when it comes to like the long term, the United States and China are inevitably going to go to war, right? Within the next, I would say, 40 years, 50 years, maybe, over the Arctic resources. People don't talk about that, but oil is not going to go out of fashion just because Greta Thunberg makes a fuss about it. This idea that we're just going to stop using fossil fuels, stupid bullshit, right? We might not be driving cars that are necessarily running on gas, but eventually we are going to run out of oil that we have right now, right? That peak oil is happening, right? And people don't necessarily want to just destroy their own countries to keep drilling, right? That's a problem. We're going to look to the north. We're going to look to the Arctic to get that oil, because we need it for plastics, we need it for refining, we need it for like a million different reasons that people just don't want to talk about. People like to imagine that oil only goes in cars. No, it goes in your plastics. It goes in the production of everything that you use, even refining, producing things like with metalworking. You need oil for that. So oil is always going to be necessary, and the next war is going to be fought over oil. It's going to be the next 50 years, I would say.
Mario, can I come in on this point?
Yeah.
I'm at a function.
I've been waving as well, Piotr.
Yeah. So hold on, guys. I'll go to Olsen, and then we'll go to Joa and Piotr. Olsen, same question, man. Is your mic working now?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I can. Where do you see us? Where do you see the world, or specifically China? No, where do you see Russia, Ukraine, and where do you see China, US in the next 10 years? And then rate out of 10 a possible conflict in the next 10 years between China and the US, a direct conflict.
So I fully agree. I think with what Austin was saying with the Ukraine-Russia situation, I think the spring is going to be very decisive, and we're going to see the Russians either decide to go fully all in on this and risk their entire air force and maybe some of their strategic bomber fleet, and pretty much
do you really think that would they really go that far for Ukraine? That's mental.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying they're either going to decide to do that, or they're going to decide to partially start to back off and negotiate. And Ukraine is either going to decide that they are able to lose some of these territorial areas, such as Crimea and possibly Donetsk and Luhansk, or they're going to slowly start to lose support from some of these countries over the next year. I do think that this war is going to probably last
also
over another
just quickly.
year.
Just quickly on that point, did you hear what I read earlier? If you could just mute your mic, a bit of background noise. But did you hear what I read earlier on what? I'm just going to try to find a tweet, but one a lawmaker, part of the administration in Ukraine, said about Crimea. Did you hear what I said earlier when I read it out? If not, I'll read it out now, and I want to see whether that hints at a possible change of heart in Ukraine regarding Crimea, and obviously Donetsk could follow. I'll read it out. There it is. It's by the Secretary of the National Security Defense Council of Ukraine, and he said the following: the strategy, I'm just going to pin his tweet right now. The strategy, I just pinned it above for anyone. You can go up and read it. The strategy for the deoccupation of Crimea. It's time for a new edition. The sequence of means of deoccupation, political, diplomatic, military, economic, etc., requires a change in priorities. Obviously, it's a bit vague. Does that indicate any change of heart? I know this is like the first time I see anything like that. Or am I misunderstanding what he said?
I don't think it's too much of a change of heart. I don't think we will determine anything as a change of heart until Zelensky says it. Again, a lot of people forget that the Ukrainian government was a lot more open to negotiating about certain territorial areas, such as Crimea, towards the beginning of the war, when the Russians were less than a mile out from Kiev, and even then, until they pulled out of the Kharkiv area and stopped the assaults on Odessa and Mykolaiv, they were still very, very.
And was it Russia that was refusing to negotiate back then?
No, Russia was negotiating. Yeah, Russia was negotiating, but it was still kind of tense. And Russia also, if I remember correctly, their procedures that they wanted was the complete demilitarization of Ukraine, and neutrality by Ukraine, and a bunch of other things. Of course, those negotiations fell through. But I don't think that we can decide whether there's any sort of change in this policy that Zelensky has said that he wants to take Crimea now, until we hear Zelensky say that they're up to negotiate about the territorial integrity of Crimea. Of course, Donetsk and Luhansk are completely different, but Crimea, I think, is the big deciding factor right now.
The issue with Zelensky is that he's under pressure from both sides. In the West, right, one of the promises that they require from him is for him to keep fighting the Russians and keep attritioning them, even if it means losing tens of thousands of Ukrainian soldiers, in order to get funding from the West, right? If he starts pulling things back, they will think twice. They'll say, well, maybe we shouldn't be helping Ukraine because we're not going to get our money back.
That's exactly true. And the U.S., I think, is going to provide weapons and munitions until the end, no matter what Ukraine really decides to do. But the rest of the European countries, I think, are going to become more hesitant as this war goes on, especially if the Ukrainian government and the Russian government are not willing to negotiate, especially Zelensky, on certain territorial integrities, again, specifically Crimea.
I want to go to Joe.
America doesn't want to end the war, right? People need to get this into their heads. It's not in America's interest to end the war, because what America gets, out of this war is they get to try to weaken Russia, although that is questionable. But they're also weakening Europe as well. Europe is now becoming financially completely dependent on the United States for help militarily and economically. And they're also cutting them off from Russia, because before you had Germany building the Nord Stream pipelines together with Russia, and various different countries making deals with Russia. America now it's cut off Nord Stream, obviously.
But the U.S. is not gonna intentionally weaken their NATO allies.
Yes, they are.
They might benefit. They benefit, but then
Nord Stream was about. What do you think the destruction of the Nord Stream was about?
But you can't. We don't know it's the U.S., but there's obviously it's very likely
from it because they
no. Hold on. It's very Ian. I'll agree with you. I'm just saying that it's very likely the U.S. We just don't know for sure. It's important that we don't know for certainty. I wasn't there, but I'd say. But
I would disagree. I would disagree with that completely. I don't.
Oh, who's that?
To prove the
awesome.
it's often.
Yes,
I don't think.
Yeah. So actually, tell me. Yeah. Yeah. So. Who do you think blew it up? Because my assumption, obviously no one knows, and there's a plausible explanation for almost every side. And I've read arguments on all sides, including Germany being responsible, but that's really unlikely, obviously.
Yeah,
but I want to ask you, exactly. But the US having done it in collaboration with their NATO allies, because doing it without telling their NATO allies is just ridiculous.
Well,
but they would have
Norway, right? Because it happened in Norway's territory.
Yeah, but I mean, they wouldn't do it without consulting Germany, even though Germany could harm their economy.
Right? They did it in conjunction with Norway. They didn't do it in conjunction with Germany, because Germany does not benefit from this at all.
No, they would benefit.
They would have told Germany.
So
they would have told exactly, Joe. They wouldn't. Hold on. Also, I'll give you the mic. But yeah, Joe, they would have told Germany. Germany's a NATO ally. They're not gonna risk losing Germany as a NATO ally.
They don't care about Germany's sovereignty. What can Germany do to America? Nothing, because they are completely dependent on Brandenburg. Right, they're completely dependent on the United
told
States
Germany,
defending them. Germany is in a terrible space right now where they're unable to even do anything. If Biden takes a shit on Olaf Scholz's face, he's just going to say, please give me seconds.
Austin, I'll let you respond, because I'm sure you have lots of...
No. So I disagree with a lot of that. First and foremost, from a strategic perspective, the United States had very little to gain from the potential to sabotage the entirety of the NATO alliance over destroying critical strategic infrastructure.
So I'll kind of reword it. Like, what if they did it in conjunction with their NATO allies in Europe to kind of remove that dependence on Russia?
If the United States did that, that's the end of NATO, right? Because if a NATO state
did it in conjunction, in conjunction with other NATO countries.
Yeah. I mean, number one, there's no. Okay, so the article that Ian is citing was written by Seymour Hersh, and there's actually been a lot of research put into that article, sort of debunking it, by a man by the name of Oliver Alexander, looking into specific aspects of the article and why they don't really make sense. I would highly advise everyone in the space to both read the article by Hersh and then read the critique by Oliver Alexander. What it drums down to, though, is there are specific factual inaccuracies in that article blaming the United States for it. But from a larger perspective, even if Norway, like hypothetically, if the U.S. and Norway decided, like, yeah, we're going to end Germany's dependency on Russian natural gas. That, number one, Nord Stream 1 at the time of this incident was not pumping any liquid natural gas to Germany because Germany nationalized their portion of Gazprom and put it under German state control. On top of that, Nord Stream 2 was never completed. Nord Stream 2 never pumped an ounce of liquid natural gas, right? So we're looking at two pipelines that were not operational and were not expected to be operational in the near future due to disputes not between NATO and Russia, but between Germany and Russia, specifically in regards to Gazprom, right? So what does the United States have to gain from destroying that and putting at risk the entirety of the NATO alliance, right?
Because Austin, why has Republicans and Democrats been calling for the end of Nord Stream for years now? Both
Yeah,
sides
so
of
it's
the
just
aisle have been calling for it.
yeah, even though it wasn't operational, it could become operational. They want to kind of remove that option, so Germany doesn't even consider it, and there's no pressure. There's no tool that Russia could leverage. Like my question, I'll ask you the same question. Like, what could Russia really benefit other than sending a the benefits are very, very minuscule relative to the cost.
You're playing presidential chess. Like the Russians blew up the Crimean Bridge for reasons that only Putin knows. You know, I mean, this is the kind of level of discourse that's happening right now in the OSINT community, where they blame Russia for everything stupid that happens, and then they're like, oh, Russia blew up its own AWACS plane. Yeah, okay, sure.
Okay, so both the AWACS plane and the Kerch Bridge are unrelated to Nord Stream. I think it's important to note from the get-go here. But likewise, I mean, obviously the United States has been warning, foreign policy-wise, warning Germany against Nord Stream for a while now. I think that's all well and fair, but that still doesn't breach the level of risk being undertaken with demolishing a NATO ally's critical energy infrastructure, right? We could be railing against the fact that the Germans are turning to coal power plants. That doesn't mean that the U.S. Air Force is going to bomb a coal plant outside of Hamburg for doing so. And the reason is because that puts the entire alliance at risk. The moment one state attacks another, the entire alliance is out the window, right? So in regards to who did it, I mean, I will wait to see what the actual investigating agencies turn up. Oliver Alexander has done a really good job so far, sort of pointing towards it may have been actually an industrial accident, but at the same time, like it's really anybody's guess. But what I will say from the U.S.'s perspective, there's far too much risk to be.
I shared the article. I shared the article in the Nest. Oliver Alexander has done extensive research on this. He's somebody that Austin, myself, OSINT Defender talk to regularly. He's been doing this for weeks, and he's been combing it through. This is the last one he'll post because he's been posting updates. Highly recommend you read it. He debunks.
Also, can you do me a favor? Can you help me organize a space? I'll get Seymour and you get Oliver.
Oh, Oliver's all about it. I already talked to him.
Perfect. All right, let's talk about it offline. But what was his conclusion? Who does he point the blame to? It's hard. I would say anyone that points the blame. Go ahead.
So the tweet, what I put, and this is the last tweet I shared on the Nest, and I'll just read it directly from Oliver. Additional research of the past 3 days has made me change my initial hypothesis and point my finger at the academic Chernisky as the cause of the southern Nord Stream 2 rupture, a vessel ill-equipped for the task that ran into many problems. Basically, he's arguing that it looks like it could have been an industrial accident. You know, like it was not an intentional, we're going to put explosives, blow it up. And that is kind of the line of thought he has.
Yeah, but also,
if you do the space, I know he'll go into it.
Because also, what does he say about Nord Stream 1? He says that Russia blew up.
I know. I talk about it. He also covers the Nord Stream. I will. You know what? While you guys having this conversation, let me reread his entire thread, and I'll come back.
That's fine. I've read his thread. What he basically, first of all, Seymour Hersh's article is actually quite brilliant. Oliver's response obviously has changed, as he said, a number of times. And his argument is that, guess what? Nord Stream 2 had some kind of structural damage, and obviously this new position that he's got now.
This is
And as
moving the
soon as the
goalposts,
Russians
right?
found out about it,
Whenever people present arguments that are like, yeah, Russia didn't do it, it's like, well, yeah, maybe it's an industrial accident.
no,
maybe
but it's even
Putin
worse than
bad
that.
guy.
I mean, look, I will gladly
So
argue
he says,
how
he says that
covert.
basically.
Sorry,
he
no,
says,
this is one
sorry,
thing I will put my
Solomon.
foot down.
What do you mean you have to put your foot down?
One
You've
thing
been
I will,
talking for
one
20
thing,
minutes.
Solomon, I'm sorry, but one thing I will put my foot down. One where I put my foot down. It makes absolutely no freaking sense. Absolutely no freaking sense that the U.S. would do a covert operation. In his Seymour Horse article, he said he was doing a covert operation to not tell
Bro,
the Gang
it
of
makes
Eight,
no sense
but
that
he's going to
Russia
have
would blow up
Norway
their own
do it. That
pipeline.
makes
That's
no
the dumbest
sense.
thing I've
That
heard in my life.
does not make
Like
sense.
Russia's basically making money, and they're like, you know what? Let me just blow my own pipeline. That's the dumbest point I've ever heard in my life. And then leave the Balkan line. So like basically they blow up Nord Stream 1. They leave the Balkan line. It's like the most dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. The whole argument makes no
So
sense.
hold on, I might actually find a middle ground. Also, do you think it's plausible? Because I'm kind of leaning towards the US doing it in conjunction with other NATO countries to kind of
I think they
remove that
probably did it with
dependence.
Poland. If honest, if we were looking at who benefits from this, Poland benefits from this the most.
I think they would have done it with all NATO countries.
Norway benefited. US benefited.
Yeah, but I just
Yeah,
don't
Norway,
think
US
Simon.
And Poland benefit, and they probably did it with the help of the UK
And Denmark.
I mean, there's no reason
All of
that's
one
why
country
Seymour
also
Hersh's
benefited.
article may have been complete. I mean, a lot of people involved in this.
Mario,
Simon, do you think?
No, Mario. Let me just answer your question to this. Let me answer your question to this. Let me. Okay. When was the last time that everybody knew about a U.S. covert operation? Is the raid of Osama bin Laden. Having Denmark, Norway, Poland, all these countries involved that are not even part of the Five Eyes alliance. They're not even our closest military and intelligence allies. They're not even part of the Five Eyes alliance. You're telling me that the U.S. is going to do a super covert operation that the President of the United States is not going to tell a Gang of Eight, but we're going to tell 4 NATO allies about this covert operation that we would rely on them to do it when the U.S. has to come on. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't smack from the face of every covert operation that never done the U.S.
Doesn't add up.
Hold on, guys. Sorry, Joe, go ahead.
I was saying we've done it in the past. Like we keep saying, U.S. did it with someone else. U.S. didn't need to do it with anyone else. They could have done it alone and told their allies they're doing it. They've been calling for the destruction of it, both sides of the aisle, for many, many years. Why wouldn't they take the opportunity to blow it up right now?
Would you disagree? Also,
Joe raises a great point. You have Victoria Nuland out there saying that, praising it, talking about blowing it up. You have Biden, literally the president of the United States, saying that we're going to do something about it. It's like, come on, guys, like it's fucking obvious.
So I have a question to you, also, so then to you, Ian. I think you can meet or Slayman as well. Do it with all three of you and see if we can meet at least close to the middle, because I'm somewhere in the middle. Do you think, I'll start with Ian, do you think it's possible that the US did it, but I know you think they did not consult Germany, but do you think that it is also possible they did consult their NATO allies to ensure that bridge is not burned, even though Germany might suffer in the short term economically?
They signed a deal with the Green Party or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Somebody in the German government, and without the consent of the people, because if this got out that the Germans were involved,
no, the people. I wouldn't. Definitely not the people. Otherwise, it'd be
Ian,
public.
I don't even think they told Germany. Shall I tell you
and
why?
Right now, they're struggling now. Right?
Ian,
So
I
the
don't
last
think
thing
they
they
told
want to
Germany.
learn is that their own government fucked them over.
Ian, I don't even think they told Germany when they were about to do it. They may have told them afterwards, because initially Germany were up in arms. They were planning to do an investigation, which has gone very quiet very soon after that. So I think they.
But that could be part of it. But that could be they could have, even if they told them before, Germany would do a quote unquote investigation. Otherwise, you'll just look very sus if they don't do an investigation. But just to kind of meet in the middle ground, like, do you think it's also possible they did tell Germany to make sure they don't harm the alliance? Because again, the benefit of the Nord Stream, I don't think outweighs the. Again, I don't want to argue that. Do you think it's possible that they did tell Germany?
Because Germany are the whipping boys of the world right now. The amount they've been abused by America is just unbelievable. So yeah, it is possible. In terms of
and maybe there could be behind the scenes economic deal between the two that could be supplying Germany gas at a very discounted rate in return
Germany,
for that.
It's possible, but German people are struggling significantly, so unlikely.
And I want to go to Allsource and Austin. I know you guys are usually on the same page. So Allsource, do you think it's plausible? I'm not saying you think this is what happened, but would you say it's at least a possibility, even though I think it's unlikely, that the US did it in conjunction with NATO allies? Now, your point of them not being able to keep it a secret, they don't have to tell all military personnel. It just could be a deal with on an executive level, something that will come out later as it gets declassified or gets leaked. but do you think it's a possibility? And then I'll go to Piotr and Patrick, who've been waiting for a while. What do you think?
It doesn't make any sense. Like, I'm sorry, people can make a argument. Oh, like, what geopolitical national security interest would the United States have blowing up two pipelines that, for the most part, the Germans stopped utilizing? And oh, by the way, we're going to do
I'll give you.
No, but hold on.
I'll give you.
They're openly talking about blowing it up. I mean, like, so you're asking what
Hold on. Guys, everyone, hold on. Yeah, go ahead. Also,
again, I think Mario, this should be a specific space where you can have the people that are actually arguing the facts. Because, by the way, the Sigmund Horst article, he also changed it, because now apparently the PC-8 utilized by Norway was actually flying by Americans. He did also change it. So, like, let's get that fact. And he did not provide any signal evidence, just anonymous source. But hold on,
there's nothing bad with changing. Just want to say, changing an article. It shows. Okay, go ahead, Jeff.
What I'm saying is, Sweden, for example, Sweden is in the process of joining NATO. Sweden also suffered from this event, right? Why would the U.S. sacrifice a huge victory, a geopolitical victory in the Nordic countries, having Sweden and Finland join NATO by blowing up a stupid pipeline? It doesn't make any sense. And
but also you're making the point, if they did not do it by telling their allies on an executive level, telling the president and prime ministers that they were going to do it, and they all agreed together. And then did a deal behind the scenes of supplying gas at a discounted rate or something, where they did not hurt their allies, and they removed Germany's potential reliance on Russian gas, because the pipeline could be reopened and Russia could use it as a negotiating.
But it's a potential.
It is potential. We don't know. We don't know. I just want to see if you look. But I'll go.
Can I add a comment here, please?
No. Is Joe? What I'll do is I'll go to Piotr, but not to discuss this point. So I'll go to Piotr, then Joa. But not to discuss the Nord Stream pipeline, because I think this does deserve a space, and we are planning for it. To go back to the original question, if you don't mind, I want to go back. I'll make sure. How about this, Joe? I promise I'll invite you to the. Well, you're always invited, but to the Nord Stream space, and then we could continue the discussion there. Because I don't want to digress too much, and I want to go back to the question of Piotr. I know you've got a lot to add, but if you can avoid the Nord Stream, because I know we'll go back down that rabbit hole. Instead, respond to other points relating to China and the US, and back to the question of where do you see
the white rabbit, Mario? You have to
Ian,
you can't
where
leave it dangling like that. No. You got to let Joe speak, and you got to let Piotr speak. I want to hear what they have to say on this issue.
How about this? I'll do this. The audience, I want to go through the comments. Do you want us to continue discussing the Nord Stream, debating the Nord Stream, or go back to the U.S.-China relations over the next 10 years? And I will listen to the
Maria,
audience.
I've got to speak now, buddy, or I've got to go. So either I speak now or I leave. That's
I was about to give you. I was about to give you the mic, bro, but you're jumping in like this and saying this is not nice at all. What the fuck are you doing, man? I was about to give you the mic. And you say to me, just interrupt me when I'm telling the audience to comment. Interrupt me like, I gotta speak now, I gotta leave. All right, bro, leave.
I think it's crazy to think that Ukraine and Taiwan are separate when these countries have an alliance. They're making moves to change the world power structure. If you look at what resources Taiwan need, except like the normal resources people need to survive, what's their number one thing that would harm their entire business? They need neon to print silicon chips. You know who provides 90% of the world's industrial grade neon?
Glad. Yes, Taiwan.
Taiwan. It's Ukraine, right? And 50% of it was in Mariupol.
Did you say? Oh shit! I got it all wrong. So what does Ukraine supply?
Provides neon. And the rest of it's provided by Russia. So have fun with that. Yeah.
90% of the world's industrial grade neon comes from Ukraine. You need industrial grade neon in order to print the silicone chips. Without it, there's no chips.
Hold on. So you're saying Ukraine? I don't know how I missed this. Ukraine plays a key role in the supply chain of the microchips?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, 100%.
Why do you think Russia wants it?
And Mariupol controlled 50% of it, and they blew it up.
Hold on, and then Taiwan,
to Russia now.
But and Taiwan, obviously, they manufacture the most. I don't know what the percentage is, but the majority of the microchips.
Yeah, most of it. Yeah, that's why there's this CHIPS Act and all that stuff.
Exactly. That's why there's so many moving pieces here. Like Enbridge. I don't know how many people know about Enbridge, but Enbridge is basically the SWIFT used for the Middle East to use oil, which United Arab Emirates is already a part of. They've already tested it, and now they can circumvent SWIFT if they want to as well. Like there's so many moving pieces here.
I want to go back. I want to go back to that. I want to go back to that rabbit hole, Joe. And I'll give you the mic, but I know Piotr has to leave. So is it okay if I give the mic to Piotr, give us his thoughts on all those points in the question, then we'll go to you, Joe, to continue down that rabbit hole. Because I had no idea Ukraine plays such an important role. I don't know how I missed this. Plays such an important role in the supply chain of the microchip industry. So yeah, Piotr, I'll give you the mic, and then we'll go back to Joe.
Thanks, Mario, and sorry for the echo. I'm at a function in DC. And it's with
oh, good, it's perfect.
Okay, cool. So I'm at the Lithuanian embassy right now, and on the Taiwanese question, I've got few quick things to say. So number one, it's fundamentally and just categorically wrong to say that the Taiwanese are in favor with reunification with the mainland. Polls taken for the past 30 years have clearly illustrated that the Taiwanese identification has grown not just with Chinese and Taiwanese, but specifically just as Taiwanese. The Taiwanese increasingly, about 60%, 65% now, see themselves as just Taiwanese because of what China's encroachments and belligerency.
What percent? So what percentage was that? Sorry, Piotr?
65%. So in the 1990s, it was about 25, 30%. So in the past 30 years, the identification as just Taiwanese has more than doubled with the Taiwanese people. They no longer want to be associated with mainland China. The other identification is whether or not Taiwan wants to be part of China or if it wants to be a fully separate state. So do they want to keep the status quo? So there's this weird, limbo. The island isn't really a country, but neither is it fully part of China like Hong Kong is becoming. And that has shifted from about 25% to more than 70%. So the point is that the Taiwan...
Can I just, do you mind if I just, on those metrics, and I'll let you continue, I've got it open with me. Just let me know if this is what you say, because on the prefer maintaining status quo temporarily on indefinitely, it was 40% 1995, 2001 up to 45, and now sitting at 57. Yet support independence now or in the future was at 10%, and now it's all the way up to 30%. And then support unification now or in the future, so unifying with China was at 20% in 1995. Now it's at an all-time low of 7%. I don't know what the poll is. That's the website, is grid.news. And it's, if you want to go through it and look at the source, you can. But yeah, so yeah, go ahead. The polls by Election Study Center, Chengchi University. It's multiple polls. But yeah, Piotr, go ahead.
Yeah, so there's more than one poll. The point I'm trying to make is that the association Taiwanese have with China has grossly changed. That comes after the Taiwanese third crisis, as it was known, in 1995 and 6, the one that we had last summer where the Chinese entered the Maritime Economic Exclusive Zone, or EEZ, of Taiwan, was known as the fourth straight crisis. The more China presses, the more it alienates Taiwan. And the reason I mentioned Lithuania at the beginning is because last 2 summers ago, so in 21, the Taiwanese established a official, the closest thing basically to a embassy in Lithuania. And the Chinese, the massive Chinese, economy and country reacted by basically threatening not just Lithuania, but the Germans, the Czechs, a multitude of other European states that utilize Lithuanian components, basically saying we'll put an embargo, we'll put a bunch of trade barriers on these components, these products from entering Chinese markets. And because Germany is one of the biggest exporters to China, that was a huge problem for the Germans. But it showed you how much the Chinese CCP party don't like the fact that countries are willing to notice Taiwan as an entity, right, as a separate state. So there's a lot of concerns about Taiwanese independence. It's a very different kettle of fish to Ukraine. To answer your question, since I heard it when I was in here hoping to speak earlier, I don't think there's going to be an invasion by 25. Robert Spalding, who we've had on the show and I've hosted on my podcast, thinks it's much higher. He thinks it's the likelihood of an invasion is as high as sort of 7, 8 out of 10. It would be an aerial invasion, not an amphibious one. So there's a lot of varying degrees. And the one thing that the Ukrainian war has done is put the spotlight on Taiwan and China. And the last thing the CCP likes is being in the spotlight. That's why they didn't like the whole shit with the balloon. They didn't like the whole issues with public health and zero COVID. And so what did they do? They produced the peace plan, I think, as a bit of a diversion to get people talking about Ukraine again and not so much about China's screw-ups with foreign policy, espionage, and so on. So for me, Taiwan is a very, very difficult thing to predict. The PLA's not been in action, or the People's Liberation Army hasn't been in the theater of war since the 1970s. We have no idea its capabilities on the naval front. The conditions needed to launch a successful maritime invasion are absolutely massive. Basic military theory suggests that for every single defense individual you have, you need 3 attacking, so 3 to 1. And based on the current systems and vessels and equipment that the Chinese have, they would only be able to transport about 30 to 35,000 troops, just troops, not anything else, to Taiwan at a time. And if you've got a very large standing Taiwanese force backed up by a coalition of Western partners, China's going to have a hard time invading Taiwan, taking Taiwan, keeping Taiwan. There's only 2 months of the year that make an invasion successful, April or October. All the conditions are about right. And then there's also, as I said, the Japanese, even the Indians would likely get involved. The Australians are upping their engagement in the South China Sea and the general South Pacific region. So there's a lot of factors here that would make it very difficult for the Chinese. That's not to say we mustn't treat them with, caution and respect, and the fact that it is China, but I think it's a very big issue. And I've got 2 last points. One, the talk around the START treaty last week has begun to normalize more broadly the conversation around nuclear weaponry and proliferation. North Korea's launching of missiles has meant the South Korean population are thinking it's right for the first time in forever to develop their own nuclear weapons. And this is very concerning because it plays into China's narrative of upping its own nuclear facilities, own nuclear arsenal, and to be one of the big boys in the nuclear theater. And then the last point is about generally just the attitude that other countries have and semiconductors and all this, right? So the semiconductors bill by the United States is pretty big deal because it doesn't stop, but it does delay, in theory, China being able to develop advanced nuclear technology. And the Dutch and the Japanese and the US being 2 of the large trading partners with China is a huge problem for their economic prosperity and development. So, and if we see more countries develop this or pursue this, it's going to be a problem for China. And generally, China has technically, you could say, been at war with the US for the past 4 years. So there's a lot of elements here that I think we should keep in mind when we talk about whether it's just a conventional kinetic war or if it would mean lots of different components and aspects to it. So anyway, but thanks a lot for your space, and I hope to join you better next time.
Thanks, Piotr. I want to go to Joa. You've been waiting patiently. I want you to finish what he's saying, and I'm still kind of... honestly, that's probably the high... Hold on, I want to ask you a question for all speakers on what Joa said. Can you put a thumbs up if you knew that Ukraine played... I want to see if I'm the only idiot here. If you put a thumbs up if you knew that Ukraine played a key role in the supply chain of microchips. So Lindsay's putting a thumb up. Anyone else that knew? Put a thumb down. Ian knew this. Put a thumb down if you did not know or disagree with it. Okay, Patrick knows, Selman knows. Also, okay, obviously, Austin, okay, I'm the idiot. Vivian knows. Everybody knows. Austin, you're the only one that hasn't put a thumb up. Did you know that or no? Or are you just being nice to me? Okay, he's not even on his phone. Okay, I'm the idiot. All right, Joe, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I just see a lot. I don't think China needs to go in Taiwan. I kind of side with the fact that, yeah, right now polls are low, but China's gaining a lot of favor in the Middle East if their plans go forward, which they've made public to create a global reserve currency. Taiwan will want to join them, more than likely.
Plus, do you mind if I ask you, Joe, before you continue? I'm sorry. Last question. I'm sorry. I'm interrupting too much today. But just on your microchip one, is it? Why am I not reading it anywhere? Because I watched the whole video going through the whole microchip supply chain. Ukraine was never mentioned, and the press is not mentioning it. So if microchips playing such a key role in Ukraine, and all of you know that, and Taiwan, obviously, when Pelosi went, she visited the biggest manufacturer, the state-owned, I don't know if state-owned or private, but the manufacturer of microchips, the biggest in the world.
Well, it's even worse. Let me just read 2 sentences to you. Globally, Ukraine supplies 70% of the world's neon gas and 40% of the global krypton supply. Moreover, Ukraine supplies 90% of the highly purified semiconductor-grade neon for chip production used by U.S. industry.
What's the source?
The other major suppliers are China, Japan, and South Africa. Now, China, South Africa, Russia are all in an alliance. The only country that's not is Japan. This one is the Center for Strategic and International Studies. I can send it to you.
Jesus,
I think we're not looking great for America right now. Just saying.
No,
Yeah, and Mario, I'm gonna change your mind about Ray Dalio really quickly, because you've lived through something.
I
very
love
similar.
Ray, by the way.
Yeah, but fiat currency is a confidence game. When you lose confidence in the currency drops, right? If a global reserve currency, if the Middle East joins China like they've already requested to do, and they start accepting whatever currency they wind up calling it, why does the 13 trillion that is stuck in international reserves in other countries, in global reserves in other countries, 13 trillion, why would they need it? And if they started to sell it, how quickly do you think it would fall? Right? Because confidence is not lost over a long period of time. Confidence is lost the same way it happened to FTX and happened to Luna. And you see it a lot in the crypto game. People lose confidence and within a week and a half, it's gone. Right? Same thing happens with fiat. Historically, that's what's happened over and over and over throughout history.
But it's more complicated than this. I'm not going to try to explain it, but there's like 3 big pillars to it. Liquidity is one of them. I can't remember. At least ease of access. 3 key checklists that the currency has to meet, and that China's really far from all 3 of them.
I agree with that.
And I think I don't know. It's if Ray Dalio and other heavyweights disagree on this point, who am I to have an opinion? But it's the microchip one is just fascinating. Like before going to Patrick and Lindsay, also or Austin, because I know you guys are usually on the same page. Do you agree? Like Ian and Joa, especially Joa, made the point of microchip and the supply of microchips, which is like the quote new oil. Could it just be mainly about microchips in Ukraine as well as Taiwan? Because I thought it was only for Taiwan. Is that a possibility based on the numbers?
I don't think the Russia invaded Ukraine because of microchips.
Not only for that, but do you think it played? But do you think NATO?
No, I don't think it played a significant role in I mean, all the arguments that you hear, if you look at Russian media, if you look at what they're targeting, what they're trying to do, the targeting of Ukrainian and the aspect of the neon pure gas, et cetera, was more to cause economic damage to Ukraine, to kind of force. This has been a tactic that the Russians have done, but it's not only been done to microchips, it's been done to the economic infrastructure, power stations, civilian infrastructure. It's just to break the will of the Ukrainian economy and the population to fight, not necessarily tied into this idea of trying to get the global competition of microchips.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I would tack on with that if the strategy was to sort of seize microchip based infrastructure in Ukraine, we would have seen Russians trying to rebuild or preserve infrastructure in the areas that they're taking over. I think Mariupol is an excellent example when you look at the city that's been mostly fundamentally destroyed. If the objective was resource-based, I think we would have seen evidence sort of looking at sort of resource production by now, and we haven't seen that. And nor is that really sort of gone in line with what we've heard from Russian media.
But there's if you look at what happened in Syria, right? America pulled back from northern Syria. Russia gained control of the pipeline. They gave it to China, right? If they get rid of the neon in Mariupol, guess who becomes the biggest supplier of industrial grade neon? China, right? So they don't need to save it. They can give the power to China, just like they gave the pipeline to China.
But Austin, I want to kind of take a different take on this as well. Pelosi visiting the manufacturer, the microchip manufacturer, and visiting Taiwan, and Taiwan's importance in the supply chain shows the importance of microchips. And I think the argument of the importance of microchips in today's society with AI and military, especially militarily, and the sanctions by the U.S. and Japan and Netherlands against China just shows that it's important. These are unprecedented sanctions. So considering this, and I think we'll all agree on up to what I've said so far, doesn't it just add up that if Ukraine does play such a central role, why wouldn't it have at least some impact of the decision of, like, the US is just throwing stupid amounts of money to support Ukraine, and it's not because they're good-hearted. Maybe it plays a small role, but it's also strategic, of course. Russia's getting close to NATO, etc. There's many reasons why they're doing it, but microchips has to be on that list, no? At least play a medium role, the supply of neon. Do you still disagree, Austin?
So I would say microchips plays a far larger role in the case of Taiwan. When we talk about like stupid amounts of money being thrown, I think the widely thrown around sort of tidbit is that the United States is currently spending 6% of its annual defense budget on aid towards Ukraine. So I'm very much, I can understand the argument on Taiwan, specifically when it comes to microchip production and everything like that. I am very much not sold on the idea that the Russo-Ukrainian war is won over microchips.
Mario, I need to ask Joa this question because he constantly brings it up. Joa, what pipeline are you referring to? And then two, when you're saying the U.S. pulled out of northern Syria, are you saying there's no U.S. soldiers in Syria?
No, there are soldiers still in Syria. When we pulled out of northern Syria, and there's plenty of reports on it, they even called it Trump's gift to Putin in some reports. But I also blame Obama for not protecting Crimea when he took over Crimea. So I'm not picking sides here. There's two pipelines. One was American, and one was, I don't remember who the other one belonged to. But when they did do that, China then came in with a proposal of building a 1,000 kilometer long pipeline. The one from Saudi Arabia already comes up, and as soon as China did that, that's when Saudi Arabia started saying they want to join the BRICS.
But
and now they're building one from Iran.
Because
I can give you the name of it.
And the reason why I'm asking this, Joa, like I was part of Operation Inherent Resolve. Like I was like I participated in the counter ISIS campaign. Like one of the things we did was bomb the shit out of ISIS controlled oil fields. Like we bombed the shit out of it. Now there's one specific pipeline. It's a Kirkuk Bainas pipeline that goes south of the Euphrates River. It goes from Kirkuk, it goes down, crosses into the south, into Syria, south of the Euphrates River, and then go to Bainas in the port, right? That was never under control of U.S. forces. Never. We never had control of that. The Syrian regime seized it well before when the whole Syrian civil war, when ISIS had a predominant presence. There's that one. There was a proposed pipeline that never went through.
There was a pipeline that used to belong to America.
Yeah, but we never owned. Once the Syrian civil war happened, and ISIS took control of it, the U.S. never had control of that pipeline once it hit into Syria. We never had control of that pipeline.
Yeah,
never.
After the war happened, but then when we pulled back, then what happened?
The pipeline was south. I'm sorry, Joe, that pipeline in the south, the Kirkuk to Bainas pipeline, because you're talking about the Saudi Arabia up north, yes, separate conversation. The one from Iraq that goes from Kirkuk to Bainas, which is the main pipeline, the area that it enters into Syria was never under U.S. We never had control of that. The Kurds never reached that pipeline.
I'm not talking.
That was always under Syrian regime control. It was south of the Euphrates River. The Euphrates River has always been the boundary between U.S. forces in the north and Russian, Syrian, Iranian forces in the south. Always been. We never had control of that pipeline.
Back to the. No, just if I briefly answer, but then we continue back to the point of where you see everything in 10 years' time. Just want to get back to the point.
Yeah, I mean, there's two pipelines. One used to be under U.S. control before it got before the war happened. It was lost once the war happened. Once we retreated, Russia took control of that pipeline, and then that pipeline went to China. And me and you can speak off out of the spaces because I would love to clear it up.
Yeah, I'll connect you guys on WhatsApp if you want. Also, so I know you don't dox yourself. I'll let you guys decide. But yeah, Joe, just back to the last question before we go to Patrick and Lindsay. Where do you see Ukraine and China, Ukraine and Taiwan in 10 years?
Yeah, I see Russia keeping Crimea and some of the coastline because they do need that coastline in order to make Crimea work as a warm water port. I see Taiwan. I don't see China invading Taiwan at all. I see it as a threat. I see it as a distraction. China has way too much power over something that Taiwan needs. Why would they need to invade? They would need to negotiate with them to get the neon, or else they don't have an industry.
Patrick,
Joe, I just want to praise you, man. Like your critical thinking skills are just marvelous. It's a real pleasure to have you on here, bro.
Joa is like a secret weapon because he sometimes I sound very smart.
He's like
he knows,
right? He knows stuff.
Yeah, but what Joa does,
his knowledge is really good. His knowledge is outstanding. But then, some people have information, but they don't have the critical thinking skills. This guy is just brilliant.
Yeah, there you go, Joa. And
thank you, appreciate that.
And Joa is like a secret weapon because he during spaces sometimes I sound really smart, but it's just Joa via WhatsApp sending me things and I just say them. I've actually, if anyone listening to the space has been in my spaces, sometimes you see me giving shout out to Joa. This is him because I would say something really smart, but that's because Joa DM'd it to me. And so he does this in almost every space.
I spam the hell out of Mario.
Yeah. Patrick, good to see you again. It's been a while before we go to Lindsay. It's been a great discussion, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been quite good.
Would love your thoughts on what was discussed, and of course, the question I was asking everyone is where you see China and Ukraine, Taiwan and Ukraine in 10 years.
Well, I tend to side with all sorts on this. There, especially where Taiwan is concerned, there are a hell of a lot of moving parts, and 10 years is a long time. But I'll try to run down a couple of them. First, on the Nord Stream 2 thing, just very, very briefly, I know you don't want to go down that rabbit hole again. You're going to tell me that the most risk-averse president in my lifetime, Joe Biden, the guy who's been on every side of every issue in his entire career, who was the only guy in the National Security Council to vote against the bin Laden raid, who in his debut move as a senator in '74 voted against sending the South Vietnamese ammunition to fight against the communists. That guy is going to make the call to potentially destroy the NATO alliance. I'm sorry, on that basis alone, I'm not buying it.
No, so not destroying the Patrick, just to add on to it, but I'm just saying, couldn't you, because you guys keep ignoring the possibility of doing it in conjunction with the NATO alliance. Is there a reason for that?
No, if you do it, Germany didn't sign off on this. There's no way in hell they did.
But what if they did because the US gave them a really good deal to kind of compensate for the losses of Russian supply? Remember, Nord Stream 2 was not operational, so if the US gave them gas at a heavily discounted rate to make up for the explosion, then they could sign off.
We don't have a state production facility that would allow us to do that. I mean, no production facility is going to be able to undercut Nord Stream 2 to Germany without massive federal subsidies in order to allow them to do that. And that would have to go through Congress, and we haven't seen it.
But doesn't it hurt Russia the same way it hurts Germany? Because Russia obviously is a bargaining chip. They own the pipeline, or Gazprom does, and it's a potential negotiating chip plus a great source of income for Russia. So why would Russia blow it up? And if it's not Russia, it's not Germany, all the other players are. Sorry, it's not Russia, it's not the US. I don't think any other player would do it without speaking to the US or speaking to Russia, in this case, the US. So Belarus would speak to Russia, and NATO countries or Ukraine will speak to the US before doing it. So who's left?
Again, I don't know who did it, but that is my problem with the notion that Joe Biden ordered this in particular. It would be.
But would you agree that it's also? But would you agree that it goes like it harms Russia to blow it up as well? Is that a fair statement?
Sure, it harms Russia. Again, if this got out, first, I don't believe Olaf Scholz would ever go for it. He's been Ostpolitik to the hilt his entire career. He's somewhat Russophilic in and of himself. He was very reluctant to get drawn into this entire thing. I don't believe he would go for it. And even if he did, the German people certainly wouldn't go for it. I mean, if you look at the polling, they are enraged at the very notion America might have done this. I have big issues with it. On the 10-year thing, just so we don't get drawn too far down this. I expect the war in Ukraine to last.
I was just saying, Patrick, it's crazy. Before I go 10-year thing, it's just crazy how like it's just such a difficult thing to solve. Everyone I speak to is just so undecided on it. Obviously, there's some that have an opinion, but it's just like a lot of us here are just, you know, you're saying like you also and Austin said it can't be the US, but you don't say it's Russia either because it's really everyone just it harms everyone. There's no one that genuinely net benefits. The US probably the most if they did it in conjunction. They do, but yeah, but no, but then there's the argument. Yeah, but then there's the argument that obviously they all made. Okay, it goes around the rabbit hole. They argue they made that it does harm the NATO alliance.
It's a false premise. It's a false premise that all saying where they want you all to believe that everybody in NATO are equal partners. They're not equal partners. US is in charge, and then you have secondary partners and tertiary and lower partners. But US is the whole show of UN. I mean, sorry, NATO. So it's against a false premise.
Yeah, but we're not talking about Turkey. We're talking about Germany.
Yeah, but even Germany, it's US who are in charge, and then other partners, so UK and others are secondary, and then the rest are even beneath.
Oh man,
them.
I wish we were in charge of NATO. Some people might actually meet their 2% defense spending requirements. Wouldn't that be nice?
I mean, you're in charge.
So remember, Germany. Look again. Germany is the fourth biggest economy. We're not talking about again. We're not talking about.
Yeah, but they don't spend
economy.
all that much on their all of their GDP on the military the way America does. That's why they don't have a lot of weight to pull in NATO.
Militarily, but economically they do. I just again,
economically, sure, but they can still be bullied, and this is the problem with Germany. Right?
Germany have been bullied.
Yeah, they are being bullied all the time because they don't have any military
and
power.
they should be because they're failing to meet up.
Even now, they were forced to give tanks while United States are like, you know what, we'll give it.
We'll go.
Exactly.
Patrick, I'll let you go to the
Mario.
Yeah, Ted, back to the.
Right. Okay. On the 10-year thing.
Sorry, Patrick,
no, it's fine, Austin. I expect this war in Ukraine to last for the bulk of this year at a minimum. I am quite a bit more pessimistic than Austin and some of the other guys. I think this summer could be decisive. I am not convinced that it will be. I'm not convinced that Ukraine is going to get the proper amount of men and material to make it decisive, especially if they're forced to conduct major counterattacks to stem this penetration around Bakhmut. And in the end, Russia is still in possession of a very large, if poorly led and poorly equipped army, and it seems to be willing to use it as long as it wants. I don't think new rounds of conscription are out of the question from Putin specifically, even though that is a domestic danger to him. So I am very, very wary of saying that this is going to end anytime soon. It may drag on into next year. I don't know. It has that potential. A lot will depend on what happens on the battlefield. On the Taiwan thing, I think I'm not sure who said it, if it was All Source or Austin or somebody. Taiwanese independence or any move toward that is something that would cause China to act rationally. They have a genuine mania about the notion of a breakaway province. So if that were to come about, I could see them acting militarily, either in a blockade, more likely a blockade situation than a direct invasion. But there are other moving parts here. What does China's demography do in the next 10 years? What does their economy do? What does the U.S. economy do? I mean, do we continue piling debt upon debt until our, servicing of that debt equals the U.S. defense budget? That's on track to happen in the next 5 years if we're not careful. That's going to limit the U.S. response to anything China does, which could influence their thinking. Does South Korea, under President Yoon, go nuclear, which he's threatening to do and campaigned on that during his presidential run? Does Japan follow? Do they say, hey, Taiwan, you want to be free from China? Get in on this. Become a nuclear power. Does that happen? It's not out of the realm of possibility. Everyone's looking what just happened to Ukraine and realizing, yeah, if I live next to a really aggressive nuclear armed neighbor, the West may not come and save me. It doesn't matter what treaties I have. It doesn't matter what assurances they've given me. I may need to get nukes myself to keep myself safe. And that's going to be an ongoing issue. So I think Asia will be a very unstable region, potentially, for the next decade and perhaps beyond. I think China at least will continue aggressively expanding their military capacity, aggressively expanding their footprint in the developing world. their elite capture model for both the developing world and the developed world, and look at Canada for a recent example, will continue to go as long as their economy will continue to support it, because it pays them dividends without having to get into direct conflict with the West, which is something they absolutely love. So that's kind of my thoughts on it. It's tough to give, hard yes or no's on a lot of this stuff, but I think we're in for some problems.
No, it's impossible to give any definite yes or no's. I'll go to Lindsay, then Emergent, and of course get our co-hosts Sleiman, Ian, and also to kind of sum it up. But Lindsay.
Yeah, I just think I think that I'm like in the same boat. I don't think that we're going to be attacking anybody. I think the attacking is happening kind of in a cat's paw kind of a way. Like most of these countries tend to use other countries, which makes sense. We do too. And right now, the biggest issue is, as Joe said, which is kind of funny. I guess I thought everybody knew that too, but is that the semiconductor pieces come from there. But the other thing is that nobody talks about how Russia supplies palladium. I think that's the other thing that people don't think about. Pretty much like that whole part of the world is like this giant supply chain basket of stuff that we need, like raw materials. And China has always been that entity that has provided the labor force and the manufacturing know-how to do that. Whereas the other countries have provided, the mining and the minerals and then also cheap labor. But China's always been like the business side where Russia, Ukraine, Afghanistan, they have like the brute force, right? They're the ones that handle their people, if you will. And so you're dealing with this like really complex situation that I think people limit it to like it's just this one bad guy, when it's not really like one bad guy. It's kind of like a group of people that work together in business and always have. And that there's middlemen that are kind of like losing their jobs and changing jobs and becoming more important in one job than they were in the last job. And that's really what's going on. And if you can put your foot on the neck of Ukraine at this point, that just makes those stronger guys a little bit stronger. And it makes people like America, believe it or not, actually make more money. And I know that it seems like that's a stretch, but it's not, because when our corporations are buying material from China, it's like every time somebody says, "Oh, we have such a big defense budget," it's like the defense budget goes to China, guys. Like they don't write it down. They don't say like, "Hey, we're spending all this money on defense," because they don't have to, because you're giving them the money, right? On top of that, they don't publish like what all they spend, because they don't have to.
You're saying the U.S. military spending goes to China? Because
100%. 100%, yeah, because they make all of our stuff, and they also sell us.
But not military. But not military
100%.
equipment, no.
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah,
Boeing,
in the
Raytheon,
US.
all those companies are like, again, they're hedges, Mario. They purchase the merchandise from China, so we don't have to think about the fact that we're dealing with China, and the optics of Congress doesn't get mad that we're dealing with China. So we give a check to Raytheon and Boeing. Why? Because we get 50% of it back at the end of the year in taxes. Like it's all, it's all a money game. You see, there's margins.
What a web!
So I know Lindsay says this all the time.
Xenon, which is also
all source, you're wrong. All source, you're wrong.
Arabia.
Even one of our fighters, they found Chinese aluminum in it, and they weren't supposed to have even had it in it. Like,
and they seized and they grounded the entire F-30. It was the F-35. They grounded the entire F-35 fleet. They pulled that out.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. They can't because there isn't any more aluminum anywhere, honey. Like, where's the aluminum come from?
I'm sorry.
Tell me the top three places where aluminum comes from. Tell me.
Lindsay, it's called export compliance. Lindsay, it's called export compliance.
Right, but where do you get aluminum from if it's not from those places that you're not supposed to get it from?
People, I know people are going to be shocked by this. I know people are going to be very shocked by this. But the U.S. actually produces aluminum for defense purposes as well.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
And all our defense.
It doesn't.
The U.S. produces, Lindsay, it's called export compliance. When they found the F-35s that they had components from China, because the F-35, people forget, is a multinational. It was a multinational.
Runs Boeing's sourcing department. Okay. My business partner is the senator of Xi'an in China. Okay, I'm telling you right now.
That's great. Then this recording will be a criminal investigation.
I'm just saying, why would it be a criminal investigation? Why?
So hold on, I'm just looking at
so top 10. Are you
so I'm just looking at I'm just looking top 10. I just look at BizVibe, top 10 largest aluminum producing countries in 2020. So China's at 30 in 2019, 1,000 tons. China's at 36,000, then India's at 3,700. Russia's at 3,600. Canada 2,900. UAE 2,700. Australia 1,600. US is at 1,100. Norway 13, and Iceland.
Yeah, China makes the most of it.
Yes, it's 10 times more than India.
But it's not even just
But what-
that. It's not even just the raw materials. It's like
The refining.
But why would they?
it's
But
the
why would they
refining,
ground
it's
it?
the
But
it's the speakers,
but if
it's
they
the helmets, it's the
but
rubber,
if they
it's everything.
but if it's allowed from China, why would they ground it in the first place? And why would it be officially not allowed?
It's optics, and they didn't ground it forever. They're still flying because they
It's
can't get it
temporary.
anywhere else. They
Yeah,
can't get it
the
anywhere
export
else.
compliance thing is only temporary. They they're not going to keep it on the ground.
Maybe Emergent. Can you shed some light on the disagreement there between Lindsay, Allsource, and Ian on the aluminum supply? Or no idea?
So I'm kind of looking at the same resources you are on the raw material supply. I'll just say from my point of view and my time around defense contracting, I'd be more apt to believe that the raw materials are being bought than end finished components. But there's also the possibility that you might have it gets very complex in engineering where you have a subcomponent. Some components have 30 contractors and subcontractors, maybe not quite that many, but many contractors and subcontractors that make a subcomponent or a COTS component that goes into something larger. So I don't think it's implausible raw materials, but as far as final assemblies, I'd find that a little bit less likely. But
So
you know,
I've got some more metrics. So worldpopulationreview.com, U.S. aluminum imports by country in 2023. Canada's number one at 8.2 billion, and then China's second at less than half at 3 billion.
Even if all the embargoes, I just want to say, even if all the embargoes that America has right now, the sanctions, not the embargoes, the sanctions that America has on Russia, it's still importing xenon.
I think
you want to sanction their oil and stuff, but then you're still getting their stuff. You either do it to Turkey or you do it directly. In the case of xenon, you get directly. And a lot of these semiconductor companies like Intel, for example, they're stockpiling all these Russian materials because they realize that, okay, this is not going to last forever. The Biden administration might step it up and start sanctioning even more. So they're buying this stuff up by the bulk, right? But it's happening.
But it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing to
the economies. I think the more interconnected economies are,
sanctions are fucking stupid. Sanctions only hurt the little guy because the big guys, the countries, they don't hurt. Like Russia isn't hurting from this at all. Like if anyone's hurting, it's the people who are dependent on Russia and America.
I wouldn't say Russia's not hurting at all.
Disagree with
Long
that.
term,
I mean, why has the
Right,
Russian
Austin.
economy contracted in the past year?
Yeah, not only. I think.
the economy contracted in the past.
Hold on.
right?
No. It's more.
Is the difference between sanctions and an embargo. Sanctions are typically industry specific or good specific, right? Whereas an embargo is typically a total ban on goods, which is why I'm glad Ian
But
kind of
Putin
corrected
was
himself
fine with
on
the
that
sanctions
because there's
because
not
he's
currently
like the
an
richest person
embargo
on the
going
planet.
on against Russia. It's sanctions.
These are capital. These are countries that
and
are
also-
capitalist, like communist countries. They don't care about sanctions. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah,
They're
guys,
like, look at
people
China and
might
Russia.
say Elon Musk is the richest man in the world, but honestly, he's not. It's the people in power. They're more powerful than he is. Like, you don't need currency and hard cash to say, hey, I'm the richest guy. No. Like, right now, Putin is the most powerful person on the planet because of this. So this idea that you're somehow bankrupting him when, in fact, you're making him richer and richer by sanctioning his
100%.
stuff and making his stuff more expensive that you need, it's like, okay, you're just giving him power. This is so stupid.
You're
I just think that the impact.
It's brilliant.
So just going back to the point. I want to go back to emergent, but why is muted everyone? Okay. Just going back to the point. But in terms of sanctions or embargoes, whatever, embargoes is a whole different level. But let's talk about sanctions. The sanctions, the impact is usually long term. Like some people are arguing there's a brain drain happening in Russia that has long term effects. Russia's also
That's all predictions.
the
That's all
ban.
predictions. There's no evidence.
It is.
Any of it happening right now.
Yeah, the brain drain there is. I think a lot of entrepreneurs and companies moved out of Russia. Could they come back?
But
They
guess
could
what?
be.
China's moved in. China has moved in and to fill in the vacuum. This idea that Russia's
Chinese entrepreneurs.
Yes.
Chinese entrepreneurs moving into Russia. I haven't seen any.
Absolutely, 100%.
But anyway, so
filled in every
so
single
another
gap. Like we've been talking like Adidas moving out, right? Adidas moved out of Russia, and everybody thought, oh, this is going to collapse the Russian fashion
but that's
industry.
not a brain drain.
Guess
That's
what?
not a. But that's nothing. That has nothing to do with the brain drain. I'm talking about entrepreneurs
Mercedes
and
moved out, right?
economics.
Mercedes Benz, they closed down
Again,
their
that's not
factories, and
a.
guess what?
But that's not
You know,
a.
the
But that's
Chinese
not a
moved
brain
in and
drain.
the Russians are buying their stuff. Like,
But that's not a. Yeah, but that's not a brain drain. So like I'm talking about academics and entrepreneurs and startups and funding. But again, it could. I'm not saying it's gonna continue that way.
Funding are coming from
the
East
economy.
Asia. Like this is not it's not that big a deal. Like the West has overplayed its hand. It thought, oh, you know,
No, I'm
brain
just saying.
drain, you know, we're going away.
All right,
and
so
Russia's gonna
I
get sucked. And guess what? You know, China and Saudi Arabia moving in. It's like, you know, there's a market for it.
Yeah, so just to the other point that was being made is Russia not having access, with the sanctions, not having access to a lot of advanced equipment. So they've kind of, just so you know, the both European and Russian economies have been more resilient than analysts predicted, especially Russia. But to just go back to the long-term effects that we're just predicting, is that Russia's now having to depend, like if you have a certain part in your car that you can't import anymore, you could use it, or in your tractor or machinery, you could use a Russian-made or Belarusian-made alternative that is gonna do the job, but it's not going to be as efficient, and then less efficiency means long-term economic damage.
Here's the thing.
But
The Chinese have cloned every single piece of American technology. When it comes to John Deere tractors, for example, the Chinese have completely cloned it, and they're supplying this stuff to Russia. And furthermore, their tractors are better than the John Deeres because they don't have copyright protection on them. There's no DRM. If you want to patch them up, you can fix it yourself. Whereas with John Deere, you're going to have to buy a license, and that license costs a lot of money for small farmers. They can't afford it. This is the issue with John Deere, and this is the issue with patent and copyright issues in America, where all these other developing nations in particular, they're going to turn to Chinese alternatives or even Russian alternatives. Will make them there, and those will be basically very, very cheap for the same stuff that is even better, that you can even fix yourself. So if I was a developing nation, say I was North Africa or something like that, or somewhere in East Asia, I would be buying a Chinese tractor. I'd be buying a Russian tractor instead of an American one, because I don't want to have to pay millions of dollars in licensing fees.
Okay. Merchant, I know you had the mic, so I'd love you to continue making your points and then go to the question that everyone else answered except Sleiman, who's left, on where you see Ukraine and Taiwan in 10 years.
Sure. Just a couple things. Number one, I agree with Ian. I think there's a lot of there are a lot of U.S. companies that have gotten to a point where there are some ridiculous things. The example he mentioned with John Deere. We've probably all seen the documentaries on the broken McDonald's ice cream machines. I think some of that is getting really ridiculous and is getting ready to bite a lot of U.S. companies in the ass.
What's the broken ice cream machines, Emergent?
Oh, well, that's a whole rabbit hole, but shortest version is McDonald's. They make the ice cream machines. They have a manufacturer's lockout, and you can't get into the machine without a code. You can't read out the temperature. You can't get the data from it. And it's basically an agreement they have with Taylor, the manufacturer of the machine, so that and then the franchisee that owns the restaurant has to pay them like $2,500 to come out and push a few buttons and unlock the machine and fix it. It's like, it's pretty bad. I'd probably direct you to Johnny Harris has a pretty good documentary on YouTube on that. There was actually a company called Pitch that made a small unit that connects to a smartphone that bypasses the lockout, gets you past the manufacturer's codes, lets them read the temperature and do all the functions. And there's a huge lawsuit between McDonald's and Taylor and Pitch, and it's like a whole scandal. So.
Interesting. So I'll let you. I don't want to go down more rabbit holes. If you could send me, but I'd be very grateful if you could send me through the documentary. It'd be great. I'll let you continue.
Okay, so one thing I just wanted to respond to, just a quick follow-up point. Like we were talking about the U.S. defense industry. I mean, I think another thing about it that I think is important to factor in, like I said, I think the final assembly of components is much more likely to occur in the U.S., and that's an intentional political design of the military industrial complex. You know, programs like the F-35 and certain others, if you really dig into it, and again, there's some good documentaries I could direct you to, they're intentionally spread across many congressional districts. Is that because they have to be made in 20, 30, 40 different places? No, the answer is they want a majority of congressmen and senators who are in key voting positions for those programs to have an incentive, because one of the biggest, easiest ways to either lose or win an election is you either created or lost jobs in your district. So it kind of gives those congressmen and senators a strong incentive to vote in favor of that program because it's protecting jobs in their district. So again, a lot of those things, final assembly of those components is intentionally in the U.S. in most cases, and it's intentionally spread across congressional districts for that reason. But that's a whole other rabbit hole. But my take on Ukraine and Taiwan, I think Ukraine is going to go on for a while yet. Maybe this year, maybe next year. I think you will eventually see a negotiated peace there. Possibly, prompted by, depending on how it plays out and who starts to gain ground and how much Russia is willing to throw at the problem. I think you'll probably see a negotiated peace there. And I think the Taiwan scenario is very unlikely to play out in any kind of military conflict. I think it's mostly just posturing, like I said before. But I think as we've kind of seen from the FBI, the cybersecurity documents and all of that, I think the focus of the U.S. government and the intel community is going to start to shift to domestic affairs. I think they don't really, we've talked about this on many of the spaces. So I think their new public enemy number one is going to be Mario and the Twitter spaces.
I can't unmute. Timing not to be able to unmute. I would not like to take that title. Keep me out of all the dramas and shit. I value my life and my peace of mind too much. So I love China. I love Russia. I love Ukraine. I love Taiwan. I love anyone that has that level of power. Just leave me alone.
Mario, do you know why DJI has so much power in the commercial drone space?
What? Why?
Do you know why DJI has so much?
Yeah,
power
I heard the question. I just
as well as
just
the
caught me by
enterprise
surprise.
space, right? It's because they're open source, more or less, right? You have software development kits that you can download for basically free, and you can make your own programs with it. American companies do not do stuff like this. The Chinese realized very early on that making stuff open source makes it very easy to engage and very easy to adopt, right? So let's say you're a farmer and you have a small operation, you want to, fly some drones over. The last thing you want to do is have to pay licensing fees. So guess what? They'll buy a DJI drone. It's cheap and it's easy to edit. You can download software for it that people make for it, and that can, you can hire a software developer to tailor make something to your specifications. This is what DJI offers, and right now it's the reason why Russia is using extensively, right? The Wagner group in particular, right? They're using DJI drones pretty much exclusively because they're able to tailor it using their own software to use on the battlefield. This is what we're talking about here. I mean, America has basically shot itself in the foot by making everything closed source. Who the hell wants to pay millions of dollars in licensing fees for software that sucks when you can just make it for yourself? You can hire an engineer, a software engineer, and do it yourself, and do it with a DJI drone, which is all open. So that's the reason why. This is an advantage that not a lot of people are talking about.
Sleiman, you're the last man that has not spoken. Would love your thoughts on what's discussed so far, and the answer to the question that that everyone else has answered.
Yeah, of course. I'll just answer the question that you asked, because it's getting late and we don't want to start another Nord Stream.
Yeah, in 2 minutes, by the way. In 2 minutes, we'll hit the 5-hour mark. I didn't expect the space to last that long. It's a beautiful, beautiful discussion. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to the Nord Stream one as well. Now, where do I expect things to go? So I think when it comes to Russia and Ukraine, I don't think it's going to last long. Probably like everyone's saying, 6 months to a year. I think with the Ukraine struggling with ammunition, struggling with manpower, struggling in a number of areas, I think things are not looking as rosy. So I think that conflict will probably end, and with the annexed and separated regions either becoming part of Russia or becoming independent. depending on which ones.
Oh, they already signed on board with Russia. They're part of Russia now.
Sorry,
they're already part of Russia. They did the votes and stuff.
Oh yeah, cool. Yeah. So yeah, I think that. Sorry, what I meant, Ian, was in the small possibility that part of the agreement is that they do a re-election. But yeah, they'd probably vote Russia in that regard. So I agree with you there. And then in terms of China and Taiwan, I don't think anything's going to happen. I think it's just posturing, as everyone has said.
I like that no one believes that. Is there anyone in the audience? Can you tell me in the comments? I want to go look at the comments live now. Is there anyone in the audience that believes that there's a high likelihood, or on stage that there's a high likelihood in the next 10 years, China and Taiwan, China and the US?
I think we're trying to think of it as unthinkable, right? I mean, we're being optimistic here. We're being optimistic. We don't
optimistic
really
or realist? Realist, like no, but I think it's also.
Oh, it's also
like,
realistic. Absolutely.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't just mean to say that. Oh, we're all positive thinkers here. Realistically, it doesn't look like that would happen because of the cost it would take for China to invade Taiwan successfully. Right, even in the event that America or whoever else, South Korea, Japan, do not help Taiwan, it's still going to be an enormous task for them to do that. It's not like invading Ukraine where it's, you're bordering it by three sides. Here it's like, okay, it's a navy. It has to be an amphibious attack, but it also has to be an aerial attack, and it's like, good luck with that. It's hard.
Yeah, I think that's it. Any final words, anyone, before I wrap up the space? I think we're all dead. It was a great discussion. I really enjoyed this one. I slept 1 hour. I slept 1 hour last night because I got woken up for the Twitter files. Came out of nowhere. So I thought I'd be dead for this one. I was telling the co-host Justin, and then later also some guys I might fall asleep. But I'm full of energy. That's probably my favorite space today. We've had incredible spaces, Elon and everything else, Mark and Andreessen, FTX. This one beats all of them. These are the discussions I like. I'm really passionate about this. And I think the next space we should do would be, I'm talking about political space. I think Nord Stream discussion is something that I've been planning to do for a while. And then maybe do a new Ukraine-Russia space. I don't think there's anything else that matters more than Ukraine, Russia, and China, Taiwan. But otherwise, yeah, really enjoyed it. Thank you so much for anyone that survived 5 hours. Also, Austin and Slayman, you three were there since the beginning of the space. Actually, not you, Austin, Slayman, and also. So respect there, and thanks for all the other panelists that came through over the last 5 hours. I'll see you tomorrow. We're going to start a daily breakdown of news and current events. So we're going to start doing daily spaces, most likely as of tomorrow. Probably get them to be short unless it's important news. Yeah, that was a great discussion. Thank you very much, everyone, and have a wonderful evening. Good night, everyone.